Hello everyone. Welcome to a class of MS Word Advanced Tutorial for learning to make professional quality documents, reports, and letters. So if you're planning to learn professional quality documents, reports, and letters to an advanced level, then you're in the right place because we'll cover the advanced projects. This is an advanced level class, so if you have no previous experience, then you can get some basic knowledge about MS Word first. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. How you will be able to recover an unsaved document, understanding macros in MS Word, restrict editing and securing your file with password, using different page borders in each page, how to customize your page border design, combining multiple Word file in one, shortcut keys for MS Word, understanding the MS Word WordArt, project on writing an application letter, inserting the file location, writing on an image in MS Word, drawing chemical formulas using MS Word, understanding the mail merge option, project on making a professional CV design, project on making a flyer design, making a project proposal, project on making a cover letter design. After completing this class, you will be able to understand how to use macros in MS Word, understand the mail merging option, make professional design for CV, flyer, project proposal, and cover letter, understand how to write a formal letter application, turn your shapes into objects. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you'll have class project. So what you learned, you will be able to participate in class project so you can do practice while you're learning. You will have supporting resource in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning MS Word together. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So here I'll be just giving you guys an introduction to what MS Word is, how you'll be able to use that one. Okay, so without a basic knowledge, you won't be able to understand much of this advanced tutorial. So I'll be just giving you guys a brief introduction of what MS Word is all about, what are the tools you will be able to use, from where you guys can insert an image, from where you can write down, and what are the different functions over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so from here, basically, you guys can see this is the home page, and this is where all your recent works will be shown. Okay, so these are few of the recent words, and if you want to pin anything up, okay, so if you want to pin this document, so if you come here onto the pin document, here you guys can see this particular document is pinned. So if you want to search any documents right from here, you will be able to pin it up from here. And if you want to come onto the file option again, okay, so here you guys can see now I'm here over again, and from here basically you guys will be able to see that if anyone have shared any documents with you over here or not. Okay, so basically on this top option right over here, there are different templates which you can also use. Okay, so if you come here and take great look, okay, so here you guys can see there are different kind of templates over here which you guys can use for your CV, or if you want to make one calendar, you guys can come here and just check all this templates out from here, and different one for the brochures. Okay, and this is report card. Okay, so this is a invoice. Okay, so I will be explaining you guys in this class how to make some stunning designs quite like this. So let's go to home back again, and from here if I want to create up a new document, I will come here onto the new option. Otherwise from here only you guys can see I do have the blank document option. So I'll just click onto this one, and here you guys can see now this is the workspace of the MS Word. So let's try to understand from the beginning. Okay, So onto the file option over here, I do have the option for opening up a new file. Okay, so from here, if I do have saved any file from before, okay, if I just click on to open, from here I can just browse that file from my system, and from here I will be able to see which file I want to open over here. Okay, so from here, if I select this one, if I just click on OK, it will be opened in my MS Word right from here. Okay, and from here, if you want to see the information, okay, so basically from here we will be able to see the information right from here. Okay, and if I come back again, here you guys can see now I do have the option for saving, and if I'm saving it for the first time, I will be able to save this thing from here from the save as option. Okay, and here if you want to print it up, okay, you guys will be able to print it up from here as well. If you want to export this item, you will be able to export this particular Word document from here. Okay, and now here you guys will be able to share this file to different modes. Okay, if you want to share it through email, okay, if you want to share it through some other media platform, you guys will be able to share it using other media platform over here as well. Okay, so now let's come and look into this particular workspace in which we will be working on. Okay, so first we will be starting on with the fonts. Okay, so basically these are fonts. So here you guys can see now, first I do have one cursor here on my clipboard. So from my keyboard, what I can do is I can type over here. Okay, suppose if I'll just write hello everyone. Okay, so if I just type this hello everyone right over here, and if you want to zoom in to that particular word, you guys can come here and just zoom in right over here at this point. Okay, so once I've written it, okay, here you guys can see I have written this particular text down over here. So now if I want to change this text font, okay, so I will just select all of this right over here. And after that, what I can do is I can come onto this option, and from here, basically I will be able to select what kind of font do I want to use. Okay, so there are a lot of fonts which are available right over here. Otherwise, what you can also do is you guys can come here and you guys can actually download different kind of customized fonts from the net. Okay, so just download those fonts over here, and you guys can actually put those fonts up here in this particular place as well. Okay, so let's take this abstract groovy for now. Okay, so this was about the text font. Okay, and from here, if you want to increase the size of the font, the same way you have to select this one, and now you will be able to increase the size of the font right from here. Okay, so as you guys can see, basically I will be able to increase the size of the font from here. Okay, so now if you want to decrease the size or increase the size from here gradually, you guys will be able to decrease the size gradually from here. So once I click on this decrease font size, here you guys can see every time it is decreasing by 2, and if I increase this one, it will increase by 2 each and every time. Okay, and from here there is another option which is called change case. Okay, so suppose now right now I do have all of this in the capital fonts. Okay, and if I come here onto the change case option, suppose if I come here and if I just select lowercase, or if I come here and if I just click on capitalize each case over here, here you guys can see I do have as this font is selected. So sometimes what happens is this capitalization depends on the font you're choosing. So let me just select the Calabria over here. Okay, now what I'll do is I will come here, and if I just want to get all of this in lowercase, here you guys can see each and every letter over here is in lowercase right now. Okay, and if I want to see all of this in uppercase, so here you guys can see all this word I do have over here now is in uppercase. Okay, and here if you want to capitalize each word, that means that the first word in each and the first letter in each and every word will be a capital letter. So this one's for the uppercase letter, okay? And here I have also told you guys about the capitalize each word. Suppose if I click on this one, here you guys can see the first word of this letter is in caps and everything else is in the small cap, okay? So now again, let's come to this one. And from here, basically the first word will be in small and each and everything will be in big. So here you guys can see this is about the toggle. Okay, so this was about this toggle case. So I will just select the sentence case right from here. So here you guys can see for sentence case, each and every sentence, it will start with a capital letter and it will be followed by all the small caps. Okay, so now if I come here again, if I want to make any changes, I will select it. And from here, I will just give everything as uppercase over here. Okay, so this was about that. Okay, so now let's come to this option. Okay, so this is bold. If you want to make your word bold, you guys can use this bold option right over here. So if I want to change another word type, suppose let me take this one. And from here, if I just decrease the bold, here you guys are not able to see that much of a difference. And if I give here also, there is a slight change, but not much over here. Okay, so if you come here, let's take this one. If I just decrease the bold, here you won't be able to see much changes. So basically a lot of thing depends on the font you're choosing over here. So if I take Calabri and now if I just unbold it, this one, here you guys can see a solid change right over here. Okay, and here you guys can see now this one is in bold. And after this one comes the italic option. Okay, so now if I click on Control plus I as well, I can just give a italic over here. Okay, so this is just a slanting position. Okay, so if I just click on italics, here you guys can see the words over here give a little bit of slant on the right hand side. Okay, so this was about italics. Okay, and if you want to give up a underline over here, okay, underneath your word which you have selected, in that case you guys can select this particular one. Okay, underline option, and the shortcut key for that is Control plus U. Okay, and underneath this one also you do have many options. Okay, like how you want your underline to be, like do you want a single underline, do you want a double underline over here? Okay, if you want to increase the width. Okay, so here you guys can see dotted line. Okay, so some straight lines, and here you guys can also see this is a curved or a waved underline over here. Okay, you guys can explore more underlines underneath this one. Okay, and if you want to change the underline color, you guys can come over here and choose from the color palette whatever color underline you want. So let me just take up this particular blue over here. Okay, so this is a dark blue color. You guys can select this one and click on OK. So here you guys can see now I do have an underline of that particular color. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have an underline of the blue color. Again, if I select this one, if you want to give up a strike through instead of underline, what you can do is you can come over here to the strike through option. You guys can click here, and here you guys can see there is a strike through line right over on the word. Okay, so you guys will be able to use this one right kind of like this. Okay, so now let's come down over here. Let's try to understand about this subscript option. Okay, so subscript is basically done once you are trying to write any formulas and stuff. Suppose if I just write H2O right now, okay, I will just off this one again, and I'll off this over here again. Let it keep in bold. So I'll just write H2O. Okay, so what I want to do is H2 is the power. Okay, so I want to keep this thing down. In that case, if I come here and if I select this option, which is the subscript, here you guys can see now this is H2O and it looks exactly like the formula. Okay, so now the same way, if I come over here, sometimes what we see is in maths we do have many words like 10 powered by 2 or 30 powered by 5, like that. In that case, if I just write 3 or 5 over here, and now I want to put this one as power, like I want to put it here on top as a power, in that case what I'll be able to do is if I click onto this superscript option, Okay, I'll click on superscript, and here you guys can see now this one is in power. Basically, you will be able to change the font color over here as well. Okay, if you want a different color. So here you guys can see now this one is in a different color right over here. Okay, so now again, I will just click on this one, and again, it's back. Okay, so now again, let's come on to this option. Okay, so if you want to add any kind of text effect, okay, so you guys will be able to add a different text effect over here. Suppose I will select this one, I will remove the strike through over here. Okay, and I will move the italics as well. So here now, if I have selected this one, now I can come over here, and you guys can see behind I do have these particular words. And now if I do want to increase its size, I will be able to increase its size from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see. Okay, and after that you guys can come over here. Okay, suppose you want to highlight this particular word over here. Okay, so suppose I will select this one, and what I want to do is I want to highlight this. Okay, so here these colors are available because these are the basic colors which are being used for highlighting mostly. Okay, so you guys can give this one a yellow color over here, like you can highlight those. And suppose from here, let's type something right over here. Let's type MS Word class. Okay, so now I do have my font in red color. If I do want to change it, so I need to select this first. Okay, so let me just select it right over here, and now I can actually increase or decrease the size. So let me get 28, and now let's change its color. Okay, so if I want to use some more colors, I can also see what are the recent colors that are being used. So from here, basically, you guys will be able to choose the gradient option. So here you guys can see some fading out part right over here. You guys can select it, and you guys can come over here. Okay, and from gradient color option, you can go to more gradients, and basically from here, you guys will be able to select some different colors. Okay, if you want to add any more stops, you guys will be able to add more stops right over here. So let's come to this point, and let's try to change the color. Okay, so here now what I can do is I can just bring this color to kind of like this, and now I will click on OK. So I have added this color right over there. I will come here, go to more colors option, and from here what I can do is I can just bring this color up. Okay, so I will bring this color up. I'll click on OK. And lastly, I'll come to this one, go to the colors tab option, go to more colors. And from here, I will change the color to something green. Okay, so I will just give something green over here, and I will just click on OK. So here you guys can see now I do have this color right over here. And suppose if I want to add up any box, okay, so in that I'll come here onto the insert option, which we'll be learning later. Okay, so now here I hope you guys have understood all these points. And suppose from here, like I have added some colors and all, I have did some formatting over here, like I have changed things up. So in that case, I will come over here. Suppose I want to change it. Okay, I'll come over here, and I can click on clear all formatting. So here you guys can see now it's just back again to the default size, okay, with no colors. Okay, so again what I can do is I can just select this one, click on Control Z to come back right over here again. Okay, so this was about it. Okay, and after that, basically, if you want to put up any paragraph and stuff, okay, so I will show you guys that as well. So let's come down over here, and now let's try to understand about these points right over here. Okay, so for that, I will just write one, and if I want to change the font color, I can come over here and let's change it to something dark. Okay, so I'll just select this one, and now I will just write one, then I'll just write over here a two, then I'll come down over here and I'll just select 3. Okay, so now here if I want to add bulleting to all these writings, what I can do is I will select all of this from here, and if I want to add some bullet points, I will be able to put on some bullet points right over here. Okay, so you guys can come over here and just put up these bullet points. Suppose if you want to change that, you guys can come here and change it from here as well. If you want to use different width, okay, like here you guys can see a lot of options. If you want to use those again, you guys will be able to use it from here as well. And if you want to define a new list, you guys will be able to do that from here. Suppose instead of that, what I want to put is I want to just put on the numbers. Okay, so here you guys can see I will be able to put on numbers right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see. So now if I come back again, okay, so if I'll just come back to this point again, okay, so now if I want to put it quite like this, okay, like kind of like this over here, you guys will also be able to put when you do have a multiple option. Okay, so here you guys can do that. And now let's come to a new file. Otherwise, let's first understand the alignment. Okay, so here you guys can see this is just left align. If I want to align it here in the center of the page, I will click onto this one. And if you want to align it to the right, you guys can click over here. Okay, and this is the justify option. So it justified it accordingly. Okay, so from here, you can also check the line spacing. Okay, if you are not increase the line spacing, you guys will be able to increase it. If you want to decrease it, you guys can do it from here. Okay, so now we'll go to open up a new file. Okay, so I will just come here, and from here what I'll do is I will just select one document. Okay, so I'll just select this one and I'll just open it up. So here you guys can see now this document is kind of open right over here. So what I can do is if I want to justify this particular line, okay, I can come here. Okay, so if I just want to justify it to the right hand side, see, I just need to keep my mouse right over there and I'll be able to justify it towards the right hand side. If I want to put this or align it here in the left hand side, I will be able to do it right from here. Okay, and here if you want to change the color of this whole tab, in that case, here you guys can see I will be able to change the color of this whole paragraph altogether. Okay, so if I just choose this type of colors, I will be able to do that. And suppose I do have this particular heading right over here, or you can also call this one as title. And what I want to do is I want to put on some border. Suppose I want to put on a border here on top, or if I just want to put up a border on the left hand side or here on the right hand side, if you want to put it in box, okay, so you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, and instead of if I come here down, okay, I'll be showing you how you can also put inside borders. Okay, suppose you do have four things. Okay, so now here you guys can select the horizontal line. So here you will be able to give some boxes. So let's give this box right over here. Okay, like the bottom border. So I'll just give this bottom border right over here. If I want to check the borders and the shading, I can come over here. Okay, so let's come to this top option, which is show and hide. Okay, if you want to show paragraph marks, okay, you can also hide it right from here. And this is one for the sorting. Like if you have few things, like if you just have this 1 2 3 in a different setting, like if I come over here and now let's put the 2 right over here. Okay, let's select this. If you wanna change it with the boxes, suppose you do have points in that, you guys will be able to point it out accordingly, like you it will be sorted down according to the letters. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that. So now again, Control Z to go back. I will come here and delete this mark. Okay, so this was about this particular thing right over here. Okay, so now these were all the options, and here there are different styles. Suppose if you want to use this particular style and write anything, here you guys can see I will be able to write in that particular style over here. Okay, so there are a lot of options. If you want to create a style of your own, you guys can come here and you guys can click on modify. So basically you guys will be able to come right over here, and now from here you guys will be able to make up a font for yourself. Okay, so let's come over here. If you want to choose any different one, okay, you guys can come over here. Suppose if you want to give this thing a bold, or if you want to give this thing a different type of spacing, it totally depends over here. Okay, see if you want to give, and if you come here, if you click on OK, so that will be saved kind of like that. And here you guys can see I do have this word. And now with this style, if I just write style again, okay, so let's select again over here. Okay, so now if I want to increase its size, let's see, I will be able to increase its size or not. Okay, so I'll just come over here onto this option, and what I'll do is I will try to increase the size. Okay, so here you guys can see I will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, and this is the find option. Suppose you do have a lot of uh, writing, or that's a book, suppose. So in that one, you want to find all the words of frightened, suppose. Okay, so in that case, what will basically happen is, if you search on that particular item right over here in the find option, suppose I want to find hello. Okay, so in that case I will just write uh, hello over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now it will just direct me over here. Suppose if I do have hello for 2 times, okay, so let's type hello over here. And now again, what I'll do is I will just search this thing again. Okay, so now I will just click on OK. So here you guys can see now I do have hello 2 times. If I want to come to this option right over here, I'll click on this one. And here you guys can see now I'm here on the second one. If I want to select this one, okay, so I can come here and I can select. And if I do want to make any changes, I can come here from the format text effects option, and I'll be able to do it from here as well. Okay, if you want to replace the hello with hi, okay, so I will select this one and this one over here as well. Okay, so let's select uh, this, and now let's try to select this option over here as well. And if you want to change both of its replace option, okay, so I'll just come here. Otherwise, I can just come here and type hello, and I'll just replace both of this with hi. Okay, so I will just come here and click on replace all. So here, both of these things have changed. Okay, so here you guys can see my hello, I have changed it to higher from here. Okay, and from the select option, if you want to select each and everything present over here, you guys can actually select it. Okay, and here there are select objects option. If you do have any objects right over here, in that case you guys will be able to select it with the select object option. Okay, so there are selection panel, and also select all text with similar formatting. Okay, so you guys will be able to choose this one from here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class, and hope to see you all in the next chapter, where I'll be telling you guys about the insert page. Okay, so let me just give you guys a brief. Okay, so these are few of the pages from where you guys will be able to see all these options. I have explained few of it in my advanced class. Okay, so next we'll be learning more about this insert page, what all you will be able to do over here. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of MS Word Advanced Tutorial. So now here in this chapter, we'll be learning about the basics tools to use in MS Word. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here we are back again at the same workspace in which we're working on our last class. Okay, so these are the same documents which are opened right over here. So here we will be learning about the insert page. What are the tools available over here? Okay, what all we'll be able to use. So let's start. Okay, so this is the cover page. If you want to add a cover page, if you want to add any blank page over here underneath this one, so you guys can click here in blank page, and here you guys can see now you do have a page right over here. Okay, so you do have a lot of pages. Okay, so I will just come down back again. Okay, so from here you will be able to add blank page. So suppose if you want to add a table, so basically if I want to add a table just underneath, okay, I can come over here onto the table option, and from here I will be able to select. Okay, so I'll be able to select the size over here. And now if I want to decrease its size, okay, I can come over here and maybe select this one. And if I do want to decrease its size, I will be able to decrease its size from here as well. Okay, so let's come here, and if I do want to select all of it all together, I can come here and maybe decrease it from here. Okay, so you'll be able to decrease the size from here as well. If you come to the home option, select this one, and from here you guys can actually decrease its size. So come here, I will just put on 16, and now I will just decrease the size from here as well. Let's give 18 right over here. Okay, so I will put this one only, let it be 11. Okay, so now again, go to the insert page option. If you want to put up any pictures, you guys can come here and put up your pictures right over here into the insert picture from. Okay, so just select this device, or if you want to take any stock images or you want to search images from online, you guys can take that. And after that, here are different shapes which you guys can actually see. Okay, and if you want to make any new canvas over here, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Suppose I want to put up this one. Okay, in that case, here you guys can see now I will be able to make it. And if I want to make it proportionally, then I can click on shift and use my mouse. Okay, so I can keep this thing right over here, and under this I do have the shape format and all. Okay, I can come here, maybe change its color. Okay, edit shape option, and from here you'll be able to check the outline. Okay, so the weight over here, you can increase the weight and all. Okay, so from here there are word styles, and these are few of the advanced option. Again, what I'll do is I'll come here to the insert page option. So from here, if you want to search any icons, you guys will be able to search icons from here. If you want to search, you guys can search from here. If you want to check on some illustrations, you guys can get these illustrations right over here. So the one without the diamond sign over here on top, those are free. You guys can use it without the premium. Okay, and here, this is a smart art. If you want to create any chart, in that case, you will be able to create charts as well. And if you want to take any screenshots, okay, of the page, you guys can come here and take. And from here, if you want to put up any online videos, you guys can put it from here. If you do have any web link and all, in that case, you will be able to put this link and all. If you want to add a bookmark anywhere, you guys can add a bookmark somewhere. Okay, like if you just want to keep your text bar over here, and if you want to bookmark it, you guys can do that, and select it for cross reference. If you want to do any cross references thing, if you want to insert, you guys can do that. If you want to add any comment. Okay, so basically let's learn about the header and the footer. So let's come here, and if you want to type anything in your header, so headers are basically, if I just click here on top, this top part is called the header, and the down part over here, this is called the footer. So these are the advanced features of the header and the footer option. And come here to the insert option again. From here, this is for footer. And if you want to directly go to a different page, from here you guys can select the page number if you want to put page numbers accordingly, if you do have 2 or more pages. So in that case, you guys will be able to do that. And here you guys will be able to make some text boxes. Okay, so here what I can do is I can come here, and if I just want to go back again, I can come back again. So let's select the outside part over here. Let's select my mouse and keep it right over here. And what I can do is I can come onto this option. If I want to create a text box, I'll be able to create some text box quite like this. If I want to increase its size, I'll be able to increase its size. Okay, so now if I change its color to black, okay, so now go to shape fill and maybe fill it with black color. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to uh, put these things up. And now if I have selected all of this, if I come here and if I want to increase the size of the letters, I will be able to increase the size of the letters from here as well. The same way you guys will also be able to change the color of the font. Okay, so you guys can also do that. So now if you come right over here again and go to the insert option, okay, so from here, if you want to add some quick parts, okay, you guys can actually add those. Okay, and this is for word art. Suppose you want to use this word art, and you guys can come here and write those things down. If you want to bring it over here, you guys can kind of bring it right over here as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's select all of this text. Okay, if you want to go back, if you want to move it, you guys can come here and just select this text, go to shape format, go to text, this particular option. Okay, you guys can select this and just bring it over here down. Okay, so you guys will be able to do things quite like this. Okay, and if you come here, if you want to come here down, okay, you guys can also play out with this header option right over here. Okay, so let me just select outside again. Okay, if I want to put up any things right over here, like in this particular place, in that case I'll go to insert option, and this was about the word art. And if you want to put up any signature line, here you guys can see, you guys can also set up the signature over here. Okay, so if you want to select any date and time, you guys can do that. And from object, you guys will be able to move things up. Okay, so this was about that. And now let's come to this draw option. Okay, so if you want to use any draw tools, here you guys will be able to use it. Okay, so here you guys can see this one is basically the eraser, and here I can actually make some lines, make some shapes over here. Okay, and this is another type of pencil. Over here I can come here and I can just select the colors. Okay, so here you guys can see uh, this is the color right over here, and this is another red color pen. Okay, you guys can come here, select this, and using this eraser option you guys can erase this thing up. Okay, so this was this thing, this is the lasso select tool. Okay, so from here, what you'll be able to do is you will be able to select a particular shape or a particular place. Okay, and this is the selection tool. Using this, you can select objects, including like shapes and also ink colors. Over here, if you want to add some ruler, here you guys can add the ruler. Okay, so if you guys can come over here, if you just select it properly. Okay, and from here, if you come down, okay, onto this option. Okay, so if you want to rotate it, I will select the selection tool, and now I can just bring it down right over here. So I can come here and just bring it over somewhere here. Okay, if I just want to bring it down, see here, I can just bring it down as much as I want. Okay, so here, if I just go back, let's just zoom out totally. Here you guys can see, still I do have my ruler right over here. Okay, so now again, I will just come over here. And now if I just want to move it, I will just move it from here as well. Okay, so from here you guys will be able to select the format background. Okay, like if you want to add this kind of backgrounds, you guys will be able to add it. So I'll just select none. So ink to shape option over here, like if you want to create some ink options, suppose if I just select this one and now I will click on ink to shape. So now this one I will be able to create some shapes from the ink structure. Okay, so now I will be able to do that. Okay, so now from here ink to math option also you guys can use. Okay, so now if I just come here, okay, let's unselect this one. Okay, so from here what I can do is you guys can come over here in this option, suppose. Okay, so now if I just click on this particular ruler, and now what I'll do is I will just make this particular side. Okay, so I'll just come here, and now what I can do is I can just make up this line kind of like this. And now if I just select into math, okay, so I can just write down the math over here. So let's write uh just select this one kind of like this. And now if I want to select this, so here you guys can see, and if I now click on insert, so here you guys can see that particular thing has increased, or here I have installed this one. Okay, so a lot of option if you want to do it over here. Okay, so there is another equation page which is right over here. You guys can actually work over here as well. So this was about that, and now let's come to this option. Okay, if you want to see the ink replay, if you want to draw any canvas, you guys can do it from here. So under the design page, okay, here you do have different options. Okay, document formatting options, you guys can put that over here. Suppose if you want to use this one, and now if you want to change the color, so basically you guys will be able to change the color of the whole page. And from here basically you guys will be able to select the fonts as well from here. Okay, so here you guys can see how each font will look. Okay, so basically from here you guys can actually choose the paragraph spacing. Okay, and from here you guys will be able to apply different kind of effects. Okay, and from here you guys will be able to add some watermarks. I have told you guys about watermarks, and also what will be the color of the whole page. You guys will be able to select right from here. Okay, so if I select this color, kind of like this, then here you guys can see I have changed the page color, and this is for page borders. Okay, like if you want to put up any border, you can select this one. And from the layout, I do have the margins option. So basically from here I will be able to choose the margin, and if I want to customize it, I will come here in the customize margin option. If I want it in landscape, I can select the landscape option, and from here I can choose the page size. Okay, so if I am selecting A4 over here, if I go on to the size and go to letter, here you guys can see it's not fitting properly. Okay, otherwise I can also select other pages from here. A3 is also fine. Okay, so now if you want to add any breaks and all here in the pages, you guys can do that. Okay, and if you want to give any hyphenation, if you want to move the indent, okay, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to move the indent from here. Suppose if I will select a particular paragraph. Okay, so let's select this one, and now I will be able to move the indent from here. Okay, so if I want to go to the left, here you guys can see I can just move this one to the left here using the indent option. Okay, so I can just keep it till over till here. If I want to go more, I can also go more right over here as well. So for now I will just remove these things over into a side, and I'll select this one, and also I'll move it here onto this side. Okay, let's skip this one right over here, skip this, and let's skip this right over here. Okay, so now I hope you guys have understood this part here as well. Suppose if I'm selecting two or three objects at the same time. Okay, and now I want to align it, so I will just come here in the align option, and I'll just align it here in the center. If you want to give this thing a rotation, here you guys can see you will be able to give this thing a rotation here as well. Okay, so if you want to bring anything forward, suppose now I do have this particular icon here on top. Okay, so now what I want to do is I just want to send this one to the back. Okay, so I can come here and I can go to send to back option. So now I do have this particular word just behind the lines. Okay, so this was about that, and this is about wrap text option. Okay, so suppose I will just select all of this from here, and now I will go to wrap text and I'll just go for square. Okay, so now if I try to move this thing, okay, so I'll just come over here, and now let's select this one, and I will go to rep text, and now let's select tight option. So if I just try to move this thing up, okay, so here you guys can see that particular word which I do have over here, your text is just dividing this place. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work with this one. Okay, so now let's come to the references option. Okay, we will be learning all of this in our main tutorial. Okay, so we'll be learning about all that. So this is the mailing option. So from here, how you'll be able to save your time by the mail merging option. We'll be learning about that. And from here, basically, you will be able to review this whole thing which you have done. Okay, suppose if you want to track any changes, you guys can select over here, record that. Okay, if you want a word count of how many words these are, you guys can come over here, select the whole thing up and give up a word count. Okay, if you want to check for any spelling and grammar mistake, you guys can come here and select this option. Okay, so from here basically you can also protect your file, like you can just give a restrict editing to this file. And once you put on this option here, you guys can check like what all restrict editing options you do have over here. Like you can also select all the formatting restriction or highly no editing restriction. Okay, so here you guys can see, you if you want to lock it, you guys can lock it for everyone. And now I'll just unmark all of this. Okay, So I will just mark this thing from here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to restrict editing of the file. So let's come here onto the view option. Okay, so basically if you want to put this one in a read mode and want to see how it looks, okay, you guys can check kind of like this. With escape, you guys can again go back. Okay, if you want to see it in a web layout, this is how it will actually look. Let's go to the print layout again. Okay, so come here, and if you want to outline it, if you want to draft it, okay, so a lot of option. If you want to zoom in, you guys can zoom in over here. Okay, or if you want to zoom your document to 100%, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so if you want to add a new window, or if you want to sprint arrange all and split, you guys will be able to do that. And from here also you will be able to record a macro. Okay, so macros are basically some words. Okay, so macros are basically some of the commands which we give to them, and after that you will be able to apply that to all the other documents quite easily and quite quickly. So you guys can have a lot of macros and also put up the shortcut that you can use those quite efficiently. So I hope you guys have understood this whole tutorial of the basics of how you'll be able to work here in the MS Word. So lastly, I do have this help option if you want to get help. So mostly we don't use this one because nowadays you guys can actually check out internets, and you guys will be able to get some solution for your problem if you're facing any. Okay, so from here you guys can just give them some feedback. Okay, so here this is, you can also show online training and learning content. Okay, from here you guys will be able to do that. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this whole class. So hope to see you all in the next chapter, okay, where we'll be learning about all the projects and all the advanced features of MS Word. See you all. Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to the first chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So, as now we are on our chapter number 1, here we'll be learning how you will be able to recover an unsaved document. Okay, so we'll be learning about that here in this particular chapter. So, let's not waste time and let's get started. So now here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in my home page of the MS Word. Okay, so I hope you guys are familiar with this particular interface. Okay, so this is the home page if you want to create a new document. Okay, so before joining this tutorial, you should have a basic knowledge about what MS Word is about, how you will be able to work with the basic tools. Okay, so first, let me just create a document over here. Okay, so suppose any document, let's say I want to type right over here. Okay, so let's type a good morning. Okay, good morning. And now let's try to increase its size from here. Okay, so let me just increase this size up to 72. If you want to change this particular thing into some other format, you guys will be able to do that from here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular file right over here. But sometimes what happens is we do forget to save this thing. Okay, so in that case, suppose now I do have a cancel this one, or while we are working during that time, what happened basically is my PC or my laptop just shut down, or my current went off. In that case, how you will be able to recover those files, I'll be showing you guys that particular thing right over here. Okay, so let me come onto this point and let me just close this down. So here I'll come and I will just close this thing down, and I will just click on don't save option right over here. Okay, so now again in that case, now I will again go to my Word. Okay, so now here I am back. Okay, but I don't have that file which I was working on. Okay, so that was not saved basically. In that case, first I will again create a new blank document, and now what I'll do is I will just come here in the file option over here. Okay, so on the left hand side here you guys can see I do have the file option. I will click on this file option from here. And what I'll do is here you guys can see I do have a lot of options here on my left hand side. Okay, so basically from here I will go to the info page. Okay, so once I'm here in the info page, okay, so here you guys can see a lot of options right here as well. Okay, so now what I am going to do is from here I will be choosing the manage document option. Okay, so from here what I'll do, I will come here and now I will click on recover unsaved files. Okay, so once I click on recover unsaved files, here you guys can actually see I do have two files right over here. Okay, so let me just get this one as large icons. Okay, so what I can do is suppose I had this lost document. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll click on this one and now I am going to open up this file. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have opened up this file, and if I want to start editing on this page again, in case of that, what I'm going to do is I have this viewing option right over here. First, what I need to do is I need to save this file. Okay, so let me just save this file wherever do I want to like to save. Okay, so I'll just save this here in my resource file page, and I will just save this up. And now here also you guys can see this has turned to editing mode. Okay, so before it was in viewing option only. Okay, so now I do have this one in the editing mode as well. Suppose if I do want to change the color of this one, so in that case now I will be able to change the color of this particular thing from here as well. Okay, so basically my point over here is you will be able to edit and you will be able to recover your lost file kind of like this. So this was all about the first chapter. Okay, so if you guys want to see that again, come here onto the file option, and from the file option go to info, and from info go to manage document, and under manage document you will have recover unsaved documents. Okay, so you'll have a list of that. In that case you can choose which one of the file do you want to recover. You guys can select that one, come here onto your MS Word page again. Okay, and just save in your document wherever do you want to save. After that it will turn into editing page. Okay, and after that you will be able to edit down that page again altogether. In that case you won't have the loss of losing your file. Okay, and you will be able to recover those file, how many pages it is, or how big the file is, or how small it is. Okay, so the recovery is all the same for each and every Word document. So hope you guys have understood this particular class here in this chapter. So see you all in my next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where we'll be understanding macros in MS Word. Okay, so macros are a set of commands which we set up by ourselves, and it's quite efficient to use once we save that particular command and then apply it the places wherever it's necessary. Okay, so we'll be learning about how you can actually record a macro, how you'll be able to view that, how you'll be able to name those things out. Okay, I'll be showing you guys here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So from here, first off, I will be creating up a blank document. Okay, so suppose if you want to view your macro option, okay, you will come here onto the view option, and here on the right hand side, just beside the switch windows option, I do have my macros option over here. Okay, so there are two things, like if you want to view macros, if you want to record the macro, or if you want to stop or pause the recording for a while. So basically from here you will be able to record a macro. So let me guys make you guys understand that why you will use a macro right over here. Okay, so the first thing is, suppose you do have to write a letter. Okay, then each and every time with the shortcut key, you guys will be able to get those command over here, and you guys will be able to write those things down. Okay, so suppose you do have to make a set. Okay, so in that case, what I'll do is I will come over here. Okay, and now I will just make up a template. Okay, so before that, what I will do is I will come here and I will click on record macro. Okay, so once I click on this record macro option, okay, so what I will do is I will just name this as class project format. Okay, so I will just write this class project format over here, and now I will select the keyboard option right over here. Okay, so I will just click on this one, come to macros again, go to record macro. So let me just save this one as this particular thing, and let's come to this particular option, and now from here I will need to select a new shortcut key. Okay, so what shortcut key do I want to set? So maybe I will select Control Shift plus C. Okay, so here you can see now once I have clicked on that, here you can see now I do have the Control plus Shift plus C over here. Okay, so in that case, now what I'll do is I will just click on assign. Okay, and after that I will just close this thing down. Okay, so once I've closed this thing here on my mouse, you guys can see there is a icon here on my mouse. Okay, so now what I will do is I will start typing. Okay, so I will just write a description, and I will just use a colon over here. Okay, and I'll just come down. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is I will just write step. Okay, so I will just step 1, and again I'll come down and I will write step 2, and I'll come down over here again. I will write step 3, and maybe I'll just write till step 5. Okay, step 5 or step 4 over here. Okay, step 4, come down, write step 5, and then come down here again and just write outcome. Okay, so I will just write outcome over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to use colon again, and now again I will come down over here, and now what I'll do is once I'm done with this particular format, it can be any format. Okay, so I'm just showing you guys over here, that's why I have just got this format. Okay, so in this case, if you want to select all this, and now if you want to increase its size, go to home page option, and from here basically you guys will be able to increase its size here as well. So once I've increased the size over here, okay, and everything else like the spacing and stuff is fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to come here again onto my view option, and from the view option what I'll do is I will just click on stop recording option. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have stopped recording this thing. Okay, so now if I come to this option, and what I do is I will just click, or I will just delete this one. Okay, so I will just use Control Z. Okay, I'll select all this and I will just click on my delete button. So here you guys can see now it's being deleted. Okay, so you guys remember once I was applying that macros over here, okay, I do have set a shortcut key to get that particular file again here. Okay, so the shortcut key was Control Shift plus C. Okay, so now if I click on Control Shift and C, here you guys can see that I do have that particular thing right over here again. Okay, so if I just come down over here, Control Shift C, so here you guys can see as many times I will click on that button, I will have that same document again and again over here. Okay, so you guys can just come down. Okay, so you guys can just delete it again over here. So this is how I have used the macro. And if I go to view macros, here you guys can see I do have this particular macro, which is right over here. Okay, so now again I will come back. Okay, I will show you guys another usage of this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to write some items name. Okay, so what I'll do is I will write cakes, cokes, then I will write pastries, pastries, then I'll come down and I will write buns, then I'll write bagels, then I'll come down here and I will write coffee, and I will write tea. Okay, so here you guys can basically see that now I do have all these things right over here. So in that case, what I want to do is I just want to put on some of the things right here in front, okay, or in back. Like suppose if I do want all these things here inside a bracket, in that case I do have, what I have to do is I have to come here and manually do that. Suppose if I come here and again with my mouse I need to come over here and put on brackets, and suppose if I do have a list of 30, 40 or more than 100, in that case it's quite hectic to work like that. Okay, so in that case what I will do is I will just use my macro over here. Okay, so how to do that? Again, the same way, you need to come to the macros, and from macros you need to click on record macro. Okay, so this is my macro number 2. Okay, so now in that case if I come here and suppose I will set the macro name as bracket. Okay, so bracket over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to select the keyboard option, and from here I need to select a shortcut key. Okay, so in that case what I'll do is I'll just click on Control Shift and B, and make sure that you remember what shortcut keys are you putting on for your macros. Okay, so in that case once you have put this one, okay, so now you just click on this assign button. Okay, so here I have assigned this one, and now I will close this thing down, and here as you guys can see, now I do have my mouse over here. Okay, so in that case, if you are not able to get your mouse at the beginning over here, you guys can come here and just click on the home button from your keyboard. Okay, so now what you're going to do is you need to make a bracket first over here. Okay, so I will just create a bracket right over here. If I do want to give a space over here, I will be able to give that. And if I want to go back again to the last, okay, so what I'll do is I will just use my keyboard to do that. Okay, so I do have the right button, so I'll come here on the right hand side. Maybe if I just want to give this a space, I will give up a space, and I will just close down the bracket from here. Okay, so once I'm done, what I'm going to do is I will go on to the macros option, and from here I can just stop recording. Otherwise, if I want to add more things, let's say I will come here and I will add 3 more full stops after that. Okay, so I have added 3 full stops over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to stop recording my macro right over here. Okay, so now I have stopped recording the macro, and now if I want to put the same things which I have do here, I need to just click on my shortcut key for the macro, which was Control Shift and B. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the Control Shift plus B over here, and the same way Control Shift B. Okay, otherwise I'll just go back again. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the way how you guys will be able to do these things up. Control Shift plus B. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to put up your marks over here. Okay, so let's try this one. Okay, you guys can come over onto this point, and now I will just go back again. So this is how you guys will be able to put on all the things right over here. Whatever command you basically give, it will just come here and it will put those things accordingly. Okay, so here, while applying, okay, there was a bit of a problem. Okay, so the problem was once I have recorded the macro, okay, so suppose I will just write run. Okay, so I will write run away over here, and now I want to put on some macros. Okay, so in that case what I'll do is I will come here onto the view macros option. Okay, and now I will come here, and what I'll do is I will just record a macro, go to the keyboard shortcut, and I'll just use Control Shift plus A. Okay, and I will assign this one, and I'll close this thing down. Okay, and now again I will just give up the bracket. Okay, come over here and give up a bracket and use these dots. Okay, so now again I will come here onto the macros, and I will just stop recording. Suppose I come here and I'll just write random. Okay, so if I just come right here random, and if I just bring my spacebar right over here, or my thing which is the type tool. Okay, Control Shift and A. Okay, so here you guys can see how it actually works right over here. So here you guys can have a lot of brackets over here. Okay, otherwise, to end this thing up, you guys can come here and give up different things. Okay, so if you want like how many ever word it is, okay, in that case, if you want your letter to be inside, so in that case you need to come here, Control Z again. Okay, so let's come over here, and now suppose I will come here in the view macros option, and what I'm going to do is I am going to delete up this macro. Okay, so let's delete these things here as well. Okay, and I'll delete this last one over here as well. Okay, so now for now let's close this down. Okay, so let's come here and let's write cake, then come down, write Coke, then come down, write chocolates, and let's come down over here and let's write balloons. Okay, so I will just write balloons over here, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to come up over here in the record macro option, go to the keyboard option, and let's set Control Shift plus B. Okay, and now assign this one over here, close this thing down, and what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the home button from here. Okay, so let's go to the home button from here. Okay, suppose I will just come onto this one. Okay, and from here I will just add up a bracket. Okay, so let's add a bracket, and now again what I'll do is I will just go to the end. Okay, using my end button, and now I will leave another bracket over here. Okay, and now onto the macros, what I'm going to do is I am going to stop recording. Okay, so let's come here and let's see. Okay, so here you guys can see I have added this one. Control Shift B again. Okay, so here this is how you guys will be able to put on your commands. Okay, so make sure that when you're doing, instead of using the right or the left hand button, you use the end and the home button from your keyboard. Okay, so these are few of the commands which you guys can use. Okay, if I'm not, if it's more than 5 words, suppose the place where you put command, they had 4 words, but the word you're working with, they do have a 10, 12 words in that case. Okay, or letters. So in that case you guys will be able to put the same command as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class, and hope to see you all in the next chapter. I hope you guys have understood macros. So the same way you guys will be able to use, or you guys will be able to get your commands according to yourself. Okay, you guys can use it in a lot of place for a lot of commands, and make sure that macro will be recording each and every movement what you're making on your page. Whatever changes you're making, it will record that, and once you put on that particular command, it will just paste those things right over here. Okay, and if you want to view your macros, you guys can come here and you guys can just view your macros from here. If you want to run that into, okay, you guys can also run it from here. Okay, if you want to edit from here, okay, you guys will also be able to edit down your macros right from here. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have some codings. You guys can also do the coding. Okay, so basically from here, if you want to make any changes, suppose I want to change the text type from here, so let's give this open bracket over here, and this side I will come and I want to give up a close bracket. So now I will come here, and if I just go back, go back again. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I will come here, and now I will just click on the view macros option. Okay, and I would just want to run it. Okay, so here you guys can see this is run over here. So now again, if I come and if I click on a control shift plus B or Control Shift A. Okay, so here you guys can see the changes right over here. Okay, or if you want to view your things, view your macros, and if you want to edit this, okay, you guys will be able to edit it from here as well. Okay, so I'll just close this thing down, go onto your macros, go to view macros. Okay, if you want to delete it, okay, you can delete it here as well. If you want to create a new one, you guys will also be able to replace it with the existing macro. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that from here as well. So I'll go to the view macros option and I'll delete all the macros available over here. Okay, and close this down. So I hope you guys have understood the usage of macro, how you'll be able to use it here in your particular file. So hope to see you all in the next class. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on chapter number 3, and here I'll be showing you how you can restrict editing and also secure your file with password. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so now the first thing what I'm going to do over here is I am going to create or open up a document. Okay, so I'll come to this PC, or I'll just browse that file up, go to my resource file. Okay, go to desktop, go to the advanced resource file, and take this file from here. Okay, and just open up this document, and I'll just enable editing here in this particular document. Okay, so suppose you want to save this particular file into your system, and what you're going to do is you are going to actually work with this particular file, and now you are going to save this thing up, and you will also want to put some other things like password, or you want to restrict. Okay, in that case, if you want to restrict this particular file, what you can do is you can come here onto the view option, or you can come to this particular review option. Okay, so from the review option here, you guys can see I do have few options right over here. Okay, so if I click onto this restrict editing options, so here you guys can see I do have different options right over here as well. Suppose if you do want to limit formatting to a selection of style, what you guys can do is you guys can come here and check out these points. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how you can actually restrict editing. Before that, let's come here and let's try to see if you wanna put up a password. In that case, how you will be able to do that. Okay, So suppose to this particular file, what I want to do is I just want to restrict the viewers, or I want to secure this file with a particular password. Okay. So in that case, simply I just need to go onto the file option. And once you're in the file option here, you can see I do have the info option. So I'll just click on the info option. And from the info option, what I will do is I will just come right over here. So here you guys can see there is another thing which is called the protect document. Okay, so here you guys can see once I just click on this particular icon, which is there a drop down icon over here. Okay, you guys can do a lot of things right over here. Okay, so here you guys can also restrict editing, which we were looking at. But the second option you guys will choose, which is encrypt with password. Okay, so come here and click on this one and you will have a pop-up window kind of like this. So basically from here you guys can put up that particular thing. Okay, whatever password you do want to put, you guys can come here, and once you are done, you guys can click on OK. So they'll ask you to re-enter the password to confirm the password over here. So again, what I'll do is I'll click on this one. Okay, and I have just saved up the password. And now the last thing what I'm going to do is I am going to click on OK, and make sure that you remember that password or you just write it down somewhere. Otherwise you will lose this particular file all in all. Okay, so I can just click on OK. And once I'm done over here, okay, I will again come here back. Okay, I need to make sure that what I do is I will just save up this file. Okay, make sure you just click onto the save up option over here, or just click on Control S from your file. Otherwise, what you can do is you can also come here in the file option and can save the file right over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to encrypt this one. So now if I come here and let's come to this file option again, let's go to my advanced resource file. Now if I try to open up this file, okay, so here now I am not able to see anything right over here because they're asking me a password to open up this particular file. Okay, so in that case, again, what I'll do is I will just put on the password. Okay, ABC over here, and now I will just click on OK. And now here you guys can see again I'm back here at the editing page and my Word document is saved over here. Okay, so suppose there is a file you have already put on password, and now what you want to do is you just want to change it. Okay, otherwise instead of changing, you don't want the password again. In that case, you guys can come here onto the file option again, go to the info page. From the info page, come here, drag and drop over here, go to encrypt file, and from here you can just delete this all in total and just click on OK. So now again come here, and now you guys can click onto this save option, otherwise Control S from your keyboard. Now when I close this down and let's try to open this file up again, so here now they're not asking me any kind of password over here to open up this file. Okay, so this is how you will be able to put on a password into your document to save that file. Okay, suppose there are different scenarios like in your company. Sometimes what you want to do is you are sending a particular set of files in a soft copy to another company for verification, or in those cases, okay, sometimes it might be some deals and all. Okay, it's an agreement between you guys. Okay, in that case, what you want to do is you don't want them to actually change anything in your Word document. Okay, so that place, this particular option, restrict editing, comes into play. Okay, so here if I click onto the restrict editing format, so here you guys can see I do have basically two options right over here which will be working on. Okay, so here you guys can basically select limit formatting to a selection of styles. Okay, so once you click on this option, here you guys can see you have clicked on this option, and now if you come to setting, you guys can check. Okay, basically from here now you guys can actually see, and once you're done you can click on OK. and you guys can click on yes over here. Okay, and now suppose you don't want this formatting restrictions. In that case, once you're done with that, you can click on the last option, which is yes, start enforcing protection. Okay, so here once you click on this, here they'll be asking you for password. Okay, so if you want to put some password, so let me just put password over here. Okay, and again, to reconfirm, they are going to ask you for that password again. Okay, so once you give that password over here, and if you just click on OK, so here you guys can see now I do have the restrict editing mode. Okay, so now if I come here, and now if I try to change its formatting option, I will be able to do that from here. Okay, so here you guys can see this document is protected from unintentional editing. You may freely edit in this region. You may format text only with a certain styles. Okay, so from here you guys will be able to see what are the available format which you guys will be able to use. Okay, so only this kind of styles only you guys will be able to use. Okay, and more than that, right at this point you guys will be able to use that one. Okay, so now if you want to close this thing down, again come to this protection, give up the password. Okay, and after giving up the password, you guys can click on OK. So now here you guys can see I do have all these options right here as well. Okay, so I will just turn this off, and now what I want to do is I want to put on some editing restrictions. Okay, so here, if I just click allow only this type of editing in this document, okay. So if I want to do no changes, only if I want to put it in read only mode, okay. So once I have clicked on this one, and I'll just click on exceptional, select parts of the document and choose users who are allowed to freely edit them. Okay, so now I will not put any exceptions over here. Okay, so now I will start enforcing. So again, I will just put on the password right over here. Okay, so I will just put on my password again, and now I will just click on OK. So now here you guys can see that if I try to do anything right over here, suppose if I'm trying to write this thing down, or if I'm trying to delete whatever I do have over here, here you guys can see I am trying to delete. Or if I just come here in the home page, here you guys can see all these tools which I do have for editing right over here, all those are disabled. Okay, so here you guys can see your permission, this document is protected from unintentional editing. You may only view this region. Okay, so here you guys can see I will only be able to view. Otherwise, once I share this particular file through email or anything, they will only be able to view this particular file. Okay, but not edit it anyway. Okay, so just for viewing, they will be able to view this file, but they won't be able to put on or make any kind of editing right over here. Okay, so if you come here, and if you want to stop this protection, what you can do is if you share that password with them, then only they will be able to open up this particular file. Okay, so if you just click on OK, so right now, as you guys can see, now I do have the option from here. Okay, if I on both of this the same way, okay, and there is another option like select parts of the document and choose users who are allowed to freely edit them. Okay, so here if you just choose a particular group of people, okay, so they will be able to do that. And if you want to remove all editing permission from this user, okay, you can actually remove all editing permissions from this user as well, like whoever is opening the file which you share, so they won't be able to edit at all. Okay, if you do want some people to edit this thing, you guys can find next region in this user can edit, show all regions this user can edit. Okay, so there are different options which you guys can come up over here, but for now I won't restrict editing over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to open up any file, and also restrict editing to secure your file from any unnecessary tampering. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class as well, like how we'll be able to use password. If you do want that password, how we will be able to actually put off the password. And also we have learned about this option, which is the restrict editing option. We have learned about that as well. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on a chapter number 4, and here we'll be using different page borders on each page. Okay, so we'll be learning about that particular thing right over here in this chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so the thing what I'm going to do right now is I am going to open up a file and I will just select a file which I do have downloaded. Okay, so I do have this sample file right over here, and here you guys can see now I have just opened up this particular sample file right over here in my application. Okay, so I have opened this thing up now. You guys might know about borders. Okay, so what happens is if you do want to put any kind of borders, you just need to go to the design option. So from the design option, what you need to do is you need to come over here in the page borders, and here basically you guys can see what type of borders do I need. Okay, so first up, do if I do none of the borders, I can select over here. If I do need a box type border, I can choose the style from here. Okay, so there are different preset of styles. So let me select this one over here. And what kind of color do I need? So if I need this kind of color, I will select this kind of color over here. Okay, and here now once I'm done, what I'll click is I will just click on OK. So here basically you guys can see the many pages do I have over here. Okay, so here you guys can see as many pages are there, they have applied the same kind of border over here. Okay, so here you guys can see it have applied the same kind of border over here. Okay, so suppose what you want to do is you want to come here and you want to apply this particular border right over here, and in this page you want to put up a different border. Okay, so in that case what you guys will do, I will be showing you guys right over here. So for that, let me come to the file option and let me just open up a new blank document. Okay, so here I do have created a new blank document. So suppose now what I'm going to do is I am going to put up a design right over here. Okay, so go to the page borders over here, and what you want to do is you guys can come up over here in the art option, and from the art option here you guys can see I do have different styles over here and different styles of border which I can use. Okay, so from here let me come to this one, and here you guys can see the preview right over here. Okay, so here what you can do is you guys can come, okay, and just click on OK from here, and you guys can see this particular border is being applied right over here in my page. Okay, so suppose from here what I want to do is I want to write something. Okay, so maybe I will just write MS Word advanced tutorial. Okay, so advanced tutorial. So once I'm done writing this, I will also come here, and what I will do is I will just do some editing. So I will just increase the font size. Okay, so let me just increase the font size kind of like this, and I will just put this thing here in the center, and let me just make this particular thing bold as well. Okay, so now as you guys can see I do have only one particular document right over here. Okay, so now if I want to put on another page and with another border, in that case what I'll do is once I'm over here, okay, what I'll do is I will come here in this particular option. Okay, so this view option right over here. Otherwise you guys can come to this other options. Okay, you do have here the insert. Okay, so from insert what you are going to do is you guys can come here, and here you guys can click on insert a page break. Okay, so once you click on here, you guys can see now I do have another page just beside this one over here. Okay, and once I do have my mouse over here, what I'll be able to do is I will be able to come here onto the view option again, okay, like the design option, and from here I will go to page borders. Okay, so from the page borders, now what I'll do is I will come here and let's select a different type of border right over here. Okay, and once I have selected, once I'm happy with this one, what I'm going to do is I will come here in the whole document, apply to option, and from the apply to option, what I'm going to select is I will going to select this section option right from here. And once you're done, what you can do is you can just click on OK. So here both of it changed. Okay, so now let's go back again. So yeah, I'll just click on Control Z. Okay, so there you guys could have seen that I have changed the borders in both the pages because I did a small mistake down over here. Okay, so the mistake is when I am trying to insert a new one. Okay, in that case, once I'm over here, what I need to do is I need to come here onto this layout option, and from the layout option, what I need to do is I need to click on this breaks option. Okay, so once you click on this one, from here you guys can see I will select this particular option, which is next page, which insert a section break and start the new section on the next page. Okay, so I'll come here, and as you guys can see, now I do have a different page over here. Okay, so the same way I will go to the design file. Okay, go to page borders, and from here basically I will be able to change. Okay, instead of whole document, I'll select this section, and now you guys can see that now I do have two different borders over here. Okay, so again, what I'll do is if I want to make another page and I want to put another border, okay, in that case, again, what I'll do is suppose I need to write here something. Okay, the the advanced methods, what all advanced method that we we will learn in this class. So here I do have some words over here. Now the same way, if you want to add another kind of border, in that case, what you can do is, again, you guys can come here and to the layout option. From the layout option, make sure that you go to this breaks option. Okay, and from the breaks option, come here onto the section breaks options over here and select the next page. Okay, so now as you are here in the next page, what you're going to do is come here, go to the design option. From the design option, go to page borders, and from the page borders, you guys will be able to select different page borders from here. Okay, so let's just come here on top, or just select this one, and what I can do is I can come here and go to apply to, and I'll just close this section over here. Okay, so let me tell you some other options here as well. Basically, this is the preview panel. Okay, so as this one is the preview panel, so basically from here, I can choose that if I don't want the page border in all the four sides. Okay, so basically these are four simple lines which are joined together to make this particular border. Suppose what I want is I don't want border on the right hand side. In that case, I can come over here and I can turn it off. Okay, suppose I don't want border here down, I can come here and select, and here you guys can see I don't have the borders here on the left hand side. Okay, and here on top also, if I don't want any borders, and here also if I don't want any borders, I can apply that from here as well, which comes under the custom category. Okay, so if you want those borders, again, you guys can turn those things on. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work on with these options as well. Okay, and now if I click on OK, so here you guys can see now I do have three different kind of borders in three of my pages. Okay, so now if I also write something over here, okay, so let's begin the class. Begin the class here. So I'll just type this thing up. And now if I see here, you guys can see there is a lot of gap here in between the borders and the word over here. Okay, if I come here on top as well, here you guys can see there is some gap here. Okay, and on top over here as well, there is a gap. Okay, between the border and the letter which I'm writing. Okay, so in that case, if you want to decrease it, if you want, okay, wherever my letter is starting, I want my border to be exactly there. In that case, what you can do is you can come up here, okay, and from here go to the page borders option, and under this apply to whole document. And what I'll do is I will just select this section, and now I will go to options. Okay, and basically you guys will be able to select from here. Okay, suppose if you just want to move this thing up, and from here if I want to increase this one, okay, from the top, I can do that. So here basically in the preview option you guys can see, so here if you want to do some changes here on the left hand side or here on the right hand side, here you guys can see I will be able to see those. Okay, so basically if I want to measure it from the edge of the paper, okay, so the margin is basically 24 points. So that means that this is the whole page for me, and this is from the margin till the end of this border, it's 25 points over here. Okay, but if I want to measure it from the text option, okay, so here you guys can see wherever my text is starting, I will have the border right above that thing. Okay, so now if I just click on OK, and let's click OK over here, and here you guys can see now I do have my borders right over here. Okay, from where my text is starting. So this is how you guys will also be able to work over here, and you guys can also customize your own borders. Suppose if I come here, okay, so let's come here, go to the page borders option, and from here I will first select this section. And now if I come to the customize option, so basically you guys can see that what kind of color do I need. Suppose if I do want to change the color of this one, I can come here and select different types. So here you guys can see I can just make this one kind of like this. Okay, and if I want to change the size, so here you guys can see if I want to decrease the size, let's decrease the size a little bit to 18. Okay, and if you come to these options from here, okay, and how you want it, okay, like what is it going to be from the edge of the page, this particular margin, or you want to according to the text, you guys will also be able to select that. And once you're done, you guys can come here, and also you guys can choose the type of lines you guys want. Okay, so if I come here in the art option, again I will come down, let's say let's come over here. Okay, so here you guys can see, let's increase the size a little bit to 18. So now what I can do is once I've selected the color, I can click on OK, and here you guys can see my margin over here have changed as well. Okay, so this is the option of how you will be able to make your own styles over here, and also how we'll be able to create different kind of page borders in different pages. Okay, so again let me tell you, once you're over here, come and just go to this. If you want to go to the next page, go to the layout option, go to break, select the next page option, and from there just again come here into the design option. From the design option, go to the page borders, and from here maintain all of this page borders option right from here. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on this chapter number 5, and here I'll be showing you how to customize your page border design. Okay, so in last class we have learned how you will be able to put on different borders in different pages. But here in this class, I'll be showing you how to customize your page border design over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, okay, so now I am here in the home page of the MS Word. So from here, I will be creating a blank document over here. Okay, so basically what I want to do is I want to make some page borders. Okay, so basically from here, if you want to make any page borders, you guys can come here onto the page borders option over here, and normally you guys can customize your own page borders. Suppose I do want this type of borders. Okay, and now I want to give this thing a different color, so let's try to explore a different set of colors. Like over here, let's click on OK. So come here, let's take this color, or come to more colors option. Maybe I'll just take this color over here, click on OK. And now here you guys can also check the width. Okay, if you want to decrease the width a little bit, so from here you guys can click, and here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to create your own page borders. Okay, so if you just want to again go to the default page, so come here, okay, go on top, otherwise select this none option and just click on OK. So this is just the basic way of how you will be able to create or customize your own border. Suppose what you want to do is you want to make some borders with your images. Okay, so in that case I'll be showing you guys a way of how you can do that. So come here, okay, so this is basically the header, and right down over here I do have the footer over here. So once I'm over here, I will go to the insert option, go to pictures, and from here I will go to this device, and maybe I do have few images right over here. So let's take this image down. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have this image right over here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I just want to decrease the size of my image from here. Okay, so let's decrease the size of this image from here. And now what you're going to do is you are going to actually copy this layer. Okay, Control Alt. So what you can do is you can just bring up another layer right over here. Let's come and let's put these things here in line, and make sure that you just click on Shift and Alt. It will let you keep a perfect lining. Okay, so here you guys can see I'm just clicking on Control and Alt from here, and it's letting me have the same gap over here. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have all these images right over here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I will just delete this thing for now, and I want to create some borders over here as well. In that case, again, I will come select this icon over here. Okay, and if I go to picture format, here you guys can see I will just select behind text option. Okay, and once you select behind text option here, this is how I can just move this thing around. Okay, and now Control Alt again. Okay, so now again I will be able to create some designs over here, and I'll come here and let's select this, and let's try to create one right over here. Otherwise, now what I can do is I will just come here in the home page again, and I'll just come to this select option, and from here I will click on select objects. Okay, so I will just select all of this all together over here. Okay, so I need to make sure that I select all this. Okay, and after that what I'm going to do is I am going to duplicate this image over here into my text page as well. Okay, suppose if I just come down right now. Okay, so let me click Control Alt, and let's bring this thing down. Okay, and what I can do is I can just give this thing a rotation from here as well. So now I will just click outside, or maybe I'll just delete both of this, and let's select one over here. And now I'll just click Control C. I will come over here and I'll just click on Control V. And now what I want to do is I want to give this thing a rotation quite like this. Okay. So here, as I have rotated this image over here, again, Control plus Alt, and now I will just put this image right over here in the same alignment. Okay, so here you guys can see. So the same way I will come here and I will just put those things here in the same alignment. Okay, so come to the select option again, go to select objects. Okay, so I will just go to select objects over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to uh, take this and mark these things out from here. And now I am again going to duplicate this right underneath. The same way again, select these things out. Okay, like how much you're able to select over here. So I have selected all these four. Okay, make sure you select the whole thing out if you want to select all. Control Alt again over here and just copy this thing right underneath. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the same alignment over here. Okay, so the same way I will just copy this one right down here as well. Okay, so I will just copy over here and I will make sure that I keep my alignment right. Okay, so I will just keep this alignment right over here and just let's come here and select all option. Okay, and again, once you have selected all, you can click on Control Alt over here. And now you guys can actually copy this thing out. Okay, just if you want to copy this thing, okay, so you guys will be able to copy this thing out from here. Again, go to select and go to select objects. Okay, maybe I will come right over here and let's come and let's select this header and let's maintain this lining. Okay, here, so I will just maintain this one. You guys can just take your own time while you guys do. Okay, so this is the basic way of how you will be able to create a border. Okay, so now if I come here, go to select option, go to select objects, and from here I will just try to select this whole thing up. So let's come here, let's select this one. And now as I have selected all, I can click on Control plus Alt. And now I can just bring it up over here. Okay, so I will just bring this thing up somewhere over here. And what I can do is I can just place those things accordingly. Okay, so if I want to place it over here, I will be able to place these things quite over here as well. Okay, so I understand that it's not the best. Okay, you guys can basically do better. You guys can take your time. Maybe sometimes you guys can also zoom in over here and just check the alignment individually and can put it in a straight particular line. So here you guys can come check on the alignment and put those things accordingly over here. Okay, so if you want to text a line, you guys can also do that. Okay, so this is one way of how you will be able to create your own borders using the image. Okay, and the other way, suppose if I come here and let's select all of this and let's click on delete and let's come to the header option over here, select all of this and I'll delete it again. So this is from the header option. Okay, so if you come to this header and footer option as well, okay, so here you guys can see under header I do have these things. Okay, so from here also I can basically come here and maybe delete. Okay, and again put on some image from the insert option. Okay, so if you do want to put up any shapes, okay, so let's create a shape over here. And the same way you guys can just Control Alt and copy, and you guys can actually put out kind of like this. Okay, so you guys can come here and just handle this particular line. Okay, so you guys can do the same. Okay, suppose if I just keep this one over here, or if I just put it over here on this particular line, let's come here on top and let's put this thing here on this line, and let's come uh, down over here, and you guys can put this thing also in the same line here as well. And if you want to copy again, Control Alt, and you guys can copy here in the same line. Okay, and you guys can also make some borders according to yourself. Okay, so now again I will try to select all. Like if I just want to close it down, I will come here, click on delete. Okay, go to select option, go to select objects, and just select both of this, click on delete over here. Okay, so this is one option of how you will be able to do these things right over here. If you double click on this part, okay, you guys can see now my header and footer option is gone. Okay, so now let's come and see the other ways of how you will be able to create some own designs. Okay, so I have showed you guys the basic way of how to do that from the page borders. Okay, you guys can also select some art, and you guys can give them a different color the way you like. Okay, so I will just cancel it from here. Okay, so now using watermark as well, you guys will be able to put on some of the borders. Suppose here I will come, okay, and from here I will just go to custom watermark option, and suppose I do already have a border here. Okay, so in that case what I'll do is I will come here and I will go to the picture watermark option, and now from here I will select this one over here. So I will just go to offline one, and here I do have this particular border. What I can do is I can just insert this one, and instead of this particular option which I do have here, okay, suppose now if I just apply, okay, so here you guys can basically see how this border looks. But what I'm going to do is here you guys can see an option called the washout option. I will just take this washout option out, and now I will apply this one. So here you guys can basically see I do have this border over here. Okay, but basically this one is here in the middle. What I want to do is I just want to scale this thing up a little bit. Okay, so if I just scale it up, and here you guys can see 50% is a bit too much. Okay, so in that case, if I just click on 35, and now if I click on apply option, so here you guys can see 35, or maybe 45 over here. Okay, so if I just click on 45, or maybe 43 will be fine. Okay, so I will just go to custom watermark again, and now from here I will select 42, and I'll just click on enter. So here basically you guys can see now this page I do have the border over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make some borders. Okay, if you want to customize it according to yourself, you guys will be able to customize it from here whatever way you like. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make your own design. Or suppose if you have applied this already, and now what you want to do is you want to make some borders using your text. So the same way what you'll do is you will go up here, okay, into this header option, and from the header option what you're going to do is you are going to write something. Suppose I will just write abc at gmail.com. Okay, so I will just write abc at gmail.com. Okay, and now once I have selected this, okay, so let's select this out, and now I'll just click on Control C, and from here I will just click on Control V. Okay, so here you guys can see I can just make some designs over here, and the same way I will just click on Control V. Okay, come over here, and I'll come here, and let's come to this point. Let's just delete this, and now again what I'll do is come here, Control V. Okay, and just come to this point, and here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to do that. And after that, go to the home option. From the home option, go to select all. Okay, or you guys can come here and just click on the select object option. So if you just click on the select object option, here you guys can see now I can select all this thing, if I do want to give this thing a rotation, suppose I have selected this one and now I want to give it a different color. Okay, so now I will be able to give up different color over here, and now I will also be able to take this design. Okay, suppose if I come here and if I want to take a text box. So first off, what I need to do is I need to take up a text box. So come here in this option, and now I will come and select this particular text box. Okay, so I will just come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to draw a text box over here, and suppose I will write ABC at gmail.com. Okay, gmail.com. Okay, and I will just increase the size of the box a little bit over here, and the same text I will just keep on copying. Okay, so I will just select this, Control C. Okay, and I'll come here and Control V, come here and Control V again, come to this option, give space, Control V. So I'll just finish up this line. So now over here, now again, I'll click on plus, and what I can do is I can come here and I can just format out this shape. Okay, so if you want to come to any other options, let's go to this format painter option. You can also get started over here. If you go to insert as well, you guys can actually get access to that formatting option. Okay, so if you come here, suppose if once I come over here, or once I select this icon. Okay, so once I click on this particular box over here, if I right click, I do have the format shape option. So in that case, what I'll do is I'll go to fill and I'll select no fill over here, and in line I will also select no line over here. Okay, so now once I have selected this box again, okay, I will just click on Control Alt, and I will just duplicate this layer. So I will, so using Control Alt, I have actually duplicated this particular line over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up right over here. And now I can also give this thing a rotation. Okay, so here you guys can see I can just give this thing a rotation over here. And let's move it up. Okay, if I want to move it up over here, suppose if I come here in the watermark option. Okay, so again, go to design, go to watermark, and from here I will just remove the watermark from here. Okay, let's come here, let's select removing the watermark. Okay, so I will be able to remove the watermark which I had over here. Okay, so basically this is how you guys will be able to put on this particular things. Okay, so if you come over here as well, if you wanna increase its size, okay, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, if you want to increase the size from these corners, okay, you guys will be able to increase the size from this corner here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and maybe put it over here. The same way you guys can click on Control Alt, okay, and just copy this one over here at the same place as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make your own customized design. So here you guys can see this is the design which I do have over here. So hope you guys have understood this class, how you will be able to make your own customized design, okay, and how you will be able to make it in different ways. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, and here I'll be combining multiple Word files in one. Okay, so here we'll be learning about that, like how you will be able to do that. If you try to do it manually, it will take a lot of time. Okay, so in that case, what I'll be doing is I'll be doing it quite easily for you guys, and I'll also show you guys the steps of how to do it. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So now here, as you guys can see, now basically this is my MS Word Advanced resource file. Okay, so from here, what I'll be doing is here you guys can see I do have 4 a particular Word file right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, okay, so from here, now what I'm going to do is I am going to put all of these four files into one. Okay, so if you guys want to see how many pages do I have, okay, so here I do have one page. Okay, and let's check over to this one. Here I do have 5 pages, okay, in this particular Word document. And over here, let's see, 3 over here. And lastly, I will check this one, okay, and let's see how many pages. So I do have only one page here in the last one. Okay, so now I will come here and suppose I want this particular page to come first. Okay, and this particular page I want to put in second. So in that case, what I'll do is I will rename those things. Okay, so from here I will just click here in the beginning, and from here maybe I will just click on one and I'll just give up a space. Okay, so suppose this page I want to put this one in number 2. Okay, so I will come here and I will just come here at the first, and after that I will just write on 2. Okay, and suppose this file I want to put this one in 3. Okay, space over here, and the same way I will rename this file over here as well. Okay, I'll 4 and space. Okay, so here now once I click over here, and if I come to the sort option and if I click, okay, so here you guys can see now these are being saved according to the names over here. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll come here and I'll just open my Word file, and from here I will take up a blank document. Okay, so here you guys can see I have taken up a blank document over here, and from here, from the home option, I will come here in the insert option, and from insert option here you guys can see I do have an icon which is called the object. So I'll come here, click on the object option, and under object option here you guys can see I do have text from file option. Okay, so now insert text from file, in that one I will just click over here, and basically I will be able to search where I do have that particular option. Okay, like where do I have those pages. So here as you guys can see I do have all these pages, and now what I can do is I can come here and maybe I will just select all these four up, and I will just click on the insert sign. So here basically you guys can see now I do have my pages all in one all together. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the first one. Okay, and here the third one over here, it's merging with this one right over here. Okay, so the good morning page, it have merged with this one. Okay, suppose if you want to now put this one in a different page, in that case what you can do is you can just come here, and after that you can come to this blank page option. Okay, so here you guys can see now I'm here in a blank page option. Okay, so basically you guys can see it right over here. Okay, so now this one here is in a different page. Okay, so now here, if we check, okay, so let's come to this point again, and now let's try to open these files over here onto the sides. Okay, so now let's come and let's check this one. Okay, so this one was the page number 1. Okay, so here you guys can see this was the page number 1 over here. Okay, and let's close this down, and let's check this one. Okay, the second one. So here you guys can see the page alignment is not that great. Okay, so in that case, if I so like this, you guys will be able to view this one. And if you want to come down over here, if you want to make some changes, okay, in that case, you guys will be able to make some changes. Suppose from here, I want to change the size. Okay, I will come here. And what I'll do is I will just increase the size up to 72 and also change the effect over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the effects on over here. Okay, if I do want to increase anything, okay, I will be able to do it right from here as well. Okay, so you guys can do kind of like this. And now if I want to change the color, okay, I can come here, maybe select this out and maybe put on a color. Okay, so this is how it will actually look. Okay, So I hope you guys have understood this class on how we'll be able to merge different word videos over here. Okay, so basically if I come over here and if I just click here on top, here you guys can see section 1, okay, 2, and I do have 3 and 4 right underneath. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have all those things right over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be doing this merging all together. Okay, how many documents you do have. Okay, you guys can put all of those and just import it from the design or the insert option. Okay, so from object you go to text from file, select those files and bring it on to a new one. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on this chapter number 7, and here we'll be learning about the shortcut keys for the MS Word. Okay, so we do basically use the shortcut keys, okay, just to make our work faster. Okay, so in that case we do basically use all that. So now from here we'll be learning about few of those. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I'll be creating up a blank document right over here. If you want me to zoom out a little bit inside, I will just zoom in from here as well. Okay, and if I want to increase one by one, I'll be able to increase it one by one from here as well. Okay, so let's try to learn few of the shortcut keys over here. So I do have this particular page, and let me also open up a few more. Okay, so I do have a few of this which we have done in our last class or throughout this tutorial. Okay, so maybe I'll just take this particular sample, and what I'll do is I will just open up that file from here as well, and I'll just enable editing right over here. Okay, so I do have this one right over here. If I want to save it up, I will be able to save this up from here as well. Okay, so now I do have this page. So here, as you guys can see now, as I do have these words right over here. Okay, so we'll be learning all the keys regarding control. Like once you click on control and that particular letter or that particular word, in that case what all function it will apply. Suppose here I do have a lot of pages. Okay, so here down you guys can see it consists of 5 pages. So suppose if I want to select all of this which are over here, like I need to select it quite like this. Like I have to select it and it takes a lot of time. Suppose instead of 5 pages, if I did have like 110 pages and all, and I want to select all of it, so you guys just have to come over here. Okay, and from here what you can do is you can just click on Control A. Okay, so once you click on Control A, here you guys can see all these things which are present over here has been selected. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to select this thing up from here. Okay, in this case, if you want to change the font and stuff, you guys can come here, change the font. If you want to put in some letter colors like the font colors, you guys can also do that from here as well. Okay, so this was about Control A. Okay, so basically you will be using the shortcut keys once you are trying to save time and you need to do a lot of work. Okay, it is quite time efficient, but it will come with practice. Like once you work on a regular basis in MS Word, in that case you will be able to get used to all these shortcuts. Okay, so now let's come to this Control B. Okay, so Control A is for selecting all. And suppose here I do have this word. Okay, so what I want to do is I just want to mark few of these words, and now I want to make this one bold. Okay, so this is from where you guys will be able to make this thing bold. Otherwise, if you just click on Control B from your keyboard, here you guys can see it became bold over here. Okay, and here as well, if I select this one again, if I click on Control B, okay, it will unbold again from here. Okay, so this was about Control B. So what I can do is I can click on Control A, and if I click on Control B, okay, all these things have changed over here, let's select Control B, and everything is bold right now. And if I again come here and click on Control B, here you guys can see the font have changed over here. Okay, and now let's come here in Control C. Okay, so suppose if I want to copy anything, okay, Control C is for copy. So if I come here, and now what I'll do is I will select this one and I'll just click on Control C. Okay, so if I click on Control C over here, suppose this particular sentence I want to copy right over here. Okay, then if I click on Control V, it's paste. Like after copying, we want wherever we want to place this one, I can click on Control V at that right place. Okay, so let's create a new file. You guys will be able to understand more. Okay, so just let's write Control plus Control plus A equals to select all. Okay, select all. And if I want to increase the size over here, I will be able to increase the size. But let's use caps for all of this. Okay, so I will just write CTRL in caps. I'll select this one and let's increase the size to 16. Okay, so we'll come here, go enter, and I'll just click Control plus B equals to bold. Okay, so it will be bold over here, and Control plus C equals to copy. Okay, so this is about that. And I also told you Control V, like how you'll be able to paste. Okay, so now let's see the other option, which is Control D. Okay, suppose if I come here and let's suppose Control plus D. Okay, so this one is equals to if you want to change the font of anything. Okay, so in that case it will help you to change font. Okay, so I will come here, I will just write change font, and I'll also show you guys an example. Okay, so if I come here, if I select these things out, suppose I want to select this one. Okay, and if I click on Control D over here, here you guys can see now I do have this option if I want to change the font over here. So from here basically I will be able to see all the fonts which are available. Okay, so I will just select the abstract groovy from here, and what type do I want? So I have selected the italics. So here you guys can see this is how you will be able to change the font. Okay, so now let's come here, click on enter, let's type Control plus E. Okay, so Control E is equals to center. Okay, like you will be able to center a line. Okay, so I will show you guys over here. Okay, if I come over here, let's come to this one. Okay, so from here basically if you want to centralize this one, the alignment over here, suppose I want to centralize this particular thing. Okay, so now I have selected that particular part, and now if I click on Control E. Okay, so if I click on Control E, here you guys can see it will just center a line. Again, if I click on Control E, again it will come here onto the same position. Okay, so this one is aligned to the left, and with Control E you will be able to align in the center. Okay, so once you hover your mouse over to this option here, also you guys can see the shortcut is Control plus E. Okay, let's come over here and let's see what is the shortcut key of Control plus F. Okay, so Control plus F over here. I will just write, give this a hashtag over here. Okay, so Control plus F, and using this one, suppose if I come here, okay, onto this particular paragraph. So from here, what you guys will be able to do is you will be able to find some word. Okay, so suppose I will come right over here, and what I'll click on is I will click on Control F for the find option. Okay, so Control F from here, and here on this particular place, here you guys can see now I do have this navigation option right over here. Okay, suppose in this document I want to find all the named Lauren. Okay, so I will just write Lauren over here, and here you guys can see in this particular 5-page documents I do have lorem written 22 times. Okay, so here you guys can actually see which all are headings, okay, in what all pages, and from here basically you guys can come on to this one, the next one over here. Okay, this is how you guys can choose, and if you want to delete anything, you guys can click on the backspace or come here and select those and change those accordingly. So here automatically it will get highlighted. So this was about the Control E, the Control F option, which is the find option. Okay, and let's come over here and let's go back here on top. Okay, and now let's try to learn. Okay, this is the find. If I come here and if I just write Control plus G. Okay, so Control plus G over here, and now what you can do is you can have the go to option. Okay, Control G over here. So here you guys can see in what page number do you want to go. Suppose here I do have 5 pages. Okay, so from here if I click on fifth and I click on go to, okay, so if I come to this one, okay, so let's come to this one, Control G over here, and I want to go to the 5th page. So here you guys can see now I am able to go to the 5th page. So from here, if I want to put any section number in which section I want to go, I will click on 2, and here now I am here in the section number 2 over here. Okay, so here you guys can see, and if I just click on 4, okay, I will click on go to, and I will just click over here. Okay, section number, and if you want to go to any bookmark at all, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so now let's come to the another option. If you want to click Control H, okay, so if I click on Control H over here, suppose I do have this lorem written over here. Okay, so now I want to replace it with Lotus. Okay, so I will just write Lotus over here, and here if I want to replace, what I can do is I can click here and I can just replace kind of like this. So here if I move on, here you guys can see that lorem is being changed to Lotus. Okay, so now they're asking me, do I want to change over here as well? Okay, so if I want to do that, I will click on replace. Otherwise, if I don't want this one, I will go to find next. So here if I want to change, okay, I will just click on find next. Okay, and if I want to replace all the lorem which I do have here in this one, I will just click on replace all, and here you guys can see all done. We made 20 replacements. So you click on OK and just close it over here, and here you guys will be able to see all the lorem have been changed to Lotus over here. Okay, so in this whole document. So come here and let's see what is the use of Control plus I. Suppose I do have this particular part, and what I want to do is I want to make it italics. So in that case, I just have to come here and I have to click on Control I. So here you guys can see there is a slide bed for the italics. As you guys already know, if you want to make bold, Control B again. So here if you want to remove the italics, Control I again. So again it's back at its regular position. But if I want to do Control plus I, so here you guys can see I do have this italics over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have a particular paragraph. So basically from here, if I want to justify this line, okay, so here you guys can see this side is basically not quite justified. So I can just click on Control J. So here you guys can see on both the sides is being justified quite nicely. Okay, so if you come here and if you click on Control I or Control J, so it will give you this justified option. Okay, so now suppose if once I come here and once I click on this Lotus option right down here, Okay, so if I come here and let's select this one, and now if I want to create a hyperlink, okay, suppose if anyone come here and click on this particular word in this document, it will open up to some other page. So we will show you how to do that. If you just click on Control H, so here I will just again click on Control H. Okay, so Control H over here. So here you guys can see now I do have this option. Okay, find and replace option right over here. Okay, so it was Control K. I'm sorry for that. Control K over here. So here you guys can see basically from here you will be able to put on some new documents. Okay, suppose if you do want to put up any images, in that case come here and just choose that file. Okay, so now here you guys can see once I hover my mouse around at that particular word, here you guys can see if I click on Control and click on the link, okay, so it will just open me up that particular image which I do have. So this is how you guys can also create a hyperlink using Control K. Okay, so suppose now you do have this particular word or this particular line over here. Okay, so here you guys do have this particular line over here. Okay, and if you want to justify it to the left or if you want to align it to the left, as you guys can see now, if I come here in the center and now if I click on Control L, it will just align to the left hand side. Okay, so you guys can do that over here to left align. Okay, and if you want to check the paragraph indent, you need to click on Control M. Okay, so if I come over here, suppose if I just come here and select this particular place, and now if I click on Control M, okay, so here you guys can see it will just move on to the right side. Okay, so here again if I go back, okay, so here you guys can see I can again come back. Okay, so this was about Control M. Okay, and from here basically if you click on Control N, okay, so it will just open you up a new document. Okay, so a new document for Control N. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the document number 3. Okay, so after that, here, if I want to open up a new document, it goes to Control O. Okay, so from here now, wherever I do have that one, I can just browse. Okay, and from here, basically, I will be able to open that particular file up. Okay, so here you guys can see this particular file has been opened. Okay, so let's come over here in the first one again. Okay, so this was the usage of O. Suppose this particular document, what I want to do is I want to now print this one. Okay, so for that I can also use the keyboard shortcut, which is Control P. Okay, so if I click on Control P, basically here you guys will get the print settings. Suppose if you do have your printer ready, set it up, you guys can select the printer right from here. Okay, and after that you guys can select what all pages you want to print. Okay, so basically you can also select how many copies do you want. Okay, and if I click on Control P again, okay, so it will just come back over here. Okay, so now if I come over here and if I want to actually remove the paragraph formatting, suppose here I want to change the paragraph formatting option. So what I'll do is I will just come here and suppose I will just make this one quite big. Okay, like I will just make these things bold. Okay, Control B to make this bold. And now what I'll do is I will just click on Control Q. Okay, so here if I come and if I click on Control Q over here, here you guys will be able to see that now at this particular place over here, now I will be able to remove paragraph formatting. Okay, so Control Q over here. Okay, otherwise if I come somewhere over here and if I just click on Control Q, okay, so here you guys will be able to see the changes. Okay, so this was about how you will be able to remove paragraph formatting. Okay, and if you want to move to the right indent, okay, so come over here and from here You guys can select any place, and from here now if you click on Control R, so here you guys can see it is just moving on to the right indent. Before here it was in the left indent. Now if I click on Control R, okay, I can move this thing to the right side. Okay, so this was about Control R. Okay, so now let's check. Suppose if you want to save this file, okay, so you want to use some shortcut key in that case. So in that case you can click on Control S. Okay, so now if you click on Control S, okay, this file is being saved. Okay, so let me do it with a new document which I have not saved before. So if I click on Control S, here you guys can see now I do have the option for saving this file. Okay, suppose I will just write a blank document. Okay, so I will just write blank document over here, and basically from here I will be able to see the location where do I want to save this particular file. Okay, so let me just come here again, back down. Okay, here in my advanced resource file, name this accordingly again. Okay, blank document. So I will just type blank document over here and save this file right over here again. Okay, so now let's see what is the usage of Control T. Okay, so for that, let's come here onto this one. Okay, and now if I come here and let's suppose click over here, and now if I click on Control T, okay, so here, basically here it will just go to the hanging indent. Suppose if I just come back over here again, and if I want to move this particular word, so I'll just click on Control T, and here you guys can see that top word, except the top word, I do have moved all these three. So if I come over here again, and if I click on Control T, here you guys can see the difference. Okay, so this was about that. Okay, so this was about Control T. Okay, so suppose if I do come here, okay, so let's come here, let's come to this one, and from here what I want to do is I want to underline any particular word. So suppose I want to underline both of this word over here, then I can just click on Control U from my keyboard, and here you guys can see this particular word is being underlined over here. Okay, so now let's come here and let's see how you will be able to paste. Suppose I will copy this particular word with Control C. Okay, Control C to copy, and I want to paste this thing right over here. Give it up a space, Control V, and here just give a full stop. So here you guys can see, likewise you guys will be able to paste anything. Okay, suppose if you want to copy and paste each and everything, in that case you can click on Control A to select all, and after that click on Control C. Okay, Control C over here, and just come to this blank document and click on Control V. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have those 5 pages right over here. Okay, so this was about Control V. So suppose from here if I come to this one, okay, now I want to close this document. Okay, so from my keyboard I can click on Control C. Otherwise from here basically I do have the option for just closing it down. Okay, so from here basically you can close, but for shortcut if I click on Control and W altogether, here you guys can see that thing has been closed. Okay, that particular document. So that was with Control W. Okay, and suppose I do have this particular thing and I want to cut a part of it. Okay, so cut means I just want to remove it basically from here. So now if I click on Control and X, okay, so here you guys can see that now I don't have that particular part anymore. Okay, so if I come here and suppose I want to put it somewhere over here, let's come down, otherwise let's put it over here, and now I can just click on Control V to copy that right over here. Okay, so the same way if I come here and now if I take this particular place, and what I can do is if I just click on Control X, okay, so I have cut that one. Okay, but now if I just copy it right over here, I will only have that particular words which I have selected and cut it. Okay, so likewise before I would have this all sentence right over here. So let's click on Control V, and here you guys can see now I do have this particular word pasted over here as well. Okay, so the last two key which are left for control, okay, it's Y and Z. Okay, so Control Y is basically redo and Control Z is undo. Okay, suppose if I just come over here and suppose I will just come here, and what I'll do is I will just delete this one. Okay, so now I have deleted this one, and if I want to undo it, okay, like I don't want to delete that part, then I will click on Control Z over here. Here you guys can see it will just go or just undo step by step. Okay, so now again if I click on Control Y, okay, so here you guys can see it will redo the changes which I have made over here. So undo is for Control Z, okay, and redo is for Control and Y. Okay, so these are few of the shortcuts which you will be using, and it will make your work quite easier when you're working in MS Word. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, and here we'll be understanding the MS Word art over here. Okay, like how you will be able to give some different shapes to your words. Okay, if you want to change the color, if you want to give it some effects. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a blank document, and now I will just save this file as WordArt. Okay, so I will just write WordArt over here. Let me choose the place where do I want to save this particular file. Okay, so I will just come down over here and I will just save it here in my resource file. So I will again name this one as the WordArt. Okay, WordArt over here. Click on save. And here you guys can see the name over here have changed. Okay, so what are word arts basically? Okay, suppose if you do write any particular word or any sentence over here. Okay, so let me just write ms word. Okay, so let me just write ms word class. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I have selected this right over here. Okay, and now if I come here and if I go to the insert option, here you guys can see I do have an option just beside the quick parts called as the word art. Okay, so basically I will be able to select any of it right over here. Okay, so let's bring this thing right somewhere over here. Let's move it up. Okay, and if I do wanna delete this one, I will be able to delete it from here as well. Okay, so whenever I do come to this particular thing here, you guys can see if I go to the insert option here, I do have a lot of word art which I can choose from. Suppose at this point now what I can do is I can just select whatever I want to write. Okay, so let me just write MS Word tutorial. Okay, so let's just write tutorial over here. If I want to decrease the size, okay, I will be able to decrease the size from here as well. If I want to do that, I will be able to do that from here. So suppose if I do want to move it here in the middle, okay, so here you guys can see now this is here in the exact middle. If I want to increase the size, here you guys can see you guys can do that, but as this is a preset, okay, so you will also be able to work around right over here. Okay, so once you select this particular text box, you guys can come here in the shape format option. Okay, and once you're here in the shape format option, here you guys can see I do have a lot of shape styles. Okay, so here you guys can see you guys will get a lot of shape styles over here. Okay, so here you guys can see, so now I do have a particular box just outside of my word which which is right over here. Okay, if you want to decrease the size, kinda, you guys will be able to decrease the size from here as well. Okay, so now if you want to manage the shape over here, okay, so if you want to go to the shape outline first. Okay, so basically outline is basically this particular line, okay, which you can also call as the stroke. If you don't want any outline, you guys can click over here, and here you guys can see the outline have totally disappeared right over here because I gave no outline over here. But if I do want to increase the size, okay, so let's take a 6. Okay, so from here you guys can see the width over here have changed, and basically I will also be able to choose like what kind of line do I want over here. Okay, so there are a lot of lines which you guys can use. Okay, and see here, if you want some dotted lines, or if you want some lines kind of like this, you guys can choose from here as well. Okay, again, go to the shape outline option. Okay, so from here, if I come and if I want to explore more colors, I can come here and choose the color whichever I want. Okay, so suppose if I select this one, let's go to shape outline. Okay, if I do choose up a different color, so here you guys can see I can choose up a different color from here as well. Okay, so this is the color of the outline which you can choose from here. Okay, if you want to choose the color of the fill, okay, so fill is basically the color which you do have over there. Okay, so in that case you can come here and just select the color over here as well. Okay, so fill is the middle part which is just inside the border, or which is inside the stroke. Okay, so that's about the shape fill. Okay, and I also have explained you guys about the shape outline. Okay, so now if you come here and if you go to shape effects, okay, so here you guys can see if you want to put up any shadows. Okay, so here you guys can see you will be able to put up some shadows. So right now here down you guys can see I do have a shadow just behind this one. Okay, so this is about this particular effect. So here you guys can check which looks good for your title over here. Okay, so here you guys can see if you select this one, here you guys can see there is a small shadow. Okay, and if you want to check on the reflection option, okay, so let's come here, and from here basically you guys will be able to get some reflection option over here if you want to use this particular glows. Okay, so there are different kind of glow over here which you can also use. Okay, so now let's come here in the bevel option. If you want to view this one quite like this, you guys can come here, and here you guys can see this is how it will actually look. Okay, so just select this one again, and again you will have the shape format option right over here. Okay, so now if you want to give some 3D rotation, so basically here you guys can see there are a different type of 3D effects right over here. Okay, and now here you guys can see there is kind of a 3D effect right over here as well. Okay, so from here basically if you want to change any things like any word from here, you guys will be able to change the word from here as well. Okay, so if I just write a word, and here you guys can see now you guys will be able to change quite like this as well. Okay, the 3D effect will remain intact till the time you don't change it again. Okay, but the time when you are trying to click on this text box, and if you want to change anything, in that case you guys can come here and you guys can check all those things out. Okay, so now this was about the shape styles over here. Okay, so basically from here if you come, okay, if you want to select different word type, so you guys can come over here and you guys can check what kind of word art do you guys want to fill. Okay, suppose if I come over here, select this one, and let's come to this option, and here you guys can see I can actually check which one will look good. Okay, so these are few of the presets which I do have over here. Let's take this one right over here. Okay, and also you guys will be able to check on with different colors. Okay, whatever color looks good, you guys can actually work with those colors over here. Okay, and if you want no fill, in that case you guys can select the no fill option. Okay, if you want to put some gradient colors here, in that case you guys can come here and you guys can go to more gradient option. Okay, and just click on that particular mode option and click on gradient fill over here, and now you guys will be able to change the gradient color from here. Suppose now I am over here right now and I want to select something in dark, and let's come to this one, and here also let's try to select some different color. Okay, so now here you guys can see the gradient fill option is right over here as well. Okay, if you come here and select the gradient fill, here you guys can have that gradient fill over here as well. Okay, and after that let's come here and just let's select another word. Let's go to shape format, and after that if you want to put up any outline, okay, so basically those are stroke or the borders. So if you want to put up any borders here, you guys can choose what kind of color borders you want to put over here. Okay, so you guys can come here, check all those color. If you don't want any outline, you guys can click on no outline option as well. If you want to increase the outline here, you guys can increase the outline from here as well, and after that also select the outline color from here as well. Okay, so let me just take something in dark. Okay, so here you guys can, so here if you want some dotted lines in your text option over here, here you guys can see this is how it will look. Okay, for the strokes as well you guys can select all of this. It totally depends on you how you like to have your lines over here. Okay, so this was about the strokes. Okay, and if you do want to see more outline colors, basically from here you guys can choose up a different color and just copy this one, and here you guys can now see the color of the text over here have changed. Okay, so now let's select this out, and over here if you want to put up any glow, okay, or any shadow effect, in that case let's select some shadow effect right over here. Okay, so let's select this inside top one. Okay, so here you guys can see right now. Okay, so now again what I'll do is I'll select this one and now go to the shape format option, and from this one you guys can do some 3D animation if you want to. Okay, if you want you guys can do it from here as well. Okay, so let's put it over here, and now there is another option called the transformation. Okay, so with transformation, if you want to put up your letter upside down or anything as such, in that case you guys will be able to do that from here. Suppose let's come to transform now. Here you guys can see, okay, so the alignment of the letter is quite different. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys can actually work over here. Okay, again I will select this one, go to shape format, and from here I can also select 3D rotation. If I want bevel shape, you guys can also get that bevel impact over here. Okay, so basically from here you guys can also select the text direction. Okay, so here basically if you want to rotate all text to 90 degrees, okay, so here basically this was about this particular thing right over here. This is about text direction. If I want to rotate all to 90 degrees, here you guys can see this is distorting. Okay, so again I will go to horizontal one. Okay, so if you want to align text, okay, so you can come here and you can just align your text. Okay, if you want to align it from the bottom, suppose I do have a lot of text over here, and now what I want to do is if I just come over here, okay, so let's write A, B, C, then I'll just come and I will write B, D, A. So now what I can do is I can come here, go to this particular option, okay, and if I want to align it, okay, I will be able to align it from here as well. Okay, so you guys will be able to align it from here. Okay, so this thing can be used by space as well, or you can also use tab over here. Okay, so let me just delete this up over here. Now once you come to this word, go to shape format, and a lot of options are over here. Okay, if you want to create text description of objects, For screen readers, you guys can add. If you do have an image, in that case, you guys will be able to place that inside the text as well. Okay, I have told you guys about the wrap text option, and this is about bringing forward. Okay, suppose if you do have 2 or 3 panels, okay, we can bring this forward. If you want to bring this backward, you guys can do that. If you want to select any panel, in that case, you guys will be able to select the panel from here as well. Okay, so here are a lot of options. If you want to align it to the left, okay, and if you want to align it to the center, and suppose if you want to align it to the right, here you guys can see this is the alignment option. Okay, and if you want to align it according to the page, okay, you guys will be able to align it according to the page here as well. Okay, so you guys can just click over here, go to align option. Okay, I will just align it in the center. Okay, so this is aligned in the center. If you want to give this thing a rotation, okay, so here you guys can see 90° to the right, 90° to the left. If I want to flip on vertically, if I want to flip horizontally, okay, so these are a few of the options right over here. Okay, and now again, if I click, okay, so once I click over here, go to shape format, and from here basically you guys can select the shape width and the height. Okay, if you want to decrease this one and increase this a little bit, you guys will be able to do this from here as well. Okay, so there are a lot of shape which you guys can basically choose over here. Okay, if you want to make some shapes proportionally, in that case just click on shift, and using this one here, you guys can see you will be able to make some designs quite like this. Okay, so now with alt I will just create another one. Okay, I'll keep this thing right over here, Control Alt, and now I will just duplicate this right over here. And what I'm going to do is, again, I'll go to shape format option and go to the rotation option, and now I will rotate left to 90°. Okay, so the same way what you can do is you can just put this thing up over here. Okay, and if you want to change up the color, suppose you want to put some different effects, okay, in that case come over here. Okay, go to the shape fill option, and from here you guys will be able to select the color which you want to fill over here. Okay, so come over here again, go to shape fill option and select whatever color you had selected over there as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make things up. And now once you just select all of this, suppose now if you want to select all this right over here, you guys can come, okay, and just if you want to increase the size, you guys will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, so you guys will be able to do this from here, and you guys will be able to make your own word art design, and you'll be able to make some great titles, great lothers and stuff. Okay, if you are typing any kind of document, okay, so you guys can make some stunning designs with the heading over here as well. So hope you guys have understood this class on the word art. I have tried to explain to you guys each and everything, and also I have showed you guys in detail what are the different ways how you'll be able to work from the shape format option. First, I have explained you guys about the shape styles, okay, and I have after that told you guys about the word art styles, okay, and also I have told you how you will be able to insert shapes. Okay, if you want to draw a text box, in that case you guys can come over here and you guys will be able to make one text box. So now over here, if you want to write anything, okay, so now if I come here and let's type advanced tutorial. Okay, so let's type advanced tutorial over here. Okay, and now if I want to increase its size, okay, so basically from here I will go to home, and basically I will increase the size somewhere over here. And what I can also do is if I want to increase the size, okay, I will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, and if I want to make this thing bold, I will be able to make this particular word bold as well. From my home option, go to B. Okay, and if you want to select some other one, you guys will be able to select some other types here as well. Okay, so I will just keep this thing right over here, and let's increase the size over here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and maybe once I select both of this, if I want to centralize this one, I will be able to centralize it from here as well. Okay, if I want to give some different colors, okay, so in that case, if I come over here, let's select this, and now let's get it here inside one shape. In that case, I can come here, select this one, and now just create some stunning shapes on top of this one right over here. Okay, and now I will show you guys the use of send to back. So if I just send to back, okay, or if I just come here, send behind text, okay, and let's just come here back again. So right now, again, I will just go to this insert option, or I'll just come over here. And after that, go to the shape format option. So from here, if I want to make any box, I will just make up a box right over here. Let's give this box up a different color. Okay, so let's give this one this particular color over here. And now again, select this one, go to shape format, and now just click on send backward option. So here you guys can see now this one is being sent to the back. Okay, so now if I just move this thing out, so here you guys can see I do have this thing here on the back. Okay, and if you come here in the shape format option again, okay, if you want to decrease the size, okay, of this particular text box, you guys will be able to decrease the size of the text box from here as well. Okay, as you guys can see. Now if I click on this one, and if I click on bring forward, or like bring to front, and if I try to move this up over onto this one, here you guys can see that is not quite visible. Okay, so basically from here I will come to this particular shape option, and now I will just increase the transparency to 100% over here. Okay, you guys can come here and increase the transparency of this particular things to 100%. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys can actually work out over here. Okay, so this is about that. This is another box over here. If you want to fill the shape, you guys will also be able to fill the shape from here as well. Okay, so this is the usage of bringing forward, sending backward, and all. And if you want to fill it with something else, okay, like some gradient color, you guys can come here in the text format text effects and go to gradient fill and just fill it up accordingly. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9. And here I'll be showing you guys a project on writing an application letter. Okay, so we'll be learning about that here in this particular class. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So basically from here, I will be creating a new document. Okay, so before starting to write your application, you need to make sure that you check on your margins and everything. Okay, everything else is fine. Okay, you guys can come here onto the layout option. Okay, and also check out the size from here. Okay, like the paper size, what kind of paper do you want to use? So let me take this letterhead over here, and from here as well you guys can come here and you guys will be able to customize the margin from here. Okay, so basically as you guys can see from here you guys will be able to increase or decrease the size. Okay, so if you come here and let's give bottom a 2.5 and 2.5 over here as well. Okay, and I won't give any gutter over here, and let the orientation be in portrait. Okay, and where do you want to apply this, like in multiple pages or like in 2 pages per sheet? You guys can also choose that. And here you want to apply to to the whole document, just click on OK after that. So now the first thing while writing any kind of letter, what you guys basically do is you guys write down the date. Okay, so you guys can come here, and basically from here you guys can actually write the date. Okay, so if I just write date, then maybe I'll just give a colon over here. Okay, so let's take 12th January 2034. Okay, or 34, like that. And let's come down. Okay, so now what you want to do is, suppose if it's for a company, okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can write to the manager. Okay, so let's be write to the manager, and from here I will also write to the manager RMDS food and beverages. Okay, so I will just write and beverages, and you guys can just give this address over here. Okay, like you guys can just give up an address, and after that you guys can come here and you guys can also write the subject. Okay, like what this is all about. Okay, so you guys can write a subject over here, and maybe you can just give up the subject right over here. Like if I want to write this letter for a supply of goods for the month of December. Okay, so you guys can come here and just write December. Okay, you guys can come down, and from here you guys can basically write uh the heading. Okay, like if you come down a little bit. Okay, so from here basically you guys can write it. So suppose I will just write a respected sir, give a comma, then you guys can directly come down, and from here what you can do is you can just come up somewhere over here and you guys can start writing. Okay, so I would be writing the whole thing down over here. In that case, what I'll do is I will come here and maybe I am going to take some format from here. Okay, so basically I'll be taking on to some formats. Okay, so let's come here and let's check out all these particular works which we do have over here. Okay, you guys can come. Suppose I will just take this particular word over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to click on Control C, come to my Word file and just Control V over here, and I will also decrease the size. Okay, go to the home page, and from the home page let's just decrease it to 10. Okay, let's take 10 over here, and here it's 11, as you guys can see. So once you're done, okay, with the letter, so basically here what you can do is you guys can actually work on with the indent. Okay, so suppose if I do have my particular type tool over here, okay, I can come here, and if I want to go on to the right, I will be able to go on to the right, and if I want to go on to the left, okay, I will be able to go on to the left over here. Okay, so if you want to justify the line, just click on Control J to justify. Here you guys can see this end has been justified properly. So likewise, if I come here, and what I can do is I can come here and click on Control J to justify right over here as well. Okay, so after that you guys can come here and you guys can write therefore kindly do the needful. Okay, and you guys can come here, and if you want to add something more, like if kindly do the needful as explained in the agreement. Okay, so you guys can come here and just write this thing down, and after that you guys can come down over here, and what you can do is you can just write thanking you. You can put up your name. Okay, so thanking you, comma, you guys can come down over here with enter. Okay, and after that, if you want to put up any sign and stuff, in that case, go to the insert option. And from the insert option, you guys can come here and choose this particular line. Okay, so you guys can come here and maybe you guys can also create some line. Okay, so you guys can create some line over here as you guys can see. Okay, if you want to create some line like this, you guys can create that and using your selection tool. Okay, so you guys can come here and using the selection tool you guys can align it over here, and underneath this one you guys can just write your name. Okay, suppose if I just come over here. Okay, so suppose if I'm over here and now I will write Andrew colon. Okay, so I will just write Andrew colon. Then I'll just write the position CEO. Okay, CEO of multivitamin company. And I'll just come over here and I can just write my address down here as well. Okay, so I can just write my address down. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually put up those things right over here. And if you want to justify this particular line over here as well, you guys will be able to justify from here as well. Okay, so if you want to put it over here, suppose if you want to go to the right a little bit, if you want to come here on the left. Okay, so the same way if you want to come over here and if you want to go on to the right hand side or come to the left, you guys will be able to do that as this have only one line over here. So now sometimes what happens is some particular things, suppose this is the subject. Okay, I want to highlight this one and actually increase the size of this a little bit. Okay, so the part where you want to increase the size of the letter, in that case click on control and just click on the closing bracket. Okay, so here you guys can see if I click on the closing bracket option from my keyboard, I will be able to increase the size by 1 every time. So let me give this one a 13 over here and let's make this thing bold. Okay, so you guys can come over here and suppose if you want to highlight any part, okay, in that case you can come here and suppose this is the important part where you want to highlight, you guys can come here and just select the highlight color. Okay, you guys can highlight those particular part, and suppose here you want to change the color. Okay, come here, maybe increase the size a little bit. Okay, size a little bit over here, and now this is how you guys can work. And after that, if you want to change the font size, okay, let's take 12 over here, and after that you guys can also make it bold, and let's give this thing bold, and now let's give this thing a different color. Okay, so if I do want this color, I can come here and give this one a different color over here as well. Okay, so before printing, you guys can just click on Control P. Okay, and here you guys will be able to view, okay, this is how your application letter is going to look like. Okay, so this is the way if you want to view it in a read mode. So here you guys can see. Okay, if you want to go back, just click on escape from here. Okay, and from here, this is how, if it's for a web page, you guys can also view your work kind of like this. Okay, so you guys can actually come over here Again, if you want to go to that editing mode, you guys can come here and you guys can go to the editing mode right from here. Okay, and if you just come here and you guys think that okay, I should just start from here, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can start it from here as well. So basically from here it's just 10. Okay, make sure that you choose 10 over here as well. Okay, so I will just choose 10 over here. I will just put K. Okay, and sometimes if I do any type of mistake, suppose in case of a needful, I will just write need FL. Okay, so here you guys can basically see I do have a red color underneath this one. Okay, so that means that I do have some spelling mistake over here. Okay, and if I want to fix this thing, I can come here on the quick action toolbar. So from here I will come onto this option and I will choose the option right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the option for more commands, and from here what I can do is I can go to proofing. Okay, and after going to the proofing, see if I don't want to see the spelling mistakes, I can hide spelling errors in this document only, hide grammar errors in this document only. I'll just click on this document, and now I can choose it like whether it will be only for this particular document or all new documents which I'll create after this. Okay, so I will be able to select from here and I can just click on OK. So now here you guys can see I do have my spelling mistake already there, but the thing is it's not showing out here. Okay, so now if I do any kind of mistakes over here as well, okay, so they would be showing me the mistakes over here. Okay, and now again if I want to go back, so for that go to more commands, go to proofing, and again just unmark both of these boxes. Okay, and after unmarking, if you click on OK, so suppose if I just click over here, and now here you guys can see there is some issue right over here. Okay, so let me just click on L again. Okay, so everything else looks good. Okay, so right now if I want to come here and if I want to change the color, okay, so let me just come here, go to more colors option, and maybe I will just take this particular color over here, and here basically I will be able to put on the side. So the same thing if I want to get this thing a bit down, I will be able to get this thing down over here as well. Okay, and from quick action as well, you guys can check on the print preview. Okay, so basically this is the print preview. This is how it's going to look wherever I have marked or highlighted. Okay, you guys can see that particular place is being highlighted. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some stunning letter application design. So this is how you guys will be able to do that stuff over here. Okay, so now if you want to save this thing, okay, you guys can come here, go to the save as option, go to the browse file, and from here you guys can come down, you choose which file you want to put. Okay, and just rename it from here. Okay, so I will just rename this one as letter application. Okay, so I will just write letter application over here and I will click on save. Okay, so if you want to save it in another documents, you guys can come here. If you want to save it in a PDF, okay, you guys will be able to save it in a PDF. Okay, and also if you want to just save it in a plain text format, in that case you guys will be able to do that from here as well. But for now I will just save it in a Word document. So now here you guys can see now this is being changed. And suppose if I do make any changes right over here, suppose I will just change the color over here. Okay, so let's come onto this option and let's change the color over here. Okay, and now what you need to do is before closing, you guys need to click on Ctrl S, or from the quick access toolbar, you guys need to come over here and click on this particular option. Once you're done, you are done for sending this file, or if you want to just actually send it to someone, or if you want to print it up, you guys will be able to print it up once you are done over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on how you'll be able to write these things down. Okay, So I hope you guys to see you all in the next chapter. Okay. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, and here we'll be inserting the file location in MS Word. Okay. So if you do have any document and if you want to upload its file location, okay, you guys will be able to do that quite easily. So let's see how you'll be able to do all of that. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay. So basically from here, I want to open up a new file in which I worked on before. So for that, I'll go to MS Word Advanced Resource File. And here I do have a lot of these particular things which I can work with. Okay. So let's come over here in this document. And now what I'm going to do is here, I want to add the file location in the header or maybe in the footer. Okay, so those who don't know how you will be able to select header and the footer. So there are different ways of how you will be able to select that one. So the first thing will be if you come over here and when you're in the top, just double click and here you guys can see. Now once I have double clicked, here you guys can see I do have the header. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to get things done from here. Okay, otherwise if you want to see the footer, okay, suppose you do want to put something in the footer option, so just come down over here and just double click and here basically you guys will be able to see this is the line for the footer. Okay, so in this case if you want to put up anything, you guys will be able to do it from here. Okay, otherwise if you don't want to select the header and the footer, basically from here you guys can come onto this particular option, go to insert, and from insert go to this header option. So basically here right under the header option, here you guys can see I do have a different kind of presets which I can choose. Okay, if I want to go to the edit header option, I can come here and I can start typing whatever I want. Okay, if you want to remove the header, you guys can also remove the header right down from here as well. Okay, so now suppose you want to put up the location over here. Okay, suppose if you want to actually put on the location of this one. Okay, so I will come over here and I want to check what is the location of this file where I want to put it in my header. Okay, so in that case here you guys can see now I am here in my header and footer. Otherwise you guys can also come here into the insert option. Okay, otherwise you guys can come here in the design or maybe also in the layout option. Okay, so there basically, okay, you guys will have a option which is called this particular thing which is called the quick paths. Okay, so once you're here in the quick parts option, what you can do is you can come here and you can click on the field option. Okay, so from the field option you'll have a place like that, and from categories what you guys can do is you guys can come here and select the document information, and from document information you guys can come here and select the file name. Okay, so basically they're asking you that like how you want to put this particular thing, like if you do want it all in uppercase or do you want all this thing in lowercase. Okay, so here you guys can see here I do have the name of the file right over here. Okay, so the same way if you go here again, go to the fields option, and from here now you guys can select the file name, and if you want to put the uppercase, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular name here in uppercase letter. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to put on the location over here. Okay, so the same way if you come down, okay, so let's come down over here and I want to put this thing here in the footer. Okay, so now what I can do is maybe I will just come up over here a little bit, and what I want to do is I want to put those document information from here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here to the document information option here as well. Okay, and now from here you guys can select this particular file path. Okay, so here you guys can see the file path. So this is in my local drive C, and this is in my users. And here you guys can see it's in OneDrive, desktop, MS Word advanced resource file. And here I do have this particular thing. So you guys can actually see that I do have it here in all my pages. Okay, so basically it will actually help me to locate where this particular file is located, and after that it will also help me to see what's the name of the file over here. Okay, so here I can just delete one. Suppose I don't want this one. Okay, like I don't want this one which already had that name, so I will just delete this one. Let's go for backspace altogether. Okay, and let's come over here, and if you want to select this particular part, okay, you guys can click on delete over here. Okay, so here as you guys can see right now, on top I do have the name of the file in my header, and here down in my footer I do have the location of this particular file. Okay, so if you want to see it over here, okay, so if I just come right over here, and if I go to my OneDrive, okay, and from here I will be able to go to my desktop, and from here you guys can see I can just go to my advanced resource file, and here you guys will be able to see I do have this particular file right over here, okay, which is the 4 file sample, which is 500 KB. So this is basically the file. This will show you the exact location. So I've told you guys 2 ways of how you will be able to get that. First is from the document information. If you just click on file path, it will show you the file path over here. Okay, and if you want to take the document title, you guys will also be able to take the document title. You guys can check out the author, if do they have any author and stuff like that. Okay, and you guys can also search it accordingly from the document property. And if you come here in the quick paths, okay, from here also you guys will be able to find things out. Okay, so from here you guys can come onto the field option, and once you here in the field, make sure to choose the category as document information. And once you select document information from here, okay, you guys can select the file name. Okay, and once you have selected file name, you guys can choose how you want to view it. Okay, like do you want all it to be in uppercase letter, or you want all these things to be in lowercase letter, or do you want only the first letter to be in capital and everything will followed by lowercase letters. And basically the title case is like in front of every word. Okay, so in front of every word the first letter will be a uppercase letter and it will be followed by lowercase letter. Okay, so I will just click on title case over here and let's click on OK. So here you guys can see now I do have the file over here as well. Okay, so here as you guys can see, if you wanna increase the spacing, so here you guys can see the difference. Okay, so F is uppercase, S is uppercase over here. Okay, as it already told. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to get the file path over here. Okay, like how you will be able to insert the file location. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Okay, so in next class we'll be learning about how you will be able to write on top of a picture. Okay, so we'll be learning about that here in our next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, and here I'll be showing you guys by writing on an image in MS Word. Okay, so I'll show you how you basically will be able to write on top of an image, like if you do want to put up any title, or if you want to put up any lower thirds, or any kind of caption if you want to put on top, you guys will be able to do that over here in the MS Word. I'll be showing you guys about the different ways of how to do that. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So the first thing what I'm going to do is creating up a new blank document. Okay. And once I'm here, I have created a new document. So the next thing what I'll do is I'll come here in the insert option, go to pictures, and I'll select this device as I want to take some image from this device itself. Okay. So you guys might do take it from the stock images, or you guys can search from the net. Okay, so I do have the image right over here, and now I will insert this image right over here. Okay, so basically if you want to move this image up, you guys can come here, go to square option, and you guys will be able to move this thing up. Again, I will give inline. Okay, so again, now if I want to write anything down from here, in that case, what I need to do is I need to select this particular place over here. Okay, this particular image. And once I do have this one, okay, so the next thing what I can do is I can just create a text box. Okay, so basically you guys can come here in the insert option. Okay, so here also you guys can see I do have an option for a text box right over here. Okay, so basically you guys can come here, and here you guys can see you will be able to write the thing down over here. Okay, so let me use all caps. The great by the sea. Okay, so I will just write the great by the sea. Okay, so here now what I'll be able to do is I will be able to select this particular word right from here. And now if I want to increase its size, I will get to increase its size here as well. If I want to increase the size of the text box, I will be able to select the size of the text box right over here. Okay, and now if I want to choose any other font, okay, in that case I will come over here, select this, and if I want to make it go big, okay, I will be able to make it kind of big over here. Let's increase the size. Okay, so I'll just increase the size over here as well. Okay, so basically what you can do is once you're here in this image, if you go to picture format option, okay, so basically you guys will be able to just move this thing up over here. Let's go back again. If I choose this one, let's go back again over here. If you want to increase the size, you guys will be able to increase the size of this box. Let's increase the size of the letter from here. Okay, and let's increase the size of the text box from this side here as well. Okay, maybe decrease it from the sides a little bit, and from this side also I will just decrease its size a little bit. Okay, so once you're here, go to the shape format option, and from the shape format option what you can do is you guys can come here and bring it in square, and after that you guys can bring this particular thing into front. Okay, so once you're here in this particular thing, if you want to come over here, go to picture format, and after that you guys can come here and just put this one in square as well. Okay, so now again you guys can come here and let's select this particular icon, and what I can do is I can just bring this one right over here and go to shape format and just click on bring to front. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have brought this particular thing here in front. Okay, so now if you don't want to do like this, in that case there are other ways of how you will be able to make that. Suppose I will come here and now I will just go here on top. Okay, and again I will just delete it. Okay, so now from here also if you come to the insert option again, otherwise instead of going to the insert option, what you can do is you can just come here in the home page as well. Otherwise if you want to write some text from here, like from the WordArt option. Okay, so here there is a WordArt option. Basically you guys will be able to choose what kind of WordArt do you need. So here now again I will go backspace, and now I will write the Queen by the sea. Okay, so once I have written this thing here, you guys can also see I do have the shape format right over here. Okay, so basically you guys can come here, and from here you guys can just bring forward. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to bring this thing forward, and also from here you guys will be able to choose the color of the letters over here. Okay, so if I come over here, if I try to take another one, okay, let's select this, and from here now what I can do is I will be able to change the color. Okay, so here I have changed the outline color, and here if I want to change the fill color, I will be able to change the fill color from here as well. Okay, and now once you're done, you guys can come here, maybe decrease the size of this one a bit. Okay, and now you guys will be able to move this thing up. Okay, so here you guys can see now you guys are able to move this thing here in the exact center. Okay, so now if I just click outside here, you guys can see. Okay, so I will just increase the box over here a little bit. Okay, come here, I will just write C. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to put this thing up right over here. Okay, if you want to select this particular thing right from here, you guys can come here and maybe put it in the exact center. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to write on an image. Okay, so let's see other ways. Okay, if I just go to the insert option, from the insert option again, what I can do is I can just take or draw a text box. Suppose I want to draw a text box right over here. Okay, so this particular area I have selected for my text. Okay, and in this case, suppose I don't want the background. Okay, so for that I will come here. Let me first just type what I want to type: the interesting journey of the queen. Okay, so let me just write queen over here, and if I just want to move this thing up, okay, so let me just move this thing up over here a little bit, and maybe I will just increase the size over here as well. Let's increase the size of the letter over here. Okay, so let's come to this option, then from here let's go to the home option again, and from here let's try to increase the size. And if you want to use some different colors, okay, in that case you guys can come over here, okay, to the font color option, and you guys will be able to select the font color from here according to your choice. Okay, and once you're done with this one, suppose here if you come to the shape format, okay, if you don't want this particular shape, so here you will go to the shape fill option, and from here you guys can give no fill. Okay, and for the shape outline as well, okay, you guys can click on no outline. Okay, so now if I just click outside here, you guys can see how this one actually looks. Okay, so now I don't have any border, so this is a transparent background over here. And here basically if you want to put different text box shapes, okay, you guys can come here and go to text box, and maybe you guys will be able to make up a text box over here as well. Okay, so from here you will be able to edit the size. Okay, so if you want to draw a text box over here again, you guys can come here and you guys can make some text boxes. Okay, so if I just want to write something, okay, suppose the chapter, or I'll just give a space, the chapter 1, otherwise I'll just give chapter 1. Okay, so we can also work kind of like this. If you want to bring this thing quite like this, I can select all of this. If I want to increase the size, okay, so maybe I will just increase the size of the font a little bit. Okay, if I want to increase it from the top, I will be able to increase it from the top over here. Okay, let's decrease the size a little bit. Okay, again come to the home option, and from here let's take this one. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to work. So let's check the size, which is 18 over here. I will put 18 over here as well. Okay, so I will just put 18 over here, and yeah, now this one kind of looks good. So the same way, if you want to move, okay, Go to the shape format, go to shape fill, give no fill, okay, and come here, go to the shape outline, and also click on no outline over here. Okay, suppose if you want to select all of this, you guys can select all of this, come to home, select the bold, okay, and once you're done here, this is how it will actually look. Okay, and there are different ways. From here also you guys can take a text box directly. Otherwise, from here you guys can select what kind of text box you want. Okay, if you want to draw one, you guys can come here. If you want to search it from the office.com, you guys will be able to search it from the office.com as well. And there are different presets. Okay, so here if I want to give no color over here, then again what I'll do is I will come onto the shape format, and after going to the shape format I will go to shape fill and I'll choose no color. Okay, and shape outline as well, I will give no outline over here. Otherwise, if I want to keep the outline, I can also select the width. Okay, so maybe I'll just take a width of 6, or let's take a width of 3, and basically inside this one I will be able to write. Okay, so let me just write Pattaya. Okay, so let's write Pattaya, Thailand. Okay, so just write Thailand over here. Okay, and now what I can also do is select this particular text and maybe increase its size. So go to home, and from here, okay, you guys will be able to select the 24 size. If I want to get this thing bold, I will give this thing a bold, and now here I will select a white background. Okay, so here you guys can see. Now what I can do is if I want to select this one as well, okay, and if I want to select this text over here, okay, so I can just bring this thing and I can just move this thing the way I want. Okay, so I will just move this thing over here. Maybe if I want to decrease the size of the text box a little bit, I will be able to decrease the size of the text box a little bit over here as well. Okay, so this is how it actually looks right now. Okay, if you want to give up any shapes and stuff, in that case go to insert option and come here onto the shapes option. Okay, and here you guys can see there are a lot of shapes which you guys can choose from. Okay, so now if I try to create a straight line, okay, so in that case I will be able to come over here, and now here you guys can see this is how I will be able to create some lines. And here you guys can see I will be able to change the width. So from here, let me take this particular width, and if I want to change up the color, okay, I will be able to change the color over here as well. Okay, so let's take this color, and this is how it actually looks. And now let's give this thing a bold shape. Go to the home option, give bold, and a bit of italics over here. Okay, so this one kind of looks nice right now. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood how you'll be able to write inside a picture. Okay, I have shown you guys different ways of how to do that. So now if you want to save this file, go to save as and just select whichever file you want to basically save this file. Okay, so come here, I will just save it in my resource file, and I will just name this file as text inside image. Okay, so I will just put up this name over here, a bit of spelling mistake, and I'll just save this thing up. Okay, so this basic thing is now saved. And if you do want to change anything, suppose if you come here and if you go to picture format option, if you want to put a picture border, okay, in that case you guys can come here and maybe you guys will be able to put up picture borders. Okay, so let's take this color, let's click on OK, and now you guys can check the width. Okay, so basically if you want to increase the width and all, you guys can come here and increase the width over here. Okay, so now this particular thing is not saved. Okay, so if you come here, if you want to do some basic corrections, okay, you guys can come here. Okay, and you guys can just soften your image down. Okay, if you want to soften it by 25%, so now this one looks better. Okay, and now if you want to save this directly, you guys can come here onto the quick access toolbar, and you guys can click on save from here. Otherwise, you guys can directly click on Control S. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class over here. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, and here I'll be showing you guys by drawing chemical formulas using MS Word. Okay, so we'll be using different type of shapes and all to make some chemical formulas, how you'll be able to draw that, and different ways to do that over here as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So I will create up a blank document over here. And what I want to do is I want to create some chemical formulas. Okay, so let's first insert some images of the chemical formulas. And after that, we'll just copy those things over here using my shapes. Okay, so I do have downloaded few of the chemical shapes over here. Let's see. So let's come over here, and this is the screenshot which I have. Okay, so basically from here, if you want to copy this first one, suppose I will come over here, text wrap, go to square. Okay, so I will just put this thing down underneath. Okay, so first I will be showing you guys how to write these two benzene, or how to make these two designs over here. Okay, so for that, what I'll do is I'll just click outside, and suppose I do want to make it over here, go to the insert option, and from insert option go to shapes. Okay, so here basically you guys can see I do have the shapes over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a pentagon. Okay, but what I did over here is a hexagon. Okay, so now here if I want to create a hexagon, okay, so basically you guys can see I am able to create a hexagon quite like this. Okay, so in this case now I have created this one, and what I'll do is I will just fill this up with the white color. Okay, I don't want any fill over here, and if I want to increase the outline a little bit, okay, I can increase the outline a little bit over here. Okay, and I'll just keep that outline as black. Okay, so I will just keep this outline as black. And what you can do is if you want to give this thing a rotation, okay, so basically from here you guys will be able to give this thing a rotation quite like this. So let's try to give this thing a rotation onto this one over here as well. Okay, so let's come onto this option, and from here let's give this thing a rotation. Okay, so here basically you guys can see I have given this thing a rotation. If I want to increase or decrease the size a little bit, I will be able to do that from here. Okay, so here you guys can see now the size kind of looks similar. Okay, otherwise if I come over here, select this again, so I can just make this thing kind of big. Okay, so this is one way how you will be able to create a hexagon. Okay, so now if you come over here, and now I want to place these lines over here. Okay, which lines do I have? Okay, so I'll just come here in the line option, and from here now what I'm going to do is I am going to create a line over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I will just give a line right over here, go to the shape outline and check the width. From here let's take 1.5, let the width be 1.5 over here. Okay, and if you want to increase the size, okay, you guys will be able to increase the size from here. Okay, and let's give this black color. Okay, so I will give this thing a black color over here. And now again, if you want to create some lines, in that case again I'll select the line option over here, and now here I want to give up a line. Okay, so I will come here, and now I will just give a line right over here. Okay, so I will just give a line quite like this. If I want to increase the size, I will increase the size a little bit. Go to the shape outline, from the width take 1.5. Okay, And the last line I will have to create over here. So I will come over here and I will just click on shift. Okay, it will just create me a straight line. Okay, again, shape outline, go to the weight option, from here 1.5. Okay, so here you guys can see. Now what I can do is I can just select this one and just select the color properly. Okay, so I will just select a black color. So here you guys can see now it kind of looks better. Okay, so if I wanna increase, or if I want to come over here, if I want to decrease the size, okay, I can come over here and maybe decrease the size accordingly. And if I want to move it up, okay, I will be able to move it up from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can basically take up your own time and do that. I know this kind of looks that great, but here you guys will be able to make those designs quite by yourself, kind of like this. But suppose now if I just move this thing around, here you guys can see it is just moving around by only this one. Okay, so these are different objects. So if I want to move everything all together, as this is a chemical formula, so I will just go back again to the same position. And now what I'll do is I will come here in the option right over here. Let's go to the home page. From the home page, I will come here onto the select option, and now I will click on select objects. Okay, so now I will just click on this one and all of these things are being selected. Okay, so now I will just click or right click on my mouse, and after that I will click on this group option, and now I will just group these things up over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see, if I just keep this thing right over here, and now if I want to write something, okay, so now I will be able to write over here. Okay, so let's type benzene. Okay, so let's type benzene over here. Okay, so you will be able to write things quite like this. Okay, otherwise if you want to create a text box altogether, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Go to insert option, go to the text box option. Okay, so from here select a text box, and now just write accordingly. Okay, so I will just write benzene over here, and now I will just decrease this size. Okay, so I will just decrease it over here. And what I can also do is I can just come up here, and now I will go to the shape fill option. I will give no color, and also I don't want any outline. Okay, so here if I don't want any outline, in that case I can come here and select the no outline option. So now bring it over here, okay, wherever you want to put. So now once you have put, if you want both of these things to move all together, come here, go to select objects option, and basically from here you guys will be able to select this object. Okay, and now here if you just right click, okay, so if you want to edit the text, you guys can come here and edit text altogether. So now I will just select both of this all together, right click, okay, and I will just group this thing up. Okay, so now I have grouped this thing up. Wherever I do try to move this one, it will be moved. Go to shape, format, go to this one over here, and now if you try to move this thing up, you guys will be able to move this thing up from here as well. Okay, so let's come to this option, go to the hexagon over here. Otherwise let's come here and go to this text box 2. Okay, so from this option you guys can come here in the wrap text option, and now you guys can select the square. Okay, and if you just want to move this thing up, suppose if I come down over here and deselect the select panel, so now if I want to select this one, if I want to get this thing kind of down, I will be able to move this thing up over here as well. Okay, so this was about how you'll be able to create the benzene. Okay, so the same way if I come, okay, and I try to make this other one, okay, go to the shape option, select this hexagon again. Okay, and now once I have selected the hexagon, now I will be able to create some hexagon properly. Otherwise you guys can come here, and with control here you guys can see how it looks. Okay, so I will be able to make things kind of like this. Okay, and now I will go to shape fill and I will just give no color. Go to shape outline and maybe I'll just increase the width from here. Okay, and I'll just decrease it a bit. Okay, so this one is fine. If you want to give this thing a rotation, you guys can come here and give this thing a rotation, kind of like this. Okay, and again, if you want to create a circle, come here and maybe with shift, okay, create a circle accordingly. Okay, and once you have created the circle, you guys can put it here in the middle. Okay, and now just remove the fill color. Okay, maybe select this one and place it over here in the middle. Okay, so let's come over here and let's try to position it quite well. Okay, so let's come over here and let's try to position it quite nicely. So yeah, this is done. So now if I want to group this thing again, go to the select option, select objects, and from here, I will just right click again, go to the group option, and I'll group this thing down. Okay. And I will just keep this here just beside this benzene, and this is also another benzene over here. Okay, this is how you guys will be able to create these chemical icons right over here. Okay, so now let's see another one. Okay, so now if I want to create things like this, I will be able to do that. Suppose what happens is you do have a page full of text. Okay, so let's open up a new file. Let's come here, go to the open option, and from here let's go to the browse. Okay, and let's come down over here onto my resource file. Okay, so now basically from here let's take this down. Okay, and here you guys can see now I do have another document right over here. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to put some things right over here. Okay, at this particular point I want to put up some logos. Okay, so in that case what I'll do is I will come over here and now I will go to this insert option, and from the insert option here you guys can see there is an option called the object. Okay, so I will just select the object from here. Okay, and now I will go down, and what I'll be searching is I will be searching for MS Word document. Okay, so I'll just select this MS Word document, and here I will just click on OK. So here you guys can see I have created a new document right over here. So now again what I'll do is I'll come here and now I will just copy these things out. Okay, so let's take this, let's go to select and select objects. So from here now I will just copy this thing up. So let's just copy this one. Okay, Control C. And after that, what I can also do is I will just come over here again, go to this file, and I'll just click on Control V over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have clicked on Control V and this one is copied. And now again, I will come onto this option and I'll just click on Control C, come to this one over here, and again basically from here you guys can click Control V. Okay, so I can just move this thing around here in the same line. Okay, so now what I can also do is let's come here and let's check this place out. So basically here you guys can see that now I do have this particular lining right over here. Okay, whatever I will put on those documents, it will come over here and I will be able to see this thing down. Okay, so now from here basically if you change this box size, you guys will be able to change the box size from here as well. Suppose if you want to make some changes, okay, in that case what you can do is you can come over here in this document, and what you can do is you can just click onto this option. Okay, suppose I will just select both of this, and if I will come over here, select objects, so I will just click outside. Okay, so I will just try to select both of these objects. Okay, select all, and now if I want to just move this thing down, I will be able to move this thing up over here as well. Okay, so let's come down here and let's try to move this thing objects. Okay, so now again if I come to this Word file, here you guys can actually see that how it actually looks right now. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some spaces. And now on top of this one, you guys won't be able to write anything down. Okay, suppose if you come here and suppose you decrease some point from here. Okay, and now here let's copy this text. Okay, so let's copy till here. And now what I want to do is I want to come over here, and if I want to start typing, okay, so let's come over here, let's click on to the space option. So now let's come back again, and let's come here down, let's click on enter. Okay, so you will be able to start typing over here, but basically here you won't be able to write anything down. Okay, so let's go back, Control V. Okay, Control X again. So let's select this one. Okay, so let's select this, Control C, and come here and just click Control V. Okay, so Control V over here. So if you want to decrease the size, okay, you guys can come here, go to the home option. From the home option, basically you guys will be able to decrease the size, maybe give this thing unbold. Okay, so now you won't be able to move this thing up or change anything right from here. Okay, so that is another option what you guys will be able to use. Okay, so this is how it actually looks like. So if I come over here, and now what I can do is let's increase the size a little bit. Okay, so now this looks quite similar. Okay, so now if I just click onto this option here, you guys can see now I am not able to see those particular chemical icons. So I can click over here, and here you guys can see once I click on this one, now I do have those icons right over here. Okay, so now whatever changes you make on those things, okay, you guys can come here, and if you want to go back, you guys, if you want to delete anything or if you want to add anything, whatever you add, it will go up to there, and from there you will be able to select the box size. So for the shapes and all, I prefer that you make these things objects. Okay, like if you if you're printing or if it's only for digital use. Okay, so both of these cases, this thing is quite nice. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 13, and here we'll be understanding about the mail merge option in the MS Word. Okay, so here we'll be learning about that particular thing. Why do we use mail merge? From where you guys will get access to that particular option? What are the usages? How are the different ways you will be able to use it? How it's quite helpful for us? We'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So the first thing what I'm going to do over here is I am going to create a blank document. Okay, so suppose what I want to do is I want to write up a document. Okay, so from here, suppose I am writing a document over here, but that same particular thing I want to send it to 100 people or more than 150 people altogether. All I want to change in that particular letter is the name, the address, the phone number, okay, and the position as well, okay, and the company name and stuff. But the format is same. Suppose if you are having any kind of program like in your company and you are calling the other CEOs of the company, other board members of the company. So in every case, what you want to do is you just want to change their name, their designation, but the main topic of the letter will be all the same. Okay, so in that case, what you'll be able to do over here is you should come over here first. Okay, so now I want to actually get up a letter format. Okay, so basically I do have one which I have created here in this class. Okay, so I will go to open file. So from open file, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this particular thing right over here. Okay, so what I'll do is I will just copy this thing down. Okay, so once I have copied this one, and I'll just click on Control C to copy. And now again, I will come here. Let's go to File and let's take a blank document over here. Okay, so from this one, I will just click on Control V, and I have copied that particular thing right over here. Okay, so basically here what you're going to do is I'm not going to put anything right over here in the to option. Okay, so what I want to put is like here I will be changing the name and each and everything, but here basically everything else will remain the same. Okay, so here you guys will be able to put on the names. So how to do that? Okay, so let's see about that from here. Okay, so just come here and check all these options out. Okay, so there is layout, references, and mailing. Okay, so once you are over here onto the mailing option, here you guys will be able to see that there is an option called start mail merge. Okay, and from here you guys will be able to select recipient. So if I come over here, okay, suppose if I want to write a letter, okay, so in that case they will give me a letter format over here. But if I want to do a email messaging, this is how it will appear. Okay, so these are few of the preset sizes according to which your document size will vary. Okay, so here if you are doing for envelope, okay, so here you guys can see, and here again let's check out if you're doing it for labels. Okay, so there are level options as well. Okay, and if this is a directory, you guys can select this one. Okay, or if you want to send to them it as a normal Word document file, in that case you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so here once you are done, okay, you guys can select letters, and after that you guys can go to step by step mail merge wizard. Okay, so once you click on this one, here you guys can see. Now what I can do is I can come over here. Okay, so go starting document. So basically from here you guys can select, and you guys can choose what are the recipients, and all will be over here. Okay, like if you already have those names over here, you guys can come here and you guys can check them out. Okay, so if you want to save this file, you guys can come here onto this PC. You guys can save it anywhere, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this one here onto my resource file. Okay, so I will come here and now I will name this one as list, or I will just name this one as mail merge. Okay, so I'll just write mail merge list, and now I will be able to save this down over here. Okay, so I will just save this. Okay, and I'll just click on OK over here, and I will cancel this thing out again. Okay, so here once you come here in the select recipient option, so here you guys can see I do have the steps. Okay, if you want to see the next step, from here you guys can write your letter down. If you want to go to the starting document, you guys can go from here as well. Suppose if you do have an existing list, you guys can come here and check the existing list. Otherwise, if you want to type a new list, you guys can come here as well and try creating a new recipient list. Okay, so basically from here also, if you come here, you guys can see now I do have a lot of option. Okay, so the same thing, you can come here and you guys can click on this one over here. Okay, and you guys will be able to get your things right over here. Okay, so well, like how I want to use it. Okay, over here, suppose from here what I want to do is I don't want the column and all over here, like I don't want the state and all. So in that case I will be able to choose what all I want to add here in this particular list. Okay, suppose I do want the last name. So from here what I can do is I can come here and I can just delete it. Okay, and I'll again click over here, and in first name what I want to do is I want to rename this one. Okay, so I will just rename this one as name over here, and now I will click on OK. So I want the title name, company name, and here I will just delete all of this, whatever is extra over here. Okay, I don't want to put the address line. Okay, so I don't want to put city. So basically from here, like move down option as well and move up, I will be able to move up and down from here. Suppose you want to get this company name down, okay, you guys can get it down. If you want to move this up again, you guys can come here and move this up again over here. Okay, so I will just delete all these things out, whatever I don't want. So I will just delete this over here as well, and home phone also I'll delete. Okay, and I will also delete the work phone over here. Okay, so now here again you guys can now see, now I only do have the title, name, company name, work phone, and email address. Okay, so once I'm done, I will just click on OK. If you want to add any other field, you guys can come here and just click on this add option. Okay, so first here you need to select the type, okay, what you're going to put, and after that you will be able to put those accordingly. Okay, so I won't add it for now, so I'll just click on OK over here. So for title, I will just write Mr. Okay, and I will come here in the name again, so I will just write Adam. Okay, so let's write Adam over here, and here in company name, let's put BSB group. Okay, and from here I can also instead of work phone, I will go to customize column. So what I'll do is I'll delete this one. Okay, and I'll just click on OK. And if I want to add something, okay, I will just add it over here. So let me just add this one as the designation. Okay, so I will just write designation over here, and now I will just click on OK. So here after this company name, what I want to do is I just want to move it up after the name. Okay, so now I do have the designation right over here, and click on OK. So instead, in place of designation, I will just write so here in the designation option, I will come and I will just write operation manager. Okay, operation manager. Okay, so I will just type it over here. And now if I want to increase the space, okay, so this is how I'll be able to increase the space. And let's type here bsb at gmail.com for the email. Okay, so now if I want to see it in full, okay, I can come here and I can just drag this down. Okay, so here I do have 5 options. Okay, so now if I want to send it to suppose 5%, okay, so I will just make new 5 entries. So here I will type again Mr. Ricky. Okay, so I will just write Mr. Ricky over here. And after that, I will just click on CEO. And after that, I will give a TTR Foundation or TTR Foundation. Okay, so now I will just increase the spacing over here as well. I will come and increase the space. Then I will just type TTRF at gmail.com. Okay, so if you want to add more, you guys can come here. So I will just finish that one and we'll continue from there. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I have added this particular address. So I do have this email address over here. Okay, so the company name, designation, okay, and also the name and the title over here. Suppose I want to add another one, I will be able to add it from here. Otherwise, if I want to delete this one, okay, so I can come here and I can just click on delete entry. And here, once I have deleted, here you guys can see that thing particularly disappeared over here. Okay, so basically from here you guys can check out these things. Okay, so now if you want to find any name, suppose if you do have 200, 300 of it, so from here basically you will be able to find those things out. If you want to customize the column, if you want to add more, you guys can come here and add more accordingly. Okay, So once you're done, what you can do is you can click on OK. And after that, they'll give you this particular option where you guys will be able to save this thing down. Okay. So I will just name this one as mail merge list. Okay, so I will just give the mail merge list over here, and now I will click on save option. Okay, so once I do have this thing selected over here, okay, so once I have done this one, okay, so from here basically if you want to edit the receipt list, here you guys can come, and from here basically you guys can click on the edit option, and from here you guys will be able to edit those out. Okay, so from here basically you guys will be able to check somewhere if you want to make any change, or suppose you don't want this name. Okay, so you guys can come here and just unmark this accordingly. Okay, so if you want to sort those names according to the letters, you guys can come here. You guys will also be able to filter things down. Okay, so here you guys can see these are the recipients from here, and just click on OK. So once I have made that particular list, here you guys can see I do have a lot of things here over here which are actually selected. Okay, it's like this all these options. Now I'll be able to work with all these options over here. Okay, so basically let's come here and let's try to put those names down. So the place wherever you want to put up those things, okay, in that case come here into the insert march field option. So at first, which one you are going to put? Okay, so first I will just put the title. Okay, and after title I just want to put up the name. Okay, and after name I will come down, and this particular place what I want to put is I want to put their designation. Okay, and after that I'll just click on enter again. I will come down, and from here I will just put up their company name. Okay, otherwise you can come over here if you wanna go back. Okay, you can come here and go to insert file option. You guys can give the designation. Okay, and after that you guys can give company name, or you guys can come down. Okay, you guys can come down, and basically from here you guys will be able to give the company name. Come down, lastly you guys can give the email address over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some pages right over here. If you want to come here in the home page option, you guys can select 12 over here as well. Okay, so just select 12 over here as well. Okay, so now once you are done, okay, so again go to the mailing options, and from the mailing option here you guys can see now once you have inserted this merge field, if you want to highlight this one, okay, so basically you guys will be able to highlight this one over here as well. Suppose basically from here you want to check all those names out. Okay, so for that, if you want to preview the result, okay, suppose this one I want to preview the result from here, like how it actually looks. Okay, so basically here you guys can actually see. So this first one is for Mr. Adam. Okay, so Mr. Adam, the operation manager, BSB group, and the email is right over here as well. Okay, if I want to see the second one, here you guys can see to Mr. Ricky, the CEO of TTR Foundation, and I do have the email address. So here also you guys can see Mrs. Evelyn, the director of John Pharmaceuticals, and also I do have the email. And here is Miss Katie, like I do have the CEO, John Pharmaceuticals, and here you do have the email address. And lastly, I do have the email address and all the datas over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can also check for errors. So if you don't want to see the preview, here you guys can click on this one. Okay, so this is about how you'll be able to send like a same kind of letter to a lot of people by just changing few of the documents over there. Okay, so here also what you can also do is let's come onto this option. Okay, let's go to the first one. Okay, and after going to the first one, okay, so let's see. So now what I want to do is I can come over here, and instead of respected sir, what I can give is I can just put dear. Okay, like dear And now what I can also do is I can come here, go to this name option. Okay, so I can just put this thing kind of like that. Okay, so once you put this one here, if we want to see the preview, okay, so now if I change, see dear Ricky, dear Evelyn, dear Katie, dear Richard over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually put wherever you think this thing is quite necessary. Okay, so you guys can change those accordingly. So here, as you guys can see, there are also other options, and if you want to find the recipient over here, you guys can also find the recipient from here. Like if you want to search the name and all, you guys can come here and search for it over here as well. So now let's go to this finish and merge option. Like once you're done, you guys will click on this one. Okay. And from here, they'll also ask you like, do you want to edit these individual documents, or you want to print these documents, or you want to send this according to email messages. Okay. Like how you want to send, you do have all these options over here. So if I come here, edit individual options. So from here, I can choose like, do I want to merge to new document all of this, okay, and otherwise do I want to type some pages. Suppose I want to I want to print the page from 2 to 4. Okay, so if I just click on OK, it will just merge into all only the 2 to 4 pages. Like I will have only 3 letterheads over here, so it will just miss out the 1 and the 5th. Okay, so I'll just go and select all. And once I click on OK, here you guys can see. Okay, so now I do have all of these things right over here. Okay, so this is the first letter, this one is the second, this is the third, this is the fourth, and this is the fifth right over here in one document. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to use this mailings option over here. And suppose if you do have already existing list over here. Okay, so from here basically you guys can come and check wherever you have put that particular list. Okay, so once I am over here, you guys can see. Okay, so I do have this mdb file. So now if I click on OK, so here you guys can see now I do have a list over here. Okay, so from here basically you guys will be able to merge it. Okay, and wherever you want to put, you can put it. If you want to edit the recipient list, you guys can come here and can edit it properly. Okay, so if you come just right over here, suppose if you come here, let's select this one if you want to edit, and here you guys can see right now you are not able to edit this properly. But if I come here into the recipients option, okay, so basically from here I can actually select all of this and put it accordingly over here. Okay, so if you want to edit this particular list, from here you will be able to edit that particular list from here as well. If you want to filter it down, you guys will also be able to filter these things down from here as well. Okay, so basically from here you guys will start the mail merging option. Okay, and if you want to add any greeting line, so here you guys can see. Okay, so this is the format option. Like if you want to put any greeting line like this, you guys can put it over here. So in each and every one, this is how it will actually appear. Okay, so if you want to use this one, you guys can also use this one instead of writing it by word over here. Okay, so that is also good. You guys can actually use it. And once you're done, click on the file option, go to save as, go to the browse option over here, and from here you guys can save this one as mail merge class. Okay, so save this one as mail merge class. I'll go to the resource file over here and I'll just save this file accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make this particular mail merge option, and I hope you guys have understood each and everything right over here. Suppose you did make some changes over here, you guys need to click on this save option and it will be saved into your PC. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14, and here I will be showing you guys a project on making a professional CV design. Okay, so we'll be learning about all that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to take up a blank document from here. Okay, so CVs are basically made when you are trying to apply for a job. Okay, like when you are trying to apply for a position in a company, in that case. Okay, so you are just giving that CV to a recruiter that they can actually see your profile, like where you studied, what's your qualification, references and all, check from all of those, and regarding that they'll call you up for the face-to-face interview. Okay, so CV is the basic first impression when you are trying to apply for a job. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys few other templates. Okay, so if I come here and if I type CV template. Okay, so if I just come here, let's type CV template. Okay, and now let's click on enter. So let's go to images from here. Okay, so here you guys can actually see these are different kind of formats. Okay, so you guys will be able to give some colors and all, put your image over there. Okay, this is how you guys will be able to make some stunning designs of the CV. Okay, so here you guys can see there are a lot of things right over here. Okay, and this is how CV actually looks. Okay, so you guys can come here, and what you can do is you guys will again go back to the Word file. Okay, so basically from here now I want to start typing my CV. Okay, so before that what I need to choose is I need to choose what kind of font size am I gonna use. Okay, so now let's come here and let's type. Okay, so let's start typing over here. Okay, so let's take the name of Roland Anderson. Okay, so I will just write Roland Anderson over here, and after that, what is your qualification at this point of time? Okay, so you want to mention that particular thing over here as well. Okay, so from here basically you guys can write, like suppose I am making it for college, like for a nursing college, so in that case I will just write staff nurse. Okay, and here you guys can give the phone number and all. Okay, so here if you come and if you want to give a phone number and stuff, in that case you guys will be able to give that over here as well. But now let's come over here and let's try to work with this file over here. So first thing what I want is you want to make this thing kind of bold, like your name. Okay, that it will be visible quite properly. So let me get 28 over here and let me make this thing kind of bold. The same way I will come over here, and now let's increase the size of this one from here as well. Okay, let's take 26 over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to make this bold, but at the same time I'm going to change the color over here as well. Okay, so here let's give this particular color. Okay, and after that the next thing what I'm going to do is I will come down over here. Okay, so if you want to come down, you guys can click on shift and enter, so you will just go right down from here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to decrease the size. Okay, so a CV basically includes a lot of things. Okay, so it actually includes a lot of things right over here. Okay, if you want to decrease the spacing over here, you guys can come and you guys can actually adjust the line spacing. Okay, so let's come over here and let's check the line spacing. Okay, so here if you come, okay, and now go to line spacing. Okay, so here I can actually increase or decrease it from here. Okay, suppose if I come and if I just make it 7 over here, and let's click on OK. So here basically you guys can see how it actually looks right now. Okay, so again if I come down, okay, so let's click on this option over here, let's try to write objective. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to take this calamari and now I am going to decrease the size. Okay, so from here, let's type objective over here. Okay, so now once you are done writing this thing, what you can do is you can come here onto this option and now you guys can actually add a bottom border. Okay, so once you have this bottom border over here, you guys can come onto this option and from here basically you guys can put up different colors. Okay, so maybe I will just come down over here a little bit. Okay, and maybe I will just come right over here, and if you want to come down a little bit, you guys can come down a little bit right over here. Okay, at this particular point, if you want to add any color, you guys will be able to add a lot of colors from here as well. So like let's take this color from here. If you want to increase this thing somewhat to 14, okay, so let's take this one and let's come over here and check this one. Okay, so let's take 14 over here. Okay, so once you are right over into this particular option, you guys can come and what you can do is you can just click on shift and enter. Otherwise you guys can just come down, okay, onto this point over here. Okay, suppose you want to start typing from this particular option. Okay, so from here basically you guys will be able to start typing. So suppose I will just put up objective. You guys can actually write it for 3 or 4 sentences. Okay, so maybe I will just come to Chrome and from here I will just type objective for a job. So I'll just click on enter and here you guys can see I do have a lot of options. Okay, so I will just fill this up with some text. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put a real objective once you're trying to write. Okay, so let's just take this particular word, okay, or this particular set of sentence and now click on Ctrl C to copy. Come here and now at this point what you can do is you guys can just go back. Okay, if you want to actually check on the margin over here, you guys can come here and you guys can move this thing a little bit over onto the side. Okay, so now after that, once you're over here, okay, you guys come here and just come down. So now from here, I will just click on Ctrl V to paste. Okay, so here you guys can see I have clicked on all these things right over here, but here you guys can see the color over here is not the same. Okay, so I can go to font color and from here basically I will be able to choose this black color. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this set of sentences. Okay, I'll come to this option and let's give this thing a white color over here. Okay, so in this particular place, if I want to delete any space up, I can come here and I can just delete this space down. Okay, come on to this option and just delete this space down from here as well. Okay, so once you're done writing the objective, what you can do is you can come here and you can come here and just go to select object. So once you're over here, what you can do is you can select this particular part. Otherwise, instead of this option over here, let's come to this point. Okay, let's go to the home page and now onto the selecting option, go to select all. Then if you want to move it in any other side, you guys will be able to move these things up over to this side here as well. Okay, so now if you want to check on the margins, okay, so go to the layout option and from here basically you guys will be able to select the margins over here. Okay, so over here you guys will be able to select the margins. Okay, so here you guys can see a lot of it right over here. Okay, so now once I have selected this particular thing, what I can do is I can come here and just click on Ctrl C. Okay, and right down I will just come over here and now I'll just click on shift and enter. Okay, so I will just come down, enter over here again, Ctrl plus V. So now here, what I'll do is, as I have copied this one over here, now the next thing after objective, what we used to put is work experience. Otherwise, we can type educational background. Okay, so maybe I'll type educational background from here. Okay, so now once I am done writing the educational background, now here at this place, what I want to do is I want to insert some table. Okay, so now go to the insert option. So here you guys can see now I do have the option for table. Okay, so now from here, basically what all I'll choose. First, I will write the exam. Okay, and from here, I will be able to select, let's select 4 tables over here. And after that, let's select 4 over here as well. Okay, so 4 right over here. So now what I can do is, once I'm over here, I have created this one. If I want to add, okay, I will be able to add right from here as well. If I want to increase the size, I will be able to increase the size quite like this from here as well. Okay, so now once I have created this one, let's write first over here exam. Okay, so let's do it in all caps. Okay, so I'll just write exam major. After that, I will just write marks. And after that, I will just write year over here. Okay, so let's type year. So once someone checks this thing out, that they don't have to actually do a lot of things, like they can easily check those out. So from here, basically, if you want to centralize this one, you guys can come here, and if you want to centralize here it on the top, you guys will also be able to do this thing from here as well using this alignment option. Okay, so now again I'll go to the home option. If I want to make these things bold, I'll make this thing bold. And now what I can also do is I can select the box colors from here. Okay, so I can come here and I can select the color. Okay, so let's select this color from here. And now let's come to this option over here. Okay, like this text option. And from the text option, what I'm going to do is I will come here and I will take the text color kind of like this. And here you guys can see now I do have the exam major marks and the year right over here again. Suppose from here, like individually, if I want to change anything, I will also be able to change individually from here as well. Okay, so this is about the font color. So I don't want to add any kind of shading. If I don't want to add any kind of shading, in that case I can select no shading option. But here let's take this gray color. Okay, and after that, from here as well, if you want to change this color, if you want to change the highlight color, or if you want these things to be highlighted, here you guys can see. Okay, so now the color over here matches quite good. So here basically you can write the exam in what subject you do have your major. Okay, suppose I will write over here as BSc nursing. Okay, so let's type BSc nursing over here. Okay, and after that I will just write the major. Okay, nursing from here, and let's take up 75. Okay, 75%. Okay, so for that, again, what I need to do is I need to click on percent over here, and let's choose the year. Let's say 1999. Okay, so once I have selected this one, what I can do is I can select all of this, and after that go to the layout option. From here, let's select this one here in the middle. Okay, and after doing that, if you want to make these things bold, you guys can come here and make these things bold accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can actually put things kind of like that. And after that, again, what I can do is let's select this one, and now click on Control C. Okay, so once you are over here, let's come down a little bit. Okay, now here you guys can put Control V. Okay, so again, here you guys can see I do have these things out. If you want to take this one a bit on the top, okay, you guys can come here, and after educational background comes the work experience. Okay, So you guys can come here and you guys can type the work experience over here. Okay, so there are different ways of how you will be able to write down the work experience. Okay, so if I just select this particular table, okay, so let's select this particular table right from here. Okay, if you want to increase the size or if you want to move, okay, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to move this thing up. Okay, so for now I don't want to move this thing. If you want to increase or decrease the size, you guys will be able to do it quite easily. Okay, so from here you guys can actually do this. So the same way, what I'm going to do is I am going to make up a table again. Okay, so for that, what I'll do is I will come here, go to the insert option, and from table, what I'll do is I can add different columns. Okay, so now let's take two over here, and now what I'll do is I will just decrease the space over here. Okay, and if I want to increase the size, okay, so from here I will be able to increase the size from here as well. Let's increase it a bit more over here. Okay, so now basically from here what you can write is you can write the duration, time and duration. Okay, so let's type time and duration. Okay, so let's type time and duration over here, and now here you guys can see just type description onto this point. Okay, so I will just type description over here, and what I can do is once I'm over here, you guys can come with the layout option and maybe just put this one here in the exact middle. Go to home and make it bold over here as well, and under this time and duration I'm only going to make this bold. Okay, suppose you have worked in one place for 2 years. Okay, so just write December or January. Okay, so you can just type January 1997 to January 1999. Okay, so here you guys can also come down again and maybe give up a bracket over here. Suppose if I come over here and now let's create a bracket, and now I will just put 2 years. Okay, and now what I can also do is I can just close down the bracket again. Okay, so now what I can also do is let's select all these things up and let's try to bring this one here in the center. Okay, so here you guys can see, and now here you guys can actually add the role and stuff. Okay, so you guys can actually add the role and all. Suppose I will just type over here. Okay, so let's type in ICU. Okay, and emergency department. Okay, so let's type emergency department. Then come here and type ICU. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make your CV down, and basically from here you guys can also give some job responsibilities over here. Suppose you want to type the job responsibilities, what all you did onto that particular place. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can type that thing down. So from here, basically, if I just click on enter, here I will also be able to make this thing bold. Okay, so from here I will just click on to the bold option. Okay, so come here, select the bold option, and now if you want to increase the spacing, from here you guys can come here, click on enter, and maybe if you want to give some bullets, okay, you guys can come here and just we'll be able to add some bullets. Okay, suppose I want to use this kind of bullets. Okay, so in that case I will be able to add some bullets. Suppose medicine, and I would write this in bold, so again I will deselect bold. Okay, so I will just write medicine administration. Okay, and after that also I will write few other things over here. Okay, suppose at this particular place I don't want this thing over here. Okay, so let me just come here and let me make only this word kind of bold, and let's change it to 12, or let's change it to 14, and let's make this thing bold over here. And under this one you guys can type emergency care. Okay, again I will come here, change this one. Okay, so I will just write emergency care. Okay, and you guys can continue over like this. Okay, so this is one way of how you will be able to create your CVs and all. Okay, so after work experience you guys can also put up your personal details. So I'll come over here and I'll just click on Control C to copy. So I'll just come down and I'll just click on Control V. Okay, so if you come here, let's take this point. Okay, if you want to come down, okay, you guys will be able to do this from here as well. So if I just go back again, okay, let's come down a little bit, and now if I just click on Control V, here you guys can see now this one looks better. Okay, so basically from here now I can just type personal. Okay, so personal details. Okay, so here you guys can actually write the personal details. So in personal details, what are the things that you're going to write? Okay, so in personal details you can write like the father's name, mother's name, nationality, and stuff like that. Okay, so you can come here, you can just write a father's name. Okay, so let's come here, let's start father's name. Okay, and what you can do is you can just use up a colon over here, and after that if you want to make some designs, you just need to come here and just select this part of the column, and now just click on tab. Okay, so here you guys can see I have clicked on tab over here. Now again I will just click on shift and enter, and now basically from here you guys can type mother's name. Okay, so mother's name over here, and now again just make the colon. Okay, so use the colon, make your mouse come over here and just click on tab. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make some stunning designs. Okay, if you want to go back, click on shift and enter. So again you are over to this particular place again. So here you guys can actually write email address. Okay, email address. Again you select the colon. Okay, take the mouse. Okay, and now click on tab. Okay, so I'm just giving a double click. Okay, and after that you guys will be able to provide or just write this thing up over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to put on your data. Suppose I will just click on shift and enter. Okay, so if I just want to write the phone number, okay, after that I will just use the colon again and bring your colon right over here, okay, to this particular place like your mouse, and after that click on the tab option. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make some stunning designs over here. Okay, and if you want to add more details like the nationality and all, okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can write up your nationality and things like that over here at this particular point as well. Okay, to get this type of thing you guys need to click on the tab option. So once you're done here with the personal details, you have filled up the personal details, and lastly what you'll do is you will come here and maybe go down. Okay, and after going down here you guys can type the references. Suppose if you do have any references of any people, okay, in that case you guys will be able to put up the reference. So at this part now I won't be putting any references, but same way, the way I have created these boxes, you guys can come here and suppose in the first one you guys can put up the name and you can put up their designation here as well. Okay, suppose if I come over here, okay, so now I will just select this one and now Control C. Okay, and after that you come here and just click on Control V. If you come to this upper option, you guys can come here, and if you just want to go down, okay, so here you guys can come on top again, and now here you guys can check. Okay, so I will just write a declaration, or I will just write references. So I will just write references. Okay, it can be your previous work boss or your institutional reference. Okay, so you guys will be able to put up your reference quite like this over here. Okay, so now again I'll go to insert option. Maybe I will just select two boxes over here, and in one, what I'll do is I will just write it accordingly. So here let's come and let's write name. Okay, so let's write name over here, and now onto this side what I'm going to write is I am going to write designation. Okay, so I will just write designation over here, and now what I'll do is I will just make this thing in the center. So I'll just bring it here in the center, make it bold, and after that just give this one a shading color. Okay, so let's come over here, make this color kind of like this, and onto going on to the layout, come here in the alignment option and just align it here in the exact center. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually do. Again, you guys can come on to this option. Okay, so once you come here in this option, if you want to add up a new page, you guys can come here and add up a new page. Okay, so for declaration, the same way, I'll just click on Control C. Okay, and now what I'll go is I will come onto this option right over here. Okay, let's go to the home option. So from the home option, come to the insert. So now I will just insert another blank page. Okay, so over here, what I'll do is I'll come over here, keep the references right over here. And now after this, okay, so after this particular point, now I want to insert a blank page. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have put up a blank page right over here. Okay, so in this page, what I can do is I can come here and maybe click on this particular word, click on Control C to copy. Okay, so after that, come over here and just click on Control V. Okay, so instead of references, now what I'll do is I will just give the declaration. So declarations are basically a statement by me that all the documents and all the information provided, it's true and stuff. So here I can just write like all the documents and information, okay, and information provided in the resume is true to my knowledge. Okay, so this is just a surety over here. And after declaration, what you can do is you can just put up your word over here. Let's click on enter, and what you can do is you can come down and you can write date. Okay, so from here let's type the date. Okay, just give a colon over here, and what you can do is if you come right over to this option, if you just come here on top a little bit, you guys can come over here. And now if I come to this option, if I just come here on top again, okay, so let's come to this option, and now let's just move it up over here. Okay, so suppose if you want to move it up in the other side, okay, you guys can come here and just select this word. Okay, suppose if I want to come here and if I want to go down again, okay, so here let's select this one, let's click on enter, enter again, come here down. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will just write my name. Okay, so the name which I had given over here is Roland Anderson. So what I'll do is I will just write Roland Anderson over here. Okay, so I will just write Roland Anderson, and what I'm going to do is I am going to leave up a bit of space. Okay, so I'll come here, maybe I will just click on enter, and now I will go to the insert option. From the insert option, I will just going to take up a line or make a line where I will be able to put up the signature. Okay, so if I will click on shift and try to create a line, it's going to create a straight line for me. Okay, so in that case, again, I will select the line option. Okay, and let's go back. Okay, so let's go to insert option. Let's go to the shape option. From here, let's take this line and let's try to create a line right over here. Okay, so I will just create up a line using the shift button. So now this is a straight line. So if I want to increase the weight over here, okay, I can come here and maybe I will just select the line, and from here you can also choose the color. So I will just take up a black color. So here basically you guys will be able to sign. So this is the CV. Okay, and if you want to put up or just keep up any space for the image, you guys can come here, go to the shapes option, and come here, take the rectangle. Okay, so come here again, take the rectangle option, and if you want to create a box like with same proportion, just click on shift over here, and now the box which I do create over here, it's the same proportion. Okay, so the width and the height is all the same, and what I can do is if I don't want any fill color, I can come here and I can put on no fill. If I want to increase the outline over here, okay, so I can come here and maybe I will just increase the outline kind of like this. Okay, so now my CV is quite ready over here. Okay, if I want to see it, I will be able to see it from here as well once you go to the print option. So here you guys can see this is the CV which I have made just now. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some stunning designs for your CV. Okay, you can use different words. Okay, but for me, I wanted to highlight the things. Okay, so here you guys can see I have highlighted that particular places where wherever I wanted to highlight this, and always you guys can come here and also work on your alignment. Okay, so this one kind of looks good to me. The border, the margin, everything is looking great over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood. Suppose now you want to save this file, go to the file wherever you want to save. Okay, so come here and just write CV. Okay, and now let's go to this resource file and let's save it up over here. Okay, so once you're done saving it, you are done. If you want to do it in if you have made any changes and again you want to save it in the same file, come here and click onto this option. It will be automatically saved over there. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15, and here I'll be showing you guys a project on making a flyer design. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys in detail how you'll be able to make up a nice flyer design. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so from here, I'll be creating up a new document. So right now, the first thing what I'll do is I will just check out the layout over here. Okay, so I will be selecting the size of the page. Okay, suppose I want to work in this kind of a legal page size. Okay, so I will just select up the page size from here. Okay, if I want to view it all together, I can come here. Suppose if I want to decrease the page size, maybe I'll take a letter size. Okay, I can come here and I can take it from here as well. Okay, so now if you want to do it in a landscape, you guys can do it. Okay, you guys can select the margin over here. Okay, so you guys will be able to customize the margin from here as well. Okay, so now the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to make up some shapes. Okay, so let's come here and let's take this rectangle shape from here. So now let's come to this corner and let's try to create some shape. Okay, so as you guys can see, if I just want to move it up, I will also be able to move it up from here as well. Okay, so from here, basically, if I want to zoom in again, I can come over here and maybe I will be able to zoom this thing out. So from this end as well. Okay, if I want to zoom it out or keep this thing properly, I will be able to keep this thing properly right over here as well. Okay, so now once you have created this one, okay, so basically here, if you want to increase the size here on the downs as well, okay, you guys will be able to do that. So now once you are selecting the shape format option, here what you can do is you can edit this particular shape. Suppose you want to make some different designs. In that case, you guys will also be able to make some stunning designs right over here as well. Okay, so for that, what you need to do is you need to come here, go to the edit shape option, and from here, basically you can go to the edit points. Okay, so suppose here you guys can see now there are different places from where you guys will be able to edit the shape. Suppose if I just click over here. Okay, so let's click over here, and now what I want to do is I want to edit the shape. Okay, if I want to add up a point, so let's come here in this corner. Okay, and now I have just given up a shape. So here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to edit shapes over here. Okay, so again the same way, I'll go to edit shape option, edit points. So maybe from here you guys can see you will be able to change the points over here as well. Okay, so if you want to come right over here at this particular point somewhere over here, okay, you guys can come and you guys can put up different shapes. Okay, so here you guys can see you guys can actually get some nice shapes around. Okay, suppose if I want to create a shape, so this is how you guys will be able to create some stunning shapes. Okay, so the next thing what you're going to do over here is you are going to take some image. Okay, suppose I have just selected this one, and if you want the previous one, you guys can come here, and here you guys have our shape. Okay, so if you want to do it quite properly, again you guys can come back over here again. Okay, and take these points down. Okay, so from these points, maybe come here at this corner and select this from here as well. Let's come and just join this one. Okay, and come to this point and also join these points over here as well. Let's just try to align it properly. Come here and try to align it over to this side as well. Okay, so I will just join this one quite easily. Okay, so now again go to the shape format, go to edit shape, and just check on to the points. Okay, so from here now I will just try to get kind of a wave. Okay, so now here you guys can see I have put up a wave over here. Okay, like a wave kind of structure. So the same way you guys can come here and maybe you guys can actually decrease the size from here. Okay, so the top part is basically done. So the next thing what I'm going to do is I am going to take up an image. Okay, so in that case, now what I'm going to do is I will just come up over here. Okay, go to the insert option. And from the insert option, what I'll do is I will come here onto the picture. Okay, so let's come down over here and let's go to pictures, go to this device. Okay, and now I do have downloaded few of the images which I'll put. Okay, so the image which I'll put is this one right over here. Okay, and now I will just insert this image right over here. Okay, so let's come here and let's decrease the size of the image. Okay, so let's decrease the size of the image from here, and what I can do is I can just bring it here on top. Okay, so once I have increased the size, okay, so now the next thing what I'm going to do is I will just increase it manually, the size of the image. Okay, so I will just increase the size of the image manually over here. Suppose if I want to just distort the image, I can come here and I can distort it accordingly. Okay, so now let's come here, go to text wrap option, go to the tide option over here. Okay, so go back again. Okay, so if you want to come here back again, you guys click onto this option, and from here now you will also be able to move this thing up. Okay, so go to or come to this particular option, go to text wrap. Okay, and now what you can do is you can come here and you can select in front of text. Okay, so once you have this particular thing selected, now if you want to increase the size, okay, so you guys will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, and from top as well, if you want to increase the size, you guys will be able to increase the size from top as well. Okay, so now I will just leave up this space here on top a little bit, and now again what I'll do is I will come here and now I will just right click and now I will click on send to back. Okay, so basically here you guys can see I already do have this particular image right here on the bottom, and what I can do is I can just bring this image quite right over here, and I will just extend the image a little bit more. And now again, I will go to the insert option, and from shapes, I will come here and I'll try to create a rectangle box. Okay, so I will just create up a rectangle box from here, and let's take this shape. Okay, so now if you wanna join this one, you guys can also join this thing from here and go to the shape fill option, and from here basically you guys will be able to choose up a color. Okay, so let's take this color over here and let's come to this option. Okay, so from here as well, what you can do is you can come here in the shape fill option and you guys can choose the color which you want. Okay, so basically here you guys can see now I do have this particular shape, and if I just zoom out, here you guys can see now this one kind of looks great. Okay, so the next thing what I'll do is I want to duplicate a part of this. Okay, so in that case what I can do is I can just click on Control D, and here, as you guys saw, once I have clicked on Control D, now I do have two layers right over here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'll come here, select the first layer. Okay, and after selecting the first layer, what I'm going to do is I'll go to Shape Fill, and from the Shape Fill option, what I'll choose is I will select No Fill option over here. Okay, let's select back, let's go back again. Okay, so now again I will just go back. Okay, so now I will select this layer and this top layer. Now I am going to select no fill. Okay, so here at this first option, if I come over onto this one, okay, so this layer, and now I will put on no fill. Okay, so no fill over here. Otherwise, just put up a different color if you want to put up a different color. So let's take a dark orange color. Okay, so in that case, now what I'll do is I will just put it up right over here somewhere. Okay, so now once I have put this thing right over here, what I'm going to do is I am going to set this one at the back. Okay, so the same way I will just click on set backward and again set backward over here. Okay, so now at this particular place, I am not able to see that thing down. Okay, so now if I come onto this option, and now if I select this layer, if I just click on bring forward, and again if I just select this layer, and now here you guys can see there is a nice design over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see there is a small nice design right over here which you guys can see. Okay, if you wanna decrease the size a little bit from here, you guys can come here and just align it properly. Okay, so now here you guys can see the top and the bottom part is basically done. Okay, and now here also if you want to bring up some other things, like if you want to bring up other images. Okay, so in that case, again, go to the insert option, go to the pictures, go to this device, and here you guys can see I do have other images as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this image right over here. Okay, so what you can do is maybe you can come over here, or you guys can go to the shape format and actually choose this thing out. Okay, so if I just go back. Okay, so here you guys can see. Now, if I come here and if I try to insert an image, suppose I will just come here at this particular point, go to insert option, go to this device, and maybe I want to insert this image right over here. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here and here down, as you guys can see. So here, if you want to bring this thing here on top, you guys can come here, select the wrap text option, and here you guys can select the square option right over here. Okay, so maybe just put this thing back down again. Okay, so maybe I will just select this layer. Okay, so I will just select this layer over here, and on top of this one I'll put this one. Okay, and now I will just select this image and I will go to the picture format over here, and from here basically I will be able to select different images. Suppose I'll just take this frame over here. Now I will just decrease the size of the image proportionally from here. So I will just put up the image right over here. One, again, the same way, I will go to insert option, go to this device, and from here let's take this image and let's insert it out. Okay, go to wrap text and now select the square option. And once you have selected the square option right over here, okay, so what you're going to do is you are going to decrease the size a little bit. Okay, and after decreasing, what you're going to do is you are going to put it somewhere over here. Okay, so let's just put it somewhere over here. And now what I'll do is I am just going to give this a metal oval shape. Okay, so basically I can come over to this particular option, and from here I can also change the color of the border. Okay, so the same way with this one, if I want to change the effect of the image, okay, I will be able to change the effect of the image from here as well. Okay, so now once you are done, okay, suppose if you want to keep this thing right over here somewhere. Okay, so you guys will be able to keep this thing right over here. Okay, so here I do have the design. So now suppose what you want to do is you want to insert some text. Okay, so now in that case you guys need to click or create one text box. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the option for writing the text down. So what I'll do is I will come over here and now I will just write. Okay, so let me just come here and let me write the Rain Cafe. Okay, so I will just write the Rain Cafe over here, select all this, and what I can do is I can just increase the size of the text. Okay, so let me just take 72, and now from this option over here as well, I will go to the home option. If I want to make it bold, I can make it bold from here, and also I can choose different font style. Okay, so here you guys can see I can come here and I can choose a different font style. Okay, so let's take this one over here and I will just decrease the size to 48. Okay, so 48 looks quite great. And what I can do is I can just decrease the size a little bit. Okay, from here. And what I can do is if I just want to move this thing, I will also be able to move this thing. If I want to give this thing a different color, I will be able to choose it from here. Okay, suppose if I want to give something in this dark color, I can come here and I can click on OK. And now I will go to the shape format option. And now I will just give no fill for this one. And also for the shape outline, I'll select no outline over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now the top part is done. Okay, so basically from here, what I can also do is, as I want to write here, okay, so the first thing I will come here and do is I will just uh, click on this shape option. So from the shape option, I'll just take this text box. Okay, and now I will just make one text box right over here. Okay, so now as I have taken this, and what I'll do is I will just put 25% off on the whole menu. Okay, so I will just write whole menu over here, and after this what I can do is I will select this part, and now I will just increase the font size. Okay, so I will just increase it to 25 and make this thing bold. Okay, and now you can also change the type of font from here. Okay, so let me just select the whole font from here, or I can just select what kind of font do I want to use. Okay, so let's take the abstract groovy, and let's change the color of this particular thing to white as well. Okay, so I will go to the home page again, go to this color, and from here let's take up a white color, and here under the outline option what I'm going to do is go to the shape format and give no color. Okay, and to the shape outline as well, give no outline. Okay, so now what I can do is I will just increase the size from here a bit, and I will just increase the size a bit from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the flyer ready. Okay, so now if you want to move this up in a different place, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just move this thing down a different place. Okay, so if you just want to move it up a little bit, you guys will be able to move it up a little bit here as well. Suppose here also I want to put up a text box. So the same way, I'll come here, go to the text box option, draw text box. So from here, what I can do is I can come here and I can just type or just make a text box. So draw a text box over here. So I will just come here, and from here again, what I'll do is I will take a text box, and right from here, what I'll do is I will just write, I'll just give up a star. Okay, offer valid till, okay, offer valid till 30th June 2011. Okay, so I will just give this thing right over here, and what I want to do is I just want to highlight this particular part. Okay, so maybe I will just increase the size a little bit. Okay, so let's come here and let's take something like 18. Okay, so I want to take this one as 18, and what I'm going to do is I want to highlight this particular word. Okay, so let's take this one, let's highlight this one over here, go to the shape format. Okay, so from the shape format, again what you're going to do is click on no fill. Okay, and also shape outline, just select no outline. Okay, so now here you guys can basically see like how you're able to make this one quite nicely. Okay, so once you're done here, at last also you guys can also put on the email. Suppose I will come here, go to the insert option again, and from the insert option what you can do is you can come here and take the text box. Okay, so here you guys can see different text boxes. I will come here and go to draw text box. Okay, so here as you guys can see I do have the text box right over here. What I can do is I can just bring this text box down. I will be able to bring this text box down over here a little bit. Otherwise, I can just delete this text box right from here. Okay, so if I come over here and if I just move this thing around, suppose here in the shape format, I will come and I'll just fill no fill. Okay, and I will just put no outline here as well. Okay, so now again I will select this particular image from here. and now I can just move it up accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can come and go to insert option again. Okay, so go to shapes. Okay, from shapes take this text box, and from here basically you guys will be able to make some email over here. Suppose I will come right here in this option, and what I want to write is I want to write the email. And if you want to copy this one, okay, you guys can just copy using Control Shift as well. Okay, or like Shift Control from here. Okay, so suppose I want to create a new box. In that case, I will be able to make a new box from here as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's type the thing down. Suppose I want to type the email address. Okay, so I will just type Jose16 at gmail.com. Okay, so I will just write gmail.com over here. And after writing this one, what I'm going to do is I am again going to increase the font size. Okay, so the same way I will come here and maybe I'll just increase the font size over here by 26. And now what I'll do is I will just put it here in the center, go to the shape format. Okay, if you want to align it properly, okay, you guys can align it here in the center. Okay, so align it here in the center basically. And now again, if you want to just move this thing up a little bit, just use the keyboard. Okay, so just go back, come here and just select a different option over here. Okay, so once you have selected this text, just come here and just move it up quite a bit. Okay, so come here, and what you can do is select on bold. Okay, so select this bold option, go to the insert option, and from here what you can do is you can come here in the shape fill. I will just give no fill over here. In the shape outline as well, just give no outline, and now you guys will be able to move this thing accordingly over here. Suppose now what I can do is I can just move this thing up wherever I want to move. Okay, if you want to decrease the box over here, you guys can come here and you guys can just increase the box kind of like this. Okay, so now here, as I have now aligned, if I want to put up any of the phone number and stuff like that, in that case, I will be able to put those things down from here as well. Okay, so now let's come to this option again here in my home screen. Okay, I will click on select all, and here now I have selected each and everything over here. And what I can do is right click, and now suppose if I want to select this one, and let's come to the home option again, go to the select objects option. So from here you guys will be able to select each and everything placed over here, right click. Okay, and you guys can actually save up this particular work. Okay, so there is another way of how you will be able to save down your file. Okay, so for that you just need to click on Control S. Okay, and once you click on Control S, here you guys can see what do you want to name this file. Okay, so I will just name this one as the flyer design. Okay, and once I've written the flyer design right over here, I'll choose at what location do I want to save it. Okay, so I'll just browse it from here. Okay, I will come here onto the MS Word Advanced Resource file, and now from here as well, I will just change the name to Flyer Design. Okay, so I will just name it as Flyer Design over here, and I will save this file up. Okay, I will also be able to save this file up in a different way. So if you just want to see the preview of how it will look when you print, okay, so this is how your flyer is going to look like when you print. Okay, so this was just a small flyer design which I have shown you, quite simple. I have shown you guys how you can actually put up different images, play around with shape, play around with text, and make a stunning design right over here. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 16, and here I will be making a project proposal design. Okay, so this is another project on where we'll be creating a project proposal design. Okay, so we'll be learning why you should learn making this one. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So from here, I'll be creating one blank document. And now what I'm going to do over here is let's come and see this particular options, which I do have over here. Okay, so now I will just click on the margins. I want to see the margins over here. Okay, so now let's go to layout option. So from layout, what I'll do is I will go to custom margins option. Okay, so from here, what I'll do is I will just click on 0 on all the sides. Okay, so I'll just give 0 over here and let's select this out. Okay, so let's click on 0 here again. Okay, and now let's come to layout again. Okay, and let's go to margins, go to custom margin, and on the bottom and on the right as well, I'll give 0. Okay, so here as well, I'll come and I'll give 0 over here. Okay, and now I'll click on OK. So here you guys can see now I can start typing from here on the sides. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to insert and a shape. Okay, so for that what I'll do is I will just click on this rectangle tool, and now from here now I will be making some rectangles. Okay, so I'll just make a rectangle kind of like this, like whatever size I'm looking for. I can take this one. Okay, and once you have created this, what you can do is you can come here and just keep on no outline over here, and basically from here you guys will be able to choose on different colors. Okay, so let's come over here, go to shape fill, and we can choose a lot of fill colors over here. And now if you want to rotate this thing up, okay, so to create some designs, you guys can come here and rotate this thing quite like this. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can give this thing a rotation. And now what you can do is if you want to make a duplicate, okay, so in that case what you can also do is you can come here, click on a shift, okay, and like shift and alt, okay, otherwise control and shift over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have got a duplicate of this. Otherwise, if you want to do it, you guys can also do it using different option, which is just clicking on that one and just clicking on Control D. Okay, so first let's see this one over here. So for this one, what I'm going to do is I am going to take up a different color. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will come here in the home option, and from home option on the shape format I'll come again. So from here basically I have selected this one, which one is there on the top. Okay, so from here if I want to actually change the shape, okay, if I want to edit the shape points, okay, I'll just go to edit points from here. And now once you click onto the edit points option, here basically you guys can see I do have different things right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I have made up a shape. Go to shape format again, go to edit points. Okay, so from here if you want to move these points all together, okay, so let's come to this option again, go to shape format, go to edit shape, go to edit points. So from here if you want click, okay, so here you guys will have a lot of option. And now if I just come here down a little bit, okay, if I want to actually change this particular shape format over here, okay, go to edit points, and from here click on this point. And what you can do is if you want to take this thing here on top, if you want to give this thing a rotation kind of like this, you can use this one and come here, and now you guys can just put it kind of like this. Okay, so you guys can just put this one kind of like this. You guys can just put it over here. Okay, so here you guys have made up a small place. Okay, so if you come right over here, and if you are trying to decrease the size, again what I'll do is I will come here in this edit shape option, go to edit points, and now I want to change this particular point from here. Okay, so again click on this shape format, and now edit shape, edit points, select this point over here, and here you guys can see this box. You guys can come here and make some design over here. The same way, if you want to come over here, okay, so here you guys can see I have made up a design over here. Okay, so the next thing what you're going to do is you are going to take some different shapes. Okay, suppose I'll select this one, and what I'll do is I will just click on Control D to copy. So here you guys can see now I do have a copy over here. So in that case, what I can do is I can come somewhere over here. And now if I want to change the shade, okay, if I want to put it in a gradient color, I can come here onto the home option. From the home option, here you guys can see I do have more colors option. Okay, so here you guys can actually do that. And suppose now I will come here, go to insert option, go to shapes, and now I'll just take up a circle. Okay, I want to insert a circle or an ellipse over here. So now if I want to create it properly, this is how I will create. And now I will be able to move this thing around quite over here. Okay, so I'll just move this thing over here, go to shape outline, and now select no outline and just match the color which I have over here. Otherwise, just give up a different shade. Okay, so come over here to this one, go to shape fill, and basically you guys will be able to choose the shape right over here. So let's come here, go to shape fill, and now basically I will be able to choose the color from here. Okay, so I will just choose the same color, and here you guys can see the design. Okay, and the same way, if I go to shape fill option, I can also choose some gradient colors. Okay, so from here I will just choose the gradient color option. So let's come here in the shape fill, let's go to gradients and select more gradients. Okay, so basically from here what you'll be able to do is you will be able to change the color. Okay, so once I'm over here, okay, so I will be able to choose some different color. Okay, so here are different presets. So instead of that, I'll come here into the color option, and maybe from here what I can do is I can come like this, put it in the middle, and again I will go to this one, and maybe I will just choose a different color. Okay, so let's take this fade, okay, here, and now let's come to this option, which is the last option. Come here onto the color option and just choose a color. So this is how you guys can also view this. And if you want to send it to back, okay, come here and just click to send to back. Okay, otherwise select this, and now go to send to back option, and here you guys can see now how it basically looks. Okay, so if you want to select all this color all together, in that case also you guys can come here, click on shift, and now select this one and the last one here as well. Okay, and now if you want to move it, you guys can come here to the group option and group these things down. And now here you guys can see you will be able to move this thing all along quite easily. Okay, so now I will just place this one right over here, and here what I'm going to do is I am going to insert more options. Okay, like I'll come here onto the insert option, go to shapes. Okay, so let's create one rectangle box over here. Okay, so now I will just create one rectangle box, go to insert again, go to shapes, from here rectangle. So now let's create some rectangles over here as well. Okay, so I will just create these rectangle boxes, put it over here, and from here you guys can change the color. Okay, so let's change this color to this one right now. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I am going to put no outline. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll put on no outline over here. Okay, so select this one, select no outline. Okay, so now this one looks quite great. And if you want to add some of the boxes, okay, like the text boxes, which we'll also learn over here. Okay, so in that case, now what I'll also do is I will come over here, and now I will also create another box. Okay, so go to the insert option, go to shapes option, and from here just create another box. Okay, So just come here, go to insert, select shapes, and from here select this box. Okay, if you want to create some boxes over here, you guys can come and just create some boxes around. So maybe I'll just keep this thing right over here. And now what I can also do is I can just put this one right over here and maybe increase the size a little bit on the downside. Okay, so come here, and what you can do is you can come and select a send to back option. Okay, and now I'll just give up a different color over here as well. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll come here and I'll just go for a solid color. Okay, so let's take some light color, quite like this. Okay, so now this one kind of looks good, and I will also remove the outline color. Okay, so I'll just put on no outline, and from here now basically you guys will be able to add down your things like the email address, the phone number, and also anything about the company. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to do it. Okay, so now let's come here and let's check how you'll be able to draw text boxes. Okay, so suppose basically here I will just give our company name. Okay, so I'll just give the company name to Black Widow. Okay, Black Widow and company. Okay, otherwise what I can do is I can just directly go for the project proposal. Okay, so I will just give the project proposal here, so you guys can do it according to your need. Okay, now select this one over here, go to the home option, and from the home option what you can do is you can come here, and now you guys can increase its size. Okay, so you guys can give it till 36. If you want to increase it a bit, you guys can do that from here as well. Okay, if you want to increase the size from this side, okay, you guys can do that. Maybe just a bit more of the font size right now. Okay, so let's go for 4872, or I can manually also change over here. Let's go for 65, and let's click on enter. And now if I just increase the size of this box, this one kind of looks good. Okay, so now using this one, I'll just bring it here on top. Okay, and now again select all of this and go for the bold option. Okay, so now I have taken bold, and what I'm going to do is I want a white letter. Okay, so for that I'll go to font color, go for white, and now select the shape format option, and from here just go for no fill, and over here go for no outline. Okay, so now here you guys can see how this one actually looks. Okay, so come here again. If you wanna go for no outline, you guys can come here and check how it basically looks. Okay, so now here also you guys can actually work on with the text box. Again, come here and go to the shape option. So from here also you guys will be able to get this text box. So from here maybe just take a text box quite like this, and from there you guys can actually write our motto. Okay, our motto. Okay, and just increase the size a little bit of the words over here. Come here and check out the sizes. Okay, so basically if I select this one, so let's come down over here, and now let's check this. This kind of looks good. Okay, so our motto over here, and what you can do is you can just click on Control D to copy as well. Otherwise you guys can click on Control Shift. Okay, so you guys can also duplicate this text layer. Okay, so you guys can come over here, and from here basically you guys can just copy this thing. So copy this one over here with Control C, and let's come to this option and just click on Control V. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to take this thing right over here, and now I will just give this one a dark color. Okay, so let's use the black over here, and the same way go to the shape format option, give no fill, and also give no shape outline. Okay, so no shape outline over here. What I can also do is select this one, come here again, no outline. So now I have actually selected this part over here. If I want to move it up, I can move it up right from here as well. Okay, select this thing up, and if you want to move it, you guys can also move it right from here. Okay, so now this is one is motor and another one is aim. Okay, so I will just write aim over here. Okay, and basically you guys can just fill this place with some normal text. Okay, so now what you can do is you can come over here and now maybe make a text box. Okay, so come here, draw a text box option. Okay, and now I will just draw a text box over here. Okay, and also over here I will just make a text box. Okay, so come here and just make a text box. So now I will just off this option over here again. If I want to select it, here you guys can see if I want to select it, I'll select and delete. Okay, so now I will just select this one. If I want to increase the size, I will just increase the size from here as well. Okay, you guys can put your company motto and stuff. Okay, so if I just come here, let's go to this option, and from here I will just go to my resource file, and from my resource file I will try to get some of this words. Okay, so I will just click on yes. So here you guys can see I do have few words. What I can do is I can just copy this thing down. Okay, Control C, and now I will come over here again, and what I can do is I can just paste it over here using Control V. Okay, so the same way what I can do is I can come here and just click on Control V and maybe just decrease the size over here. Okay, so you guys can actually do that, and the same way you guys can adjust the size over here. So I'll select this one, maybe I'll just bring this thing kind of down over here. Okay, so I will just bring this thing, let's select this particular box over here, and now just move this box on top a little bit. Okay, so just put it over here, and now select this text box and bring it over here again. Okay, so if I just want to move it up, I will be able to move it up from here. Let's select this text box and just move it here on the corner. Make sure to work on with the alignment. Okay, so I'm just taking a bit of time over here, but what you can do is you can select this one and just click on the delete option. Okay, so here just select this one over here. Okay, which is there down. Come here and you guys can just delete it. Okay, so come here to the option over here, and this one kind of looks good. Okay, and basically from here you guys can also use different icons. Okay, so if you come here you guys can see an option called insert an icon. So from here it will just take me some time to load these icons. Okay, and here you do have a lot of choice for the icons, like what you want to use. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I do have all these icons over here, but what all I want to search is for address first. Okay, so let's search for address and let's click on enter. Okay, so here you guys can see I will have a lot of options for here as well. Okay, so now if I just click over here for address, okay, so it's taking some time. So here I have just changed it to location. Okay, so now I will take this icon over here and I will just insert it right over here. Okay, so now what I can also do is come to this option. Okay, change the graphic fill to a black color. Okay, and what you can also do is come here onto this particular place. If you want to come here, go to the text wrap option. From here you guys can go to square and just come here down, and basically over here you guys can put this icon up. Okay, so just select this one inside, and now you guys can just select this one and move around. If you want to decrease its size, you guys will be able to decrease its size from here as well. Okay, so come here, select this, and now if you want to long this thing, okay, so here you will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, So for now, if you want to get this thing to the back, like to the extreme back, you guys can come here and select send to back option. Okay, so now with your like keyboard, you can use these icons over here. Okay, and just place it accordingly. Okay, so I will just put this one right over here. Again, the same way, what I'm going to do is I will come over here, and at this point I will also insert few of the icons. Okay, so let's search for some icon again. So here I will just type mail. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have the mail address. Okay, over here. Now again, go to the text wrap option, go to square, and come here, or just select this and just bring it here down. Okay, so come here and just make this thing small. If you want to increase the size a little bit, you guys can come here and you guys can just put good size. Okay, so just put it over here in one side. Okay, now again, what you want to do is you want to take another one, which is going to be the last one over here. Okay, so that one is going to be phone number. Okay, so in that case, go to icons, and from here just type phone. Okay, so from here I do have the phone option, and now I will select this one and I'll insert this particular icon. Go to the text wrap option, go for square. Okay, if you want to come here and if you want to align it, and now just decrease the size accordingly. Make sure you align all this properly. Okay, so I'll just select this one, this one, and this one over here. Okay, and now if I want to align it, okay, so I can align it this one quite well. Okay, so here you guys can see if I want to align it to the left, here you guys can see now this is being looking quite great over here. Okay, so if I want to group this thing up, okay, I can come here and I can group this thing down all together. Okay, so now if I just select this one, if I want to move this a bit, okay, I will also be able to move this thing a bit over here as well. So now just select this whole thing up over here, and now click Ctrl C and just put up some text box. Otherwise, you guys can also make your own text box over here as well. Okay, so come here, make some text box, come here and also make some text box. Okay, so over here you guys can put up the email, and underneath the last one, what you guys can do, you guys can come here and also fill this with some phone numbers. Okay, so let me just write 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Okay, so I'll select this and I will just increase the size a little bit. Okay, so I will just use 18 over here. Okay, and now I will just go for the address. Okay, Control C, come to this box, Control V over here. Okay, so the same way for location, maybe I'll take some things from here, Control C, come here and Control V to copy down. Okay, so if you want to come over here, and now I will select this one with Shift, I will select this one here as well. Okay, so I will just select this, and now here what I'll do is click on this one and now go to the align text option. Okay, so align text. Okay, so here you guys can see if I want to align it to the bottom. Okay, so I will be able to align this text from here from the bottom as well. Okay, and if I just come here, okay, so it will just align it to the left from here. So let's select this one with Shift, I'll select this one, and now I will select this one here as well. Okay, so now I will come to the align option, and now I will go to align to the left and right click over here, and I want to just group these things up over here as well. Okay, otherwise I can just come here, and maybe if I want to align it to the right, I will be able to align it to the right over here. So let's try that thing up over here as well. Go to align option, and now just go and align to the right. Okay, so here you guys can see I have aligned to the right properly. So now here you guys can see I will just take this thing individually over here, and now this one quite looks quite great. Okay, so once you're done, okay, over here if you want to add your website and all, in that case you guys can come here, go to draw text box, and from here you guys can just make a text box quite like this. Okay, and from here you guys can just write www dot acb.co in. Okay, so you can just write this thing up over here, and now just increase the size of the text. Okay, so now I have increased the size of the text from here as well. Let's select this down and just make this bold over here. Okay, so now what you will be able to do is you will be able to come onto this option. If you wanna just place it here in one corner, you also do have the option from where you will be able to just place it here in one corner without noticing much. Okay, so in that case, if you come here, if you want to remove the shape outline, you guys can come here and just select the outline, and this looks quite great over here to the side. So this one you guys can come here, select, and just click on the delete option. Okay, so you guys can come here, select this shape out, and just click on delete. Okay, so this is quite nice design which you guys can also make using all this option available. And lastly, what I want to do is I just want to put a small line. Okay, so in that case I will come here onto the line option, and now I want to create up a straight line. So I will just select this one, and now I will just increase the weight from here. Okay, so maybe I'll just take 6 over here, and now I will just change the color of it as well. Okay, so let's take this color, and this is how it actually looks at the end. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make a project proposal. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Advanced tutorial. So now we are on chapter number 17, and here we'll be making a project on making a cover letter design. Okay, so I'll be making up a cover letter design over here. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to create up a new blank document. Okay, so I'll click on this blank document option over here. So to create a cover letter, what I'm going to do is I am going to first choose the page size over here. Okay, so I'll just come here to the layout option, and from the layout option I will come here and maybe I'll select the letter page size. So now here you guys can see the size of the page over here have changed. Okay, so again, what I'll do is suppose I will come here, and if I want to customize the margin, I will come here and I will customize the margin right over here. Okay, so the first thing what I am going to do right over here is I am going to take or insert a shape. Okay, so basically I will try it with a rectangle shape. Okay, so this were the recently used shapes over here. So I will just click on this rectangle shape, and what I'm going to do is I am going to make a straight line right over here. Okay, so I'll just make one like over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to put no outline over here, and at the same time I will choose up a different fill color. Okay, so maybe let's take this color over here, and now just increase the size accordingly, and here in this corner as well just increase the size. So if I just want to come down a little bit, I will be able to come down a little bit over here as well. Okay, so this is how it looks right now. So now what I'm going to do right over here is the next thing, I am going to add up some icons. Okay, so to add up some icons, what you can do is suppose I want to put the phone number, my email address over here. Okay, So in that case, I will come here onto the insert option again, okay, and go to the icons option from here, okay. So it will just take you a few time, okay. So suppose first you want to add your phone or your email address. Okay, so let me just write email. So here you guys can see I do have this option right over here. So what I'll do is I'll select this one and now I will just insert it right over here. Okay, so once I have inserted this one, now I can also move this one. So for that, what I'll do is I'll come here in the layout option, and from the layout option, I will select this in front of text option. Okay, so I will just select in front of text option over here. Okay, so now I will come here and close this down again. So now if you wanna move this thing up, you guys will be able to move this thing up over here as well. So now if you want to decrease the size, okay, you guys can come here and maybe decrease the size accordingly. So I'll just keep this thing right over here on the top. Okay, so I'll just put up this icon right over here. Okay, and let's select this behind one. And now once I have selected this one, if you want to actually fix its space, okay, so just select behind text, or if you want to bring it in front, you guys will also be able to bring this one in front over here. Okay, so if you want to come here in the wrap text option, come here and you guys can select like fixed position on page. Okay, so now here I won't be able to move that thing up right now. Okay, so let's bring it over here, and now I will again go, and what I want to do is now at this particular point I want to put up the text box, okay, like where I will be putting up the text. So in that case, now I will come over here and now I will just draw a text box. Okay, so you guys already know how you will be able to add up a text box over here. So come to this text box option. Okay, and from here there are different pre-text. Okay, so this presets from here, you guys can come on to this option, and if you want to move it up, you guys can move it up from here. So let's select this one and let's type it up right now. Okay, so let me give John. Okay, so I will just write John 1525 at gmail.com. Okay, so I have just increased I have just written this particular text, and if I want to increase the size, I will also be able to increase the size kind of like this from here. Okay, if I want to get it of 16, I will come here, and now if I want to decrease this box size, I will be able to decrease the box size from here, and now I will also place it over here. Okay, so now if I want to align both of this, okay, in that case what I can do is I can come here and suppose I will select this one, come here, click on shift and select both of these at the same time. Okay, and once you have done that, you guys can come here onto the align option, and from here you guys will be able to align both of this properly. Okay, so if I just come back over here, okay, if you want to align it in the middle, okay, so here you guys can see now I have aligned both of this here in the middle. Okay, and both of these things, now if you want to group it up as well, okay, I will be able to group it up from here as well. So let's click onto the group icon over here and let's group it up. So now I have just grouped this thing up quite like this. And if you want to ungroup both of this, come here and just click on the ungroup option. Suppose if you do have to make any kind of changes, okay, so in that case, you guys can come here and maybe I will select this one. Let's go back again. Okay, let's select outside and I'll just select this text box. Let's increase its size and I will just decrease the size from here as well. Okay, so I'll just decrease it from here as well, and now again with shift select both of this. Okay, so selecting both of this right over here, and now I will go to the align option. Okay, so from here, I will go to the shape format, and from shape format, I will just align in the middle. Okay, so I will just align both of this here in the middle, and now I can just group both of this thing out. Okay, so now once I have grouped this thing, what all do I want to add? Okay, so I want to add my phone number, and also I want to add my address. Okay, so in that case, you guys can come over here, and what you can do is you guys can click on Control D. Okay, so I have just duplicated this layer. Now what I can do is I can just keep this thing right over here again, and now I also want to create another box. Okay, so in that case, what you can do is you can come here and again click on Control D. So here I have duplicated another box right over here. So in this case, what I want to do is I want to put in one location. Suppose here I will put the phone number. Okay, so in that case, I will come to this particular option. Let's select over here. Okay, so I have selected this one right over here, and if I just right click, okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of option. Okay, so if you just want to ungroup all of this, you guys will also be able to ungroup these things out from here. Okay, so let's select this one. That if you want to change, suppose you want to change this particular icon. Okay, so in that case, I will come over here and go to this graphics format. Okay, if you want to change the color to some different color, you guys will be able to do that. But for me, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to this option called the change graphic. Okay, so they're asking me from where do I want to change the graphic. So from here, I will go to icons. Okay, and from icons, now I will write phone. Okay, so I will just write phone over here, and I will just click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have different icons for phone. So I will just insert it right over here, and here you guys can see I do have the different same size right over here. Okay, I'll select this one, go to change graphic option from icons. Okay, and basically what I want to add over here is address. Okay, so let's write address. Okay, or I will just type on location. Okay, so I will just type location over here, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of option for location. So you can just show that it's your home address. Okay, so you guys can come here and insert this one right over here. Okay, and once you're done, you guys can come here and you guys can write your thing down. Suppose I will just write 25th. Okay, 25th Avenue, comma ABC. Okay, so I can just select this one and write things accordingly. Okay, so maybe I'll go here. If I just give a gap, and from here as well, I will just write thing down. Okay, so I will just put up a phone number. So let's give a plus 00123456789. Okay, so that is the phone number right over here. And in this case, suppose if I come right over here, this is grouped. Okay, so I'll come here, and with my shift I will also select this box, come here onto the shape format, go to this group option, and now group both of these things accordingly as well. So now one by one, what you can do is you guys can put up these things right over here on top. Okay, and before that, you guys need to make sure that you guys come here, select the shape fill, and you guys don't have any fill over here, and also the shape outline, you don't have any shape outline right over here as well. Okay, go to shape fill, no fill, and go to shape outline, and you guys should select no outline right over here as well. And the same way, do three of it, so you guys can save much more time if you guys do it in the first. So for me, So I'll come here again and I have just grouped this thing up. What I can do is I can come here and now I will just select only this one. Okay, suppose I will just ungroup it again. Okay, ungroup. So I will just select this particular text box. Go to the shape format, go to shape fill, select no fill over here and also no outline. Okay, so now I will again click on shift with this one. Okay, and now what I'll do is I'll go to group option and I'll group both of these accordingly. Okay, so now I want to put this thing up right over here. So now I will move this one and just put it up right over here accordingly. If I want to decrease the size a little bit, I will also be able to do that. So let's come over here. Let's select this icon. And now I will just decrease the width a little bit. And now I can just place it up right over here as well. Okay, so let's place it up right over here. And lastly, I do have this particular address, which I can also put it right over here. Okay, so I can just centralize this one a little bit. Okay, so let's come here. Let's select the whole thing up. So let's just centralize these things up. Okay, so now what you want to do is you want to align all of this properly. In that case, again, what you'll do is you will come here in the home option and from here you guys will select objects. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to select all the objects from here. Okay, suppose I will just select all the objects which I do have over here. Otherwise, with shift you guys can come here, select all these things right over here, and now go to the shape format option. And from here, if you want to align in the middle, here you guys can see this is aligned in the middle quite nicely. Okay, and now you can also group all these things up. Suppose you want to group it up. Okay, you guys can just group all these things up right over here. So once you're done with this particular space over here, what you can also do is you can come here, go to the insert option, and from the insert option you guys can also check out 3D models. Okay, so instead of that, what I'm going to take is I am going to take some shapes from here. Okay, suppose let's take this particular shape right over here, and now I am going to give this thing a different color. Okay, so I don't want any outline, so I'll just select no outline. And in shape fill, what I'm going to do is I am going to take up this color and I am going to place it right over here. Okay, so let's select this one over here, and now in that particular place only I am going to draw a text box. Okay, so let's take up a text box quite like this over here, and let's write date. Then I will just give on the colon, and now let's write 2 slash 2 2029. Okay, so once I have done this one, I will just select this word, and now if I want to increase it, I will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, so let's take a 22, and if I want to make it kind of bold, I will be able to make it kind of bold. If I want to change the type, okay, I can select this one, and now I will be able to place this accordingly here as well. Okay, so now before that I will come here in the layout option, and now I will just put on in front of text. Okay, so now once I have put this particular thing, I will also select the shape format, and I'll just remove, I'll give no fill over here, and also to the outline I'll give no fill right over here as well. Okay, so now I'll just put the date right over here. Okay, so I'll just align it properly here in the middle. Okay, so the next thing what you're going to do is you are going to write down the name. Okay, so now here what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and now I am going to take up a text box. So let's take this text box from here as well. Okay, so let's write Adam Smith. Okay, so I will just write Adam Smith over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size of the text kind of like this. Okay, so I'll just going to take this particular size, select it again, go to the home option. If you want to make it bold, you guys will be able to make it bold from here. If you want to use any other type of font, you guys will be able to write different take different kind of fonts from here as well. Now if you want to move it up, okay, so I will go to shape format, go to shape fill, select no fill, and also in the shape outline select no outline over here. Go to this option and now select in front of text option, and after that you guys will be able to move this thing up quite over here. Okay, so you guys will be able to move it up somewhere here on this side. Okay, and accordingly you guys can check wherever you want to move it. Okay, you guys can move it over here and place it accordingly. Okay, so this part is basically done. Okay, so underneath as well, if you want to come here and if you want to insert a shape, so the same way I will just try and create a rectangle box. So I'll just create a rectangle box quite like this over here. Okay, and now I will just arrange it properly. So I will just put this over here and also here on this particular line. So now after doing this one, what you can do is give no outline over here, and in the shape field just use the color which you have recently used. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the same color. So what you can do is you can just select this one and come down accordingly. So come down like here. Okay, so just come down accordingly, and once you're done you can click over here. Okay, and this is basically the format in which you will be making your cover letter. Okay, so now once you want to write down the letter, okay, you guys will be able to write down from here. So from here, what I'll do is let me come over onto the file option. Otherwise, let's see some of the examples over here. Okay, so let's write cover letter examples. Okay, so let's see cover letter examples from here. So here basically you guys can see these are some of the cover letter example. Okay, if you want to see these things up, you guys can come here and also look onto all of these things right over here. Okay, so basically here you guys can see. Okay, if I want to visit this site, okay, I can come here and here you guys can see I do have this cover letter size right over here. Okay, so if I want to download it, I will also be able to download it from here. Suppose what I want to do is I want to just copy this thing. Okay, so in that case I will be able to view it over here. So here you guys can see first they do have the name of the HR. Okay, so in that case you can just give a brief letter kind of like this. So they do have the address of the recipient over here, and after that it follows kind of like this. Okay, so if you want to copy this one, you guys will also be able to do that from here. Okay, so let's come back over here. If you want to check out more of it, you guys can come here and you guys can check these things out from here as well. Okay, so there are different things like how you will be able to write this thing up. Okay, so suppose if you want to bring it over here, let's come to get this thing right over here. Okay, so this particular link, if I want to bring it down, so let's select the link first. Okay, and if you want to move it up, you guys will also be able to move it up from here as well. Okay, so for me what I'll do is I'll just go on to the file option and click on open. Okay, and from here I do have a letter application. I will just copy this one for now. Okay, So I will come here and let's just copy this layout down. Okay, so I will just click on Control C, and now again I'll come here, and what I can do is I will just click on Control V right over here. And if I want to go back, so let's place it right over here. Okay, and check your margins are in a good position. Okay, so let's take this margin right over here. Okay, and now if you want to come down, you can come down quite like this. And now if you want to put on Control V, you guys can come here and also put on Control V right over here. Okay, if you want to go back, you guys will also be able to go back from here. Okay, so come here at this position, and now just click on Control V. Okay, so here you guys can see is just moving out too deep on that side. Okay, so in that case, you guys can come here, and instead of just pasting it directly over here, you guys can come here and just make up a text box accordingly. Okay, so now if I come here, and now if I just click on Control V, okay, so I will just select this again. Let's select Control C. Okay, come here and to this point, select Control uh, V over here. Okay, otherwise I do have these objects. So let's not take this one. Let's just take this particular part. Control C from here. Come to this option and click on Control V. Okay, now you guys can just increase the spacing of the letter. Suppose I want to put the letter quite till here, and as well I want to keep it kind of like this. Let's bring it here on top, let's bring it here on down. Okay, if I want to increase this size, I can come here and maybe I will just increase the size of my letter accordingly. Okay, so now once you are done, here you guys can see. Now if you don't want this particular box, click on this, go to shape outline, go to no outline from here, and also in the shape field, go to no fill here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I am done. Okay, so basically you guys can also put up your name and all at the end. Okay, but just to show you guys an example how this is made, and I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make up a cover letter design. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello guys, so now this is the time for our class project, and this is the class project 1 where we'll be recording macros in MS Word. Okay, I'll be showing you guys the steps, what all you need to follow over here. Then we'll be uploading it in a project panel. Okay, I'll be showing you guys first the steps, what all you need to follow. Then I will show you guys how to do that in the MS Word. So let's see what are the steps that you all will need to follow over here. So here, as you guys can see on top, I do have the name of the class project, which is recording macros in MS Word. Okay, so here I do have a description and also outcome, which you guys can check. Okay, so check out the description and the outcome over here. So for me, I will directly go on to the steps. So the step number 1 is open up a new document. Step 2 is go to the view option and select the macros. And after that, you will be going on to the step number 3. Click on the record macros option. And after that, put on the data accordingly and select the shortcut key for your macros, which is the step number 4. Step number 5 is apply the recorded macro in your document file. Okay. And once you're done, here comes the last step, which is step number 6. Save the file in your system and upload it in our project panel. Okay, so let's see how you will be able to do that. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page. So the first thing will be I'll be creating up a new blank document. And from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to fill it with some text. Okay, so what I'll do is let me just type 1, and let's come down here. Let's type 2. Okay, so let's type 2 over here. Let's come down right over here and let's type 3, and let's come down, let's type 4, and I'll come down here and I will just write 5. Okay, so I have just put up some documents, like some of the information over here. Suppose these are few of the word files. So now what I can do is I will come first here into this references or the view option. Okay, so after going to the view option, what I'm going to do is I am going to select my macros. Okay, and the shortcut key for macros is Alt plus F8. Okay, from our keyboard. So I will click here, and what I'll do is I will click on record macro. Okay, so wherever do I want to put, I will just keep my cursor over there. And after that, suppose I want to record a macro. So I'll just click on record macro over here. And now I will just click on the keyboard option. And from here, basically, I will save the shortcut key. So I'll just take the shortcut key as Control Shift plus A. Okay. And now I will just assign the key over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to click on close. And now suppose if I do want to give up a space. Okay, so suppose I want to give up a space right over here, or I have to put up a bracket. So what I'll do is first I will put up a bracket, give a space. Okay, and then from my keyboard, what I'll do is I will click on the end key. Okay, I will come here, go backspace. Then now if I click on the end button, suppose with shift N, I will give another space, and now I will just close down the bracket over here. And once I'm done, I will come onto this option, and now I will just stop recording. So here you guys can see now I have stopped recording over here. If I want to view my macro, here you guys can see I am able to view this macro. If I do want to change the name, I will also be able to change the name right from here as well. Okay, so now if I come to this particular option right over here, okay, so now if I just click on Control Shift and A, here you guys can see it's just coming inside a box. Suppose if I do have like this 100 lines. Okay, so I can record all these things right over here. Again, Control Shift A. Okay, so basically you guys can send me this particular file. Okay, once you are done, or once you start making a macro, you can also send me your macro file from here as well. Okay, if you want to create a new macro, you guys can come here and create a new macro from here. Okay, if you want to edit, you guys can come here. If you want to uh delete this one, you guys can come here and also delete here as well. Okay, so in this all 5 of this particular word which I do have here, my macro will be applied easily right over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class. So I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your work into our project panel. Then I can check those out and tell you guys another different ways of how you can use macros to record your command. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for our class project 2, and here we'll be designing a custom border in MS Word. Okay, so we'll be learning about that. First, I'll be showing you guys the steps, what all are the steps that you need to follow, and after that we will look how to do that in MS Word. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here you guys can see on my screen, I do have the name of the class project as designing a custom border in MS Word. Well, I also do have a description and an outcome. You guys can come here and look onto this description and the outcome. So for me, I will directly go on to the steps, what all you need to follow to achieve the outcome. Okay, so the step number 1 is create a new document file. Step 2, you will be go to the design option and you will be selecting the page border option from there. Okay. Step 3, customizing the border accordingly. Okay, you need to customize the border accordingly like the way you want. Select the appropriate style, color and width to your liking. Step number 5 is select on what all side you want to apply that border. Okay, so once you have selected that, you guys can come here and save the file and upload that file into our project panel that we can check out and get back to you guys. Okay, so that are the step which you need to follow over here. So let's check on to MS Word how you will achieve the outcome. So this is the home page of the MS Word. So from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to create up a blank document. Okay. So now I will come here and go to the blank document option. Okay. And what I'm going to do is now I will create some documents right over here. So if I want to give it some borders, in that case, the first thing what I need to do is I need to go to the design option. Okay, so from the design option, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the page borders, and from the page borders, I need to make sure that I am selecting the page border option from here. Okay, if you want to see the preview over here as well, you guys will be able to see the preview uh, over here as well. Okay, so there are different ways, okay, for the page border, whatever you want to apply. Okay, so basically if you want to change the width from here, you guys can come and you guys can check the width. Okay, suppose you were looking to put on a different color, so you guys can come here onto the more color option, and let's take this particular color. Okay, and click on OK. So I have selected this color, and now I can also select the type of box do I need over here. Okay, so basically they're asking me, do I want to apply it to the whole document? Like if I do have more than one pages over here, do I want to apply it all of this or only to this particular section? Okay, or this section all except first page. Okay, like where do I want to apply this one? Okay, so if I click on OK over here, here you guys can see now I do have a border over here. Okay, I have customized my page border, and if I want to change it, suppose I don't want to put the border on the sides. Okay, so in that case, I can, what I can do is I can come here. Okay, and now I can just click on this one, or I can come here, I can click on this and this one right over here. And now if I click on OK, so here you guys can see I don't have borders on the sides. Okay, but I do have it here downside only. So if I want to change that one, I can come here. Suppose I just want it on the right hand side. Okay, I can come here, I can click on OK. So here you guys can see I am able to customize my margin. You guys can select different colors, play around with the widths over here. If you want to add some shading and stuff, in that case, you guys will be able to add some shading on all here as well. Suppose you want to give it up a feel inside the paper. In that case, you can come over here. Okay, and from here you guys can select. Okay, so let's take 15% and color, let's take white. Okay, and let's click on OK. So here you guys can see basically at this particular points, these are few kind of watermarks. You guys can come here and just put on this border shadings over here. If you want to play with the borders over here as well, if you want to customize, you guys can customize it right over here as well. Suppose you want to select some shading options, you guys can come here. Let's take this dark color. Okay, and make sure the width is more. Okay, so the width is more right over here, and now come to this option and click on OK. So here you guys can see now how it basically looks. Okay, so from here you will be able to write down the topic here as well. Okay, suppose I will just write the greatest victory. Okay, so I will just write the greatest victory over here, and if I want to place it here in the center, so I will come onto this option, and now I will just centralize this one. If I want to increase the size, I will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, I will increase the size and make this letter bold. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood the usage of how you can actually customize your own border and also play around with the borders, page border, and the shading option right over here. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, Take care and goodbye, everyone.